Hello there, and welcome to Secretum Histories, where ancient mysteries get comfortable and old stories take the slow, quiet road towards sleep. Tonight we're stepping into a place that most cultures keep at the edge of the map, not because it is far away, but because it is close in a way that makes people uneasy. It is the Underworld in Mesopotamian imagination, a world beneath the world, and the figures that move through it like staff in a vast, dim courthouse. The topic is the Gallu, the underworld demons tied to the Anunnaki tradition and the older Sumerian sense of divine order. If demon makes you picture horns and flames, you can set that image down for a moment. The Gallu are stranger than that, and in some ways more practical. They are not chaotic monsters that just want to cause trouble for sport. They are more like the hands that enforce a rule, the feet that arrive when a decree has been spoken, the cold certainty that something has been decided and now must be done. Before we move deeper, I'd love to know where you're listening from tonight, and what time it is for you right now. It fits the mood, really. You and I might be in different rooms, different cities, different countries, sitting under different skies, but we're sharing the same slow line of words. If you find this kind of storytelling soothing, or simply a gentle way to unwind, you can like the video and subscribe. It helps this quiet corner reach others who might need something calm at the end of a long day. Now let your shoulders drop a little. Let your jaw unclench. Let the day keep its distance. We're going to walk through a story that is old, but also oddly familiar, because it is built from feelings people still recognize. Fear of being taken, fear of losing control, fear that something unseen has a claim on you, and, underneath all of it, the need to make sense of why life changes, why illness arrives, why sleep sometimes turns strange, and why death is not negotiable. When modern people hear underworld demons, it can sound like a distant superstition, something you file away with dragons and enchanted swords. But in the texts of ancient Mesopotamia, the underworld is not a fantasy realm. It is an address in the structure of reality. It has rules, it has officials, it has a queen, it has gates, and it has workers who do not bargain. The Gallu belong to that world. Sometimes they are called Gala, sometimes they appear as a group, sometimes as individuals, but the idea stays steady. They are beings of the underworld who seize, escort, drag, and deliver. They do not persuade, they do not comfort, they do not argue about whether the assignment is fair. They arrive like a message that cannot be unread. If you want a modern comparison that doesn't ruin the mood, imagine the least dramatic version of a very dramatic job. Imagine a person whose role is to show up with paperwork that says, in plain language, that the decision has been made. No negotiation, no appeal, just a signature and a door that must be opened. That person might be polite, they might be rough, they might be tired. But the important thing is that the system is behind them. You're not really dealing with them. You're dealing with the rule they represent. That's one way to think about the Gallu. In the myths, they can be terrifying. In the logic of the world the myths describe, they are also necessary. The underworld isn't simply a pit of chaos. It is an institution. And institutions, even mythic ones, have enforcement. There is a reason the Gallu show up in one of the most famous stories from Mesopotamia, the descent of Inanna, a goddess who does not do things halfway. Inanna, or Ishtar in later traditions, is love, war, status, impulse, ambition, and glittering power. She's the kind of figure who can make a city feel alive. In the story, she goes down into the realm beneath the earth, into the dominion of her sister Ereshkigal. That choice alone tells you something about how the Mesopotamians imagined the underworld. It is not an abstract concept. You can go there, you can travel, you can descend through gates, you can try to return, but you cannot do it without consequences. The Gallu are part of those consequences. They do not appear as random monsters. They appear at the moment when the rules of the underworld are invoked and enforced. If you've ever had a dream where you know you're being followed, but you can't quite turn your head far enough to see what's behind you, you already understand the emotional shape of these beings. Dreams do that thing where the world feels normal and wrong at the same time. You're in your childhood home, but the hallway's longer. You're on a familiar street, but it has no end. You're late for something you can't name. The Gallu belong to that same uncomfortable space between recognition and dread. They are the feeling that something has noticed you, not because you are special, but because you are on a list. Now, it's important to say this gently and clearly. When we talk about the Gallu, we're talking about what ancient people wrote, what they feared, what they ritualized, and what they tried to manage with words spoken over bowls of water and clay figurines buried in corners. We're not claiming that underworld officers are pacing outside your window. The value of these stories isn't in turning them into a jump scare. The value is in seeing how a civilization explained forces it couldn't control, and how it built a language for dread that still makes sense to our nervous systems today. People then did not have MR scans, germ theory, or a neat chart for sleep paralysis. They had patterns. They had symptoms. They had grief. They had nights when someone woke up gasping, swearing a presence had been in the room. And they had the old question that never really goes away. Why do bad things happen, and why do they happen to this person, at this time, in this way? The Gallu live inside that question. If you pick up the tablets, or read translations of the myths and incantations, you start to notice that Mesopotamian demons often function less like comic book villains and more like explanations and agents. Some are tied to disease, some to fever, some to nightmares, some to sudden misfortune that seems to arrive without cause. The Gallu, specifically, are deeply linked to the underworld itself. They are not just spooky, they are connected to the idea that the underworld has claims, that it collects what belongs to it, and that sometimes the boundary between here and there is thinner than people want it to be. In later traditions, demons are often framed as rebels against the highest god, criminals in a cosmic prison. In the Mesopotamian imagination, the tone can be different. Many of these beings are not rebels. They are assigned, they are part of the structure. Even the terrifying ones are not always outside the order. The Gallu are a clean example of this. They are not the kind of creature you trick with a riddle. They are not the kind of spirit you bribe with a shiny offering and a promise. If they have been sent, they are coming. If they have a target, they will not forget it. That coldness is part of why they linger in memory. People can cope with an enemy that hates them. Hatred implies interest. What is harder to cope with is something that doesn't hate you at all. Something that is simply doing its job. So, what is the entire story of the Gallu? It's not one neat tale with a beginning, middle, and end. It's more like a set of appearances that form a picture when you step back. They show up in myth, especially in the descent narratives. They show up in ritual texts that sound like practical instructions for dealing with unseen threats. They show up in the way Mesopotamians talked about death and the return of the dead, and the fear that a person could be taken before their time, not by a visible attacker, but by an invisible hand. Over time, those appearances pile up into a character type: the underworld enforcer, the captor, the escort, the remover, the one who comes when the gates open. And the underworld itself, in their view, is not a place of moral sorting like later heavens and hells. It is not a reward system. It is more like a destination, a realm where the dead go, because that is where the dead go. The underworld has a queen, Ereshkigal. It has order. It has rules. People are not judged and sent to luxury or torment based on virtue. They go down and remain. They become shades. They take on a diminished kind of existence. That bleakness isn't meant to crush the listener. It actually helps explain why the living invested so much in burial rites, in remembering names, in pouring out offerings, in keeping the dead supplied with attention. In a world where the afterlife is not a glowing reunion, you try to keep the connection with the dead stable. You try to make sure your ancestors are not hungry. You try to make sure they are not angry. And you try to make sure nothing from that realm comes back up looking for company. The Gallu, in this landscape, are an extension of the underworld's reach. They represent the moment when the separation between worlds becomes active. Not a passive boundary, like a wall, but an active boundary, like a guarded border. There is something else that makes them unsettling, and it's a detail that shows how carefully ancient storytellers thought about fear. The Gallu are often described as not eating normal food, not drinking normal drink, not caring about gifts the way a human might. In some accounts, they have no proper family, no stable home, no warmth, no softness. They are defined by function. That description does two things. It makes them feel alien, and it also makes them difficult to manage. If a being cannot be bribed with bread, cannot be calmed with wine, cannot be swayed by pity, then what can you do when it approaches? The answer in Mesopotamia was often language, names, incantations, ritual procedures, a kind of legal magic. If the underworld operates like a system, then perhaps you can navigate it with the right words, the right symbols, the right steps. People paid specialists for this. Exorcists, ritual experts, temple personnel. They were not entertainers. They were the ones you called when the air felt wrong. It may sound distant, but the pattern is familiar. When people feel threatened by something they can't see, they build procedures, they build routines, they build a sense that if they do the right actions in the right order, the danger will pass. Even today, anxiety often creates rituals. Check the lock, recheck the lock, look at the stove, look again, make sure, make sure. Now imagine a world where anxiety is not called anxiety, and the lock is not a lock, and the stove is not a stove, but the feeling is the same. The Gallu, in that sense, are not just monsters in a story. They are a name for the moment your body says something is wrong and you cannot explain why. But the story of the Gallu is also tied to the Anunnaki framework in the sense that the underworld and its authority are part of the divine administration. The Anunnaki are often described as the great gods, the ones connected to decrees, destinies, cosmic order. Different texts place them in different roles, sometimes as assembly gods, sometimes as underworld judges, sometimes as major powers whose decisions ripple through heaven and earth. In that broad picture, the Gallu become one more layer of enforcement beneath the divine layer. If the gods decree, and the universe obeys, then the underworld also obeys. The Gallu are one of the ways it obeys. They are the delivery of consequence. They are what makes decree physical. You might be listening and thinking, that all sounds very grim for a bedtime story. And yes, it can be grim, but it doesn't have to be sharp. Think of it like learning the layout of an old city at night. You're not walking into the dangerous alley. You're looking at a map with a lantern. You're noticing the gates, the walls, the guards, the places where people felt safe, and the places where they did not. Knowledge softens fear, not by denying the darkness, but by making it less vague. So, let's soften the topic a little with a small bit of humour, the way the time script did with kettles and traffic. If you have ever tried to unsubscribe from an email list and found yourself clicking through 3 different pages, entering a password you haven't used since 2014, and then being offered a pause emails for 30 days option, like a gentle hostage negotiation, you already know what it feels like to deal with a system that does not care about your feelings. You're not fighting a person, you're fighting a process. The Gallu, in myth, are the process. They do not accept your complaints. They do not pause the subscription. They do not ask if now is a good time. They arrive, and you realise the story is moving whether you like it or not. That kind of inevitability is one reason the descent of Inanna matters so much. Inanna is not a fragile figure. She is bold. She is divine. She is dangerous. If even she can be caught in the machinery of the underworld, then the underworld is not just a ghost story. It is a cosmic reality with weight, and the Gallu are the ones who make that weight felt in the narrative. As we settle into the story, it helps to get comfortable with a few basic ideas that the Mesopotamian world used as background. One is that words have power, not in a vague, positive vibes way, but in a direct way. To name a thing is to bring it into a kind of control. Another is that boundaries matter. Doorways, thresholds, gates, crossroads. These are not just architectural features. They are points where different kinds of space meet. The underworld has gates, the living world has doors. People place protective figures at doors for a reason. If you think of the Gallu as beings that cross boundaries to retrieve someone, then the doorway becomes important. Not just for getting in and out of your house, but as a symbol of what can enter your life. Another idea is that the divine world is not purely moral. The gods do not always behave like perfect judges. They argue, they punish, they show favoritism. They can be generous and petty in the same breath. That makes the world feel unstable. If divine moods can shift, then safety is never guaranteed. In that context, beings like the Gallu become even more frightening, because they are not just random. They are sanctioned. They may be the result of a divine bargain, a broken rule, a cosmic exchange. That kind of sanctioned threat is harder to fight than a simple beast in the wilderness. And yet, for all that dread, the ancient texts also show people trying to live normally. They built cities, they traded grain, they wrote contracts, they told jokes, they sang songs, they loved their children, they argued with neighbours. In the middle of a practical world, they carried an invisible world that explained why the practical world sometimes collapsed. When a healthy person suddenly fell ill, when a child had a seizure, when nightmares became relentless, when a loved one died at a time that felt wrong, the invisible world offered a frame. Not always a comforting one, but a frame. The Gallu were part of that frame, especially when the fear involved being taken. Sometimes the Gallu appear almost like a collective force, not a single face. That's important. Fear often doesn't have one face. It's a pressure. It's a swarm of thoughts. It's a sense of being cornered. A group of underworld enforcers fits that emotional reality. If you've ever had one small problem turn into 5 small problems in a single afternoon, you know the feeling. One email leads to another, one bill leads to another. One mistake leads to 3 follow-ups. It's not one monster, it's a pile. The Gallu, in their group form, embody the pile. The underworld doesn't send one polite messenger, it sends the whole team. At the same time, myths also keep the Gallu slightly undefined. That too is part of why they work. A monster described in too much detail becomes familiar. Familiar things are less frightening. Something described in terms of what it does rather than what it looks like stays unsettling. The Gallu drag. They seize, they bring down, they escort. They do not smile, they do not sleep, they do not stop. This is fear described as action, not as costume. If you're listening in bed, the room around you might be quiet. Perhaps there's a soft hum from outside, or the whisper of heating, or the distant sound of a car passing. The ancient Mesopotamians had their own night sounds. Wind through reeds, dogs barking far away, a door shifting in its frame, a baby stirring. The same human brain that hears those sounds today heard them then, and filled in shapes in the dark. When the mind wants a story for the dark, it reaches for the vocabulary it has. In a Mesopotamian city, that vocabulary included the underworld and its agents. It included the Gallu. Now, without rushing, we can start leaning into the story itself. The way the time script drifted from psychological time into sundials and Einstein without any harsh jump. We'll do something similar here. We'll begin with the simplest thing, the first whisper. The moment when the Gallu are not yet a full cast of characters, but a hint that the underworld has hands. We'll take it slowly. We'll let the world build itself. We'll get to know what underworld meant in Sumer and Akkad, why Ereshkigal is more than a spooky name, and how a goddess like Inanna could walk down the steps and still find herself trapped by rules she could not charm her way around. For now, keep one idea close, because it will help everything that follows make sense. In Mesopotamian thought, the underworld is not simply a place you fear, it is a place that must be managed. And the Gallu are not simply monsters you scream about, they're part of the management. That's why people wrote about them. That's why they whispered their names carefully. That's why they asked specialists to speak certain words in certain orders. Because the fear was not only of dying, the fear was of being taken in the wrong way at the wrong time with no explanation. So we're going to start at that edge, where a story first mentions what follows, and we'll move from there, step by step, into the world beneath the world, where the rules are old, the gates do not forget, and the Gallu wait for the moment they are called. Underworld stops being a distant place you're only scanning for dramatic moments. It's the moment when the Underworld stops being a distant place you talk about and becomes something with reach. Not metaphorical reach, not the kind you explain away with a shrug, but reaches in a hand that can cross a boundary and hold on. That detail is one of the first real whispers of the Gallu. In the most famous descent narrative, the Underworld is not introduced with fireworks. It is introduced with procedure. A goddess prepares, she gives instructions, she sets a time limit, she chooses what to wear. Then she walks toward a gate that does not care who she is. The story doesn't treat the Underworld as an idea, it treats it as a jurisdiction. And once you accept it as a jurisdiction, the Gallu begin to make a certain kind of sense. They are not there to be interesting. They are there because rules need muscle. In the Sumerian telling of Inanna's descent, the moment she finally comes back up is not a clean victory. She is revived, she is escorted, she is moving again, and yet the air is not free. Something comes with her. The translation preserved in the electronic text corpus of Sumerian literature describes a presence around her as she leaves, with small demons and big demons hemming her in like a living fence. That image is so practical. It's not a dragon. It's not a lone shadow in a corner. It is a group that surrounds. That is how enforcement looks in real life. It surrounds, it blocks exits. It makes sure the person being escorted does not forget that they are still under authority even while they are moving. This is where the phrase, "what follows you home," becomes more than a spooky idea. In these stories, the boundary between worlds is not a door you close behind you. It is a door you close behind you while someone else holds the frame, and then you get the description that has echoed through translations, scholarship and retellings for a long time. These beings are described as not eating ordinary food and not drinking ordinary drink, not taking offerings the way gods do, not being softened by the social tools that make humans manageable. A god has a temple. A god receives bread and beer and incense. A god has festivals and songs. But these underworld enforcers are defined by what they do not accept. That matters. It means they can't be negotiated with in the way people negotiated with divinity. It means the usual human moves are useless. No gift basket, no polite apology, no ceremonial meal. In a world that was built on offerings and reciprocity, that refusal is a kind of terror all by itself. The Gallu are frightening partly because they are outside the economy of comfort. If you've ever dealt with an automated system that doesn't recognize the problem you're trying to explain, you already know the mild version of that feeling. You can type carefully. You can be reasonable. You can even be charming. The system keeps asking for the same category, and none of the categories fit. After the third attempt, you realize you're not talking to someone who can be persuaded. You're talking to a process. That is the Gallu mood in miniature. The difference is that in the myth, the stakes are not customer service. The stakes are whether someone stays in the world of the living. The earliest whisper isn't only that they exist, it's how they behave in a scene where you would expect relief. Inanna is back. The rescue worked. The corpse is revived. The story could have ended there, the way many modern stories do, with a triumphant return and a tidy lesson. Instead, the return becomes a problem. The underworld does not allow a person to leave without payment, and the payment is not gold. It is replacement. That replacement rule is one of the strongest reasons the Gallu stay memorable. It makes the underworld feel like an institution rather than a nightmare cloud. Someone went in, someone came out. Now the books have to balance. In a way, it's disturbingly familiar. The world of living people runs on substitutions too, even if we don't call them that. Someone gets sick, someone else covers the shift. Someone leaves a job, someone else inherits the workload. Someone's absence creates a gap, and the gap gets filled. The myth takes that everyday logic and stretches it across life and death. Inanna is escorted upward, and the Gallu come with her to collect what the underworld is owed. Not because they hate her, but because the rules are the rules. That single choice of framing is so revealing. It tells you that, in Mesopotamian imagination, the underworld is not only a place where the dead end up, it's a place that keeps track. This is also where the stories become sharply human in a way that still lands today. The Gallu do not drift around looking for random victims. They follow a specific case. They want a substitute, and they test the people around Inanna. They see who is vulnerable. They see who can be taken without disrupting the logic of the story. In the Sumerian text, they move from person to person, and each time Inanna blocks them from seizing the ones who showed loyalty in mourning. This is not just plot, it's social code. The story is teaching something about duty and grief, and how relationships are measured when things become serious. Those who mourn properly are protected. Those who act as if nothing happened are exposed. The first time you encounter that structure, it feels almost like a courtroom scene. Evidence is presented, a verdict is made without speeches, someone is selected. The Gallu are the officers of that verdict. There is a line in the ETCSL translation where the demons speak to Inanna with a chilling casualness, essentially telling her to continue on while they take someone back. That tone is part of the fear. They are not roaring. They are not ranting. They are working. They are addressing her as if the arrangement is obvious, as if this is a standard procedure that happens every day. That's the whisper. The underworld is not only a destination, it is a system that sends people out. Once you notice that, the Gallu stop being a footnote and start becoming a key that unlocks the whole mood of Mesopotamian demonology. A lot of later demon stories revolve around temptation, rebellion, moral corruption, bargains. The Gallu revolve around custody. They are less like a liar in a dark corner, and more like the person who arrives with a writ, not a trickster, not a seducer, a retriever. The old descriptions emphasize that they do not enjoy the pleasures of normal human life, and that they disrupt households by pulling people out of intimacy, out of families, out of the ordinary closeness of daily life. Again, that is fear described as action, not flames, not claws, separation. The kind of separation that can happen in a single day when someone dies, and the house immediately feels rearranged. That's why the title for this section fits so well. What Follows You Home is not only about a monster in a hallway, it's about consequences that don't stop at the threshold. Inanna crosses from the underworld back to the surface, but the underworld does not let her cross alone. The Gallu make sure the boundary is not treated like a free escape route. And here's where the story becomes even more interesting, because it shows you something that ancient people knew in their bones. Power does not always mean freedom. Inanna is a goddess. She has status. She has symbols of authority. She's used to being obeyed. Yet the underworld strips her and holds her and demands payment. That inversion teaches a kind of humility, but it also communicates something darker. There are systems that even the powerful cannot ignore. When the Gallu appear, it is proof that the underworld is one of those systems. If you're listening at night, half drowsy, this might land as a heavy thought. So let it become lighter, in the way that slow explanations can make heavy things manageable. The ancient world was full of boundaries that could not be controlled. Floods, droughts, epidemics, war, sudden death. The underworld was one way to organise those boundaries into something that had rules. Rules are frightening, but rules also make randomness feel less insane. If someone dies, it isn't purely chaos. It is a crossing into a domain that has order. The Gallu are frightening because they enforce that order, but they also provide an explanation for why the order holds. When modern people ask why a culture would invent beings like this, it helps to flip the question. A culture doesn't invent fear. Fear arrives on its own. What a culture invents is language to hold fear. The Gallu are part of that language. In magical and ritual texts, Gala are mentioned not only as mythic figures, but as threats that can touch ordinary life. The same basic idea appears again and again. The underworld has beings that can come up, and people want them to go back down. That desire shows up in incantations, in protective practices, in the whole world of Mesopotamian exorcism, where specialists tried to treat misfortune like an invasion that could be repelled with the right words and objects. The first whisper in the myths becomes a louder whisper in the rituals. It's the same fear, just in a more practical form. When someone is healthy, they can treat the underworld as a story. When someone is sick, or haunted by nightmares, or gripped by a sense that something is wrong, the story stops being entertainment. It becomes a map, and people start looking for signs that the Gallu have noticed them. This is where we can gently bring in another layer of context without drifting into anything foggy. In Mesopotamian thought, a lot of supernatural danger is not about moral evil in the later sense. It is about disorder. It is about boundaries breaking. It is about forces being in the wrong place. The dead belong below. The living belong above. Illness belongs to the domain of the gods and demons when it appears without explanation. So the worst fear is not merely that the underworld exists. The worst fear is that the underworld leaks. The Gallu are a face you can give to that leak. It is also worth noticing what the Gallu are not, because it helps keep the story clear. They are not the same as the great gods. They do not receive temples or cult worship. In fact, part of their description suggests they have no place in the normal offering system. That lines up with how Mesopotamian religion often treated demons in general. Gods are fed, honoured, celebrated. Demons are managed, averted, or driven away. The Gallu sit firmly in that second category, and yet they are not portrayed as pure chaos. They are connected to Ereshkigal's authority, and that link matters. They are not random criminals. They are agents. The underworld, as described in Mesopotamian sources, has a queen, an attendants, and a structure, and the Gala are described as residents whose role involves dragging unfortunate mortals back down to Kur. Even that phrasing, back down, carries weight. It suggests that the underworld sees the living world as temporary, as borrowed space, as something that the dead can be reclaimed from. Now, let's hold the mood gently here, because the word dragging is harsh, and the mind can start painting harsh pictures. The old texts used harsh language because death is harsh. But the bedtime approach is not to sharpen that harshness, it's to understand it at a safe distance. Think of it like looking at a storm through a window rather than standing in it. You can hear the wind, but you're not wet. You can see lightning, but it is not striking your roof. The Gallu belong to the storm of ancient fear. We can watch from the window. If you want another everyday anchor, consider the feeling of carrying work home. Not literally, not with a briefcase necessarily, but mentally. The day ends, but the day does not end. An email stays in your head. A conversation replays. A task list sits on your chest like a weight. You walk into your home, but the outside world follows. That is the modern, gentle version of what the Gallu represent in myth. Something that should stay in its domain crosses into yours. The underworld should be below. It follows you upward anyway. Inanna's story puts that sensation into a divine drama so humans can talk about it. If even a goddess cannot leave without being followed, then a human can stop pretending that leaving the underworld is simple. The story is doing emotional honesty. Death is not a clean cut. Grief is not a clean cut. Illness is not a clean cut. Things follow. In the descent narrative, the Gallu also function like a spotlight on social behaviour. The ones who mourn correctly, who show loyalty, are spared. The one who sits in comfort, who looks untouched, becomes the substitute. The myth is telling its audience that relationships matter, that ritual matters, that there is a right way to respond when the world breaks. It's also telling its audience something darker. The underworld can be satisfied with someone else. That implication is hard to ignore. It suggests that the system is not interested in perfect justice. It is interested in balance. That notion of balance carries into other texts as well, especially the poems about Dumuzi's attempts to evade capture. In the tradition often called Dumuzi's dream, he runs, he hides, he tries to slip away, and divine help becomes necessary. That running is another version of the whisper. Once the Gallu have a claim, the world becomes smaller. Doors feel less safe. Familiar streets feel watched. Sleep feels less restful. Even if a person escapes for a moment, the idea of pursuit changes everything. It's also a reminder that the Gallu are not only frightening because they are strong, they are frightening because they are persistent. In many cultures you can bargain with death, trick it, delay it. In Mesopotamian stories, delay exists, but it is not presented as a clever victory. It is presented as temporary relief. The underworld waits, the Gallu return. That persistence is one reason Gallu appear in discussions of demons in general, alongside other underworld beings and disease agents. Mesopotamian demonology often stacks threats the way real fear stacks threats. One thing goes wrong, then another, then another. So the Gallu are not always isolated. They are part of a broader sense that unseen forces can press in on a human life from multiple sides. Still, the Gallu have their own flavour. They are tied to the specific fear of being taken away from ordinary life. That fear isn't theoretical. It's the fear of losing someone suddenly. It's the fear of being separated from your own body by illness. It's the fear that a night of sleep could become a night of dread. That's why a line about them not eating offerings matters so much. It's not a random detail. It's saying they do not participate in the rituals that make life feel stable. They are not part of the shared meal. They don't belong to the room where people laugh and pass bread. They belong to the place where bread has no taste. In the time script, we used everyday experiences to make big concepts feel close without making them scary. We can do the same here. Imagine standing at your front door at the end of the day, keys in hand, and realizing you forgot your wallet somewhere. There's that small drop in the stomach. The day was supposed to be done. The world was supposed to stay outside. Now you have to go back out. The Gallu feeling is that drop expanded into myth. The underworld was supposed to stay below. Now it is at the threshold. And what's the tablet whisper itself, in the most literal sense? It is that the oldest texts don't always bother to explain who the Gallu are in a tidy definition. They appear as if the audience already knows. They are mentioned as a known category. They are the demons that accompany Inanna, the ones who surround her, the ones who insist on a substitute. That's a strong sign that the idea was already familiar in the culture. The story is not inventing them out of nowhere. It is using a piece of shared dread. That's also why the Gallu can feel so immediate even now. The story assumes you recognize the shape of the fear. It doesn't have to build a monster from scratch. It only has to point, and the listener's mind fills in the rest. As you rest here, with the words moving slowly, notice what that implies. The underworld in Mesopotamia was not merely a place people expected to go someday. It was a place they worried could reach up into the present. The Gallu are the proof. They are the underworld's movement. They are the underworld stepping across its own boundary. And that naturally leads to the next thing we need, because to understand what these enforcers are doing, it helps to understand the territory they serve. The Gallu make the most sense once the underworld itself has a layout in your mind. Its names, its gates, its rulers, and the basic idea of what Kur meant when the scribes pressed their styluses into clay. So, with that first whisper still hanging in the air like a faint echo, we can start getting comfortable with the place they come from, the land beneath the land, and the rules that make a group of silent followers feel inevitable. To understand the Gallu, it helps to get comfortable with their workplace. That sounds like a strange way to put it, but it's the simplest way to make the underworld in Mesopotamian thought feel clear rather than vague. When people imagine the underworld as a cloudy pit, the Gallu become generic monsters. When you picture the underworld as a defined realm with names, borders, rulers, rules, gates and routines, the Gallu become something more specific, and the stories stop feeling random. So let's do something steady and practical tonight. Let's build a map. Not a map with perfect coordinates, because ancient people weren't writing fantasy travel guides. This is a cultural map, the kind made of repeated images and repeated phrases, the kind that forms when many texts point toward the same place. Once you have that map in your mind, you can feel why Mesopotamians described the underworld the way they did, why they use certain names, and why the idea of no return shows up so often. Start with the most common label you'll run into, Ker. Depending on the context, Ker can mean mountain, foreign land, and also the underworld. That might sound confusing, but it makes sense when you remember that words grow out of experience. For a city-state on the river plains, mountains are not home. Mountains are where storms build, where strangers come from, where resources like stone and timber might be sourced, where danger can hide, where the horizon looks different. A word that can mean mountain and foreign land already carries the feeling of distance and otherness. From there, it isn't a huge leap for the same word to take on underworld meaning, because the underworld is also a land that is not home, a land you don't visit casually, a land you cannot control. Ker, then, is not only a place under the earth, in a simple physical sense. It's also a category, the not here, the not us, the place that feels beyond the normal rules. In some stories and hymns, Ker can be an adversarial force, a hostile realm. In others, it's simply the destination of the dead. That flexibility is part of what makes it real to the people who used it. The underworld is not one emotion. It's a collection of emotions: fear, resignation, curiosity, grief, and the quiet dread of inevitability. Another key name is Irkalla. Irkalla is often used as the name of the underworld itself, and sometimes it's even used as a name for its queen, Ereshkigal, in a kind of title-like way. Think of how a person can be called by their office or their domain, like the Crown or the White House, where the place and the authority blur together. Irkalla has that feeling. It's the realm, and it's also the concept of that realm as an institution. When you hear Irkalla, you're not meant to imagine a cave full of random bones. You're meant to imagine a place with governance. Now bring in the phrase that appears again and again in translations, the land of no return. That label tells you something very direct about how the underworld was understood. It is not a place you commute to. It's not a place you visit for wisdom and then come back with a new appreciation of life. It is a one-way destination. The one-way nature matters because it shapes everything about how the living behave. If the dead go somewhere and cannot return, then the living are responsible for maintaining the connection in other ways, through burial, offerings, remembrance, and proper ritual behaviour. It's tempting, if you grew up with later religious ideas, to assume the underworld is a moral sorting system, like a court that sends the good to a pleasant place and the bad to torment. Mesopotamian underworld thinking often doesn't work like that. The underworld is largely the same destination for everyone. There might be differences in how a spirit fares based on burial conditions, family support, and the memory of the living, but it isn't usually framed as a cosmic reward and punishment system based on virtue. It's more like a deep basement of the universe where everyone ends up eventually, and where the quality of your afterlife depends a lot on whether you are properly integrated into the social and ritual network of the living. That last part may sound odd until you compare it to something ordinary. Think of how much your daily life depends on systems you barely notice. Water comes out of the tap because a network exists. Lights turn on because a grid exists. Food arrives at a store because supply chains exist. You don't personally control any of it, but you live inside it. In Mesopotamian thought, a person also lived inside a network that included ancestors and spirits. When someone died, they moved to another part of the network, and the living had responsibilities that kept the network stable. If those responsibilities broke down, the dead could become restless, hungry, angry, and in some cases capable of causing trouble. That leads us to the geography part of the underworld, which is both physical and social. In the stories, the underworld is often described as being beneath the earth, but it isn't beneath the earth in a scientific geological way. It is beneath in the sense of being below the level of ordinary life, below the city, below the field, below the riverbank. The underworld is imagined as a deeper layer of reality, and it has entry points. Those entry points are not always depicted the same way, but several images repeat: gates, doors, and descending paths. In Inanna's descent, the underworld is accessed through a gate with a gatekeeper. That alone tells you it's a controlled boundary. A gate implies not only entrance, but authority to regulate entrance. A gate implies someone can refuse you. It implies you can be stopped. It implies a procedure. If you want to picture it in a way that feels calm rather than alarming, imagine a building where you cannot just wander into the back offices. You arrive at the front desk. Someone asks your name. You sign in. You get a visitor badge. You're told where you can and cannot go. The underworld gate is that kind of barrier. It is not a wild opening in the ground. It is a controlled transition. In the descent story, Inanna passes through multiple gates, and at each gate she is required to remove something: a crown, jewellery, symbols of status, items that represent her power. The underworld strips her of what makes her Inanna in the social sense, step by step, until she stands without the protections and markers that work in the world above. That detail isn't just dramatic, it shows you how the Mesopotamians understood boundaries. You don't carry your surface world status into the underworld and expect it to function there. Different realm, different rules. If you're listening and you've ever walked into a place where your usual identity doesn't carry much weight, you already recognize the sensation. The underworld is that sensation amplified and given cosmic authority. There is also the name Ganzir, often described as a gate or entrance to the underworld. Even if you don't memorize that name, it's useful to know that Mesopotamians gave names to these transition points. Naming is a form of control. If you can name the gate, you can refer to it. If you can refer to it, you can build rituals around it. This is one of the reasons Mesopotamian religion and magic can sound like legal language. It's trying to deal with an unseen system by addressing it precisely. What does the underworld look like once you're in it? The descriptions are famously bleak. It's often depicted as dark, dusty, and filled with silence. The dead eat dust and drink muddy water in some versions, which is a blunt way of saying that life, as we know it, does not continue in a rich, satisfying way. This is not meant as cruelty from the storyteller. It reflects a world view where the beauty and comfort of life are here, under the sun, and death is a thinning of that experience. The dead are not necessarily tortured. They are diminished. If you want an everyday anchor that doesn't make it too grim, picture a place where colour has been drained, like an old building basement where the air is stale and the light is weak. Nothing moves quickly. Sound doesn't carry well. You can still walk. You can still see shapes. But everything feels muted. That kind of setting captures the mood of many underworld descriptions. Not a fiery pit, but an absence of warmth. Now add the social structure. The underworld is ruled by Ereshkigal. Her role is essential because it turns the underworld from a vague destination into a realm with administration. Ereshkigal is not a minor figure. She is powerful, and her power is not nice. It is stern, heavy, and in some stories bound up with her own suffering. When Inanna descends, she does not descend into a place that is empty. She descends into her sister's domain. That family relationship is important. It implies the underworld is not outside the divine family. It is not a rebel territory. It is part of the cosmic household, and it has a head. Alongside Ereshkigal, you often find other figures associated with the underworld in different periods and cities, like Nergal, who in some traditions becomes her consort, as well as judges and attendants and gatekeepers. The details shift between Sumerian and Akkadian contexts and through time, but the consistent theme is that the underworld has personnel. That makes it feel like a place where decisions are made, where decrees are enacted, where order is maintained. So when we say geography, we're not only talking about caves and darkness, we're also talking about a civic layout. Mesopotamian people lived in cities with walls, gates, temples, palaces, storage rooms, scribal offices, and courts. The underworld takes that civic sense and mirrors it below. It has gates, it has a ruler, it has functionaries, it has processes. It has, most crucially, a way of keeping people in. That keeping people in is what the phrase no return really means. The underworld is not simply hard to escape. It is designed not to be escaped. In the myths, you can sometimes be pulled back by divine intervention, but that is treated as exceptional and costly. When someone does return, the system demands payment, like a seal that has been broken and must be repaired. That repair often involves substitution, which is where the Gallu become relevant again. But before we move to them, it's worth being clear on why no return mattered to ordinary people. If the dead cannot return, what is a ghost in Mesopotamia? It isn't always the cinematic image of a floating figure. The Mesopotamian dead are often thought of as a kind of presence, sometimes called a Giddim in Sumerian, or a Temu in Akkadian, that can linger or become restless. The dead are meant to be in the underworld, but the boundary isn't perfectly sealed. A spirit might come back if it was not properly buried, if it died violently, if it was forgotten, if it was angry, or if the living somehow allowed the connection to break down. This is where underworld geography connects to the geography of the living. Graves, for instance, are not just places to store bodies. They are points of contact. Burial practices matter because they manage the boundary. Offerings to the dead, sometimes called kispum in later Akkadian contexts, are not sentimental gestures. They are maintenance. They keep the dead supplied and calm. They keep the underworld from becoming crowded with hungry, neglected spirits who might look upward and start pressing at the seam. That seam imagery is useful. The Mesopotamian world is stitched together by boundaries, between city and wilderness, between human and divine, between living and dead. When those seams are tight, life feels stable. When those seams loosen, fear increases. Underworld beings are the ones that come through seams. There's also the physical environment of Mesopotamia itself. Much of southern Mesopotamia is river plain, with marshes, canals and low-lying land. Water is life, but water can also be dangerous. Floods can erase fields. Stagnant water can breed illness. Marshes can hide people and animals. In such a setting, below can feel like a place of mud and dampness. Dust and clay are constant. Those materials show up in underworld descriptions because they are the materials of daily life. The underworld is not described with exotic imagery. It is described with the substances that stick to your hands when you work, the dust that collects in corners, the clay that forms bricks and tablets. When the dead are said to eat dust, it is a way of saying they are part of the earth now, and the earth is made of the same dust that coats everything. If you've ever wiped dust from a shelf and thought, how did this much dust appear again so quickly? You can appreciate how dust becomes a symbol of inevitability. You clean it away and it returns. You sweep the floor and it returns. Dust is patient. Dust is constant. The underworld is patient and constant in the same way. A helpful way to think about underworld geography is to separate it into 3 layers. The way it is described in myth, the way it is implied in ritual and daily practice, and the way it is felt emotionally. In myth, the underworld has gates, rulers, decrees, and an internal logic. It is a realm that can be visited by gods, and the visit has consequences. In ritual practice, the underworld is present through graves, offerings, incantations, protective measures, and the fear of restless dead or predatory forces. Emotionally, the underworld is the sense of finality, the fear of loss, the dread of being separated, and the anxiety that something unseen might cross into your life. When we combine these layers, the underworld stops being an abstract afterlife and becomes a structured part of reality. And that is precisely why beings like the Gallu can function the way they do. They belong to an underworld that has structure. If the underworld were chaos, you wouldn't need enforcers. Chaos doesn't enforce. Chaos simply happens. Enforcement is the sign of a system. Let's also talk about what no return does to the way time is felt, without drifting into the time topic too directly. When a place is no return, It changes the value of the present. It makes the living world feel temporary and precious, but it can also make it feel fragile. People who believe the underworld is unavoidable often become careful about the signs of its approach. Dreams, omens, sudden illness, strange sensations at night. If you're listening now, think of how your own mind scans for signs when you're anxious. A small ache becomes a worry. A strange dream becomes a bad feeling. The ancient mind did that too. The underworld was the background possibility, and anything that felt like a leak from that realm could trigger fear. That scanning for signs is part of why Mesopotamian culture developed such a rich tradition of omens and interpretations. When the world feels full of hidden causes, you become attentive to patterns. The underworld, as a realm of hidden causes, sits behind that attentiveness. It is not that every Mesopotamian walked around terrified every day. People still lived, laughed, argued, traded, built. But when something went wrong in a way that felt sudden or unfair, the underworld provided one of the available explanations. Another part of underworld geography is the idea of distance and disconnection. The underworld is below, but it is also far. That combination is interesting. You can be physically near a grave, but conceptually far from the person who has died. You can speak their name, but they cannot answer. The underworld is close in space and far in experience. That tension appears in the way myths describe the dead as still having some form of existence but lacking the fullness of life. They are present as memory and absence at the same time. If you've ever reached for your phone to text someone who isn't there anymore, or had the sudden impulse to share something with a person who has passed, you understand that close-far feeling. The underworld is the ancient way of placing that feeling somewhere, not in the air, not in nowhere, but in a realm with gates. Now we've named Kur and Irkala. We've talked about Ereshkigal. We've considered gates and no return. Let's add one more practical idea. The underworld is also a place of custody. That's a different emphasis than just destination. Custody implies holding. It implies that the dead are kept. It implies that someone has authority over them. It implies that leaving is not just physically hard, but legally forbidden. That custody theme explains why the underworld is guarded. It also explains why the underworld might send beings upward to retrieve someone who has slipped out of its control, or to enforce a rule when a return has happened unnaturally. This is where the Gallu become almost predictable. If you have custody, you need officers. If you need officers, you have Gallu. And it's not only about the dead. In some readings, underworld demons can also be linked to forms of misfortune that take a person while they're alive. Severe illness can feel like being dragged away from your own life. Extreme depression can feel like being dragged away. Nightmares that repeat can feel like being dragged down into the same corridor again and again. The myths offer a literalized version of that sensation. A demon drags you. An underworld agent seizes you. A gate closes. Mesopotamian texts often avoid the modern comfort of separating mind and body as different categories. A nightmare can be an omen. A fever can be a spirit. A sudden seizure can be an attack. The underworld becomes one of the sources for these disruptions. The geography of the underworld, then, is not only a map of where the dead go, it is a map of where disruptions come from when life feels invaded. At the same time, the underworld is not depicted as purely hostile. It is part of cosmic balance. If there were no underworld, where would the dead go? If there were no realm of the dead, the living realm would be crowded with restless spirits. The underworld has a grim kind of mercy in it. It is a place where the dead belong, where they can be contained, where the living can continue without being surrounded by the presence of everyone who has ever died. From that angle, the underworld is frightening but also stabilizing. It is the place that makes life possible by keeping death in its proper domain. That stabilizing role, however, depends on the underworld's boundaries holding. Which brings us naturally and gently back to the idea of leakage and enforcement. Once you picture the underworld as a structured realm with gates, custody, and rules, the appearance of Gallu in the story stops being random horror decoration and starts feeling like an administrative necessity. A realm with no return needs a way to respond when return happens anyway. A realm defined by custody needs a way to retrieve what belongs to it. A realm with gates needs agents who can cross those gates when authority demands it. So, with Kur and Akala now sitting in your mind like a dim but clear map, with Ereshkigal's court standing quietly in the background, and with the phrase, "Land of no return," no longer feeling like a dramatic slogan, but like a rule written into the fabric of the world, the next step becomes easier. It becomes possible to define what the Gallu actually were in Mesopotamian thought, not as a modern demon stereotype, but as a specific type of underworld being shaped by the rules of this place, shaped by the need for the underworld to reach upward without collapsing its own boundaries. It's very tempting, especially if you grew up with later religious language, to hear the word demon and immediately load it with a whole suitcase of assumptions. Horns, rebellion, temptation, a cosmic enemy with a personal grudge, something that wants you to do bad things because it enjoys badness. That picture is powerful, but it doesn't fit Mesopotamia very well, and it definitely doesn't fit the Gallu in the way the tablets use them. So tonight we're going to do something calming and a little bit clarifying. We're going to take the Gallu out of the modern costume rack and put them back into the world that produced them. When you do that, they stop looking like devils. They also stop looking like ghosts. They become something more specific, and once they become specific, they become easier to understand. Not friendly, not comforting, but understandable. Like a storm system you can track on a map instead of a shadow that could be anywhere. First, let's talk about what a devil is in the modern sense. In many later traditions, devils are moral opponents. They're framed as rebels against a highest authority, tempters who want you to fail, beings whose goal is corruption. Their function is ethical drama, the struggle between good and evil played out in a person's choices. That's not the basic Mesopotamian frame. Mesopotamian religion has morality, of course, and it has ideas about wrongdoing, oaths, justice, and consequences. But the supernatural world is not organised around a single cosmic villain. The gods are many, their interests can conflict, and the universe often feels like an administration rather than a moral battlefield. The Gallu fit that administrative universe. They're not described primarily as moral corruptors. You don't see them hanging around trying to talk someone into lying, stealing, or betraying their friends. They are not the whisper in your ear that says, "Go ahead, do it." They are the hand on your shoulder when the decision has already been made somewhere above you or below you, and now it's time to move. That difference matters because it shifts the emotional tone. A devil is often personal in the sense that it targets your character. A Gallu is often impersonal in the sense that it targets your status. Are you living or dead? Are you permitted to be here or must you be there? Are you the one owed as payment? Are you the substitute that balances the books? Those questions are colder than moral temptation, and that coldness is part of their fear. Now let's also clear up the ghost idea, because that one can slide into place even more easily. When people hear Underworld, they imagine spirits of the dead. In Mesopotamian thought, the dead do exist as a kind of continuing presence. The Sumerian term Giddim and the Akkadian term Etemu are often used for the spirit of a dead person, the thing that remains after the body is gone. These spirits can be calm or restless. They can be honoured through offerings or become troublesome if neglected. They are connected to a person's identity, their name, their family, their burial conditions. If you want a simple way to hold it in mind, a ghost is still, in some sense, the person. The Gallu are not that. They are not someone's grandfather lingering in the hallway because nobody poured out the proper offering. They are not a dead child returning because of an unfinished life. They are not a human soul with a story and a biography. They are a different category. They belong to the underworld itself. They are part of its population and part of its function. They are not the dead. They are the ones who manage the dead, the ones who interact with the living on behalf of the underworld, and the ones who enforce underworld rules when those rules are challenged. That's why, in the descent narratives, the Gallu don't behave like confused spirits. They behave like escort and custody. They follow Inanna back up not as lost shades hitching a ride, but as assigned forces making sure the terms of release are honoured. They're attached to an obligation. If you've ever had someone say, yes, you can leave early, but you still have to finish the work by tomorrow, you already know how obligation can follow you. The Gallu are obligation in mythic form. They come with the release because the release is conditional. This is the point where the word demon can be misleading, because in English demon tends to mean moral evil. In Mesopotamian contexts, we're often dealing with a much broader idea. Dangerous beings, disruptive forces, underworld agents, personified illnesses, and spirits that operate according to rules that are not designed for human comfort. Some of these beings are chaotic, some are predictable, some are more like weather, some more like law. The Gallu sit on the law side of that spectrum, even when they are described in terrifying terms. A good way to think about it, without making it silly, is to compare them to an enforcement role in a city. Not the kind that exists to make you feel safe and welcome, but the kind that exists because systems need compliance. If you have ever gotten a parking ticket when you were only gone for a minute, you have already met the emotional spirit of enforcement. You weren't debating morality. You weren't trying to ruin the world. You were just living. The system didn't care that you were only gone for a minute. The system cared that your car was in the wrong place. The Gallu are like that, but on a cosmic level. They don't come because you are a villain. They come because the rule says you belong below, or because someone has been released and now the underworld must be paid back. And if that sounds harsh, it should. The underworld in Mesopotamian thought is not designed to be a warm destination. It is designed to be final, stable, contained. The living world is where the sun is, where food tastes like food, where families gather, where music happens, where beer is poured, where bread is baked. The underworld is where that fullness is reduced. The Gallu, as underworld agents, are aligned with that reduction. They remove, they separate, they take someone out of the warmth and bring them into the dim. So what were they exactly in Mesopotamian thought? The simplest accurate answer is that they were underworld beings who functioned as enforcers and captors, often acting in groups, associated with Ereshkigal's realm, and used in myth and ritual language as the ones who seize and escort victims down to the land of no return. They appear as a known category, not always introduced, which suggests the audience already understood what they represented. Their identity is tied to their function. They are not defined by a detailed portrait of their faces, but by the fact that they do not negotiate, they do not accept normal offerings, and they do not stop once they have a target. That not accepting offerings detail is worth lingering on, because it's one of the sharpest distinctions between Gallu and gods. Mesopotamian religion is full of exchange. Humans give offerings, gods give protection or prosperity. Temples maintain the relationship. Rituals keep the city aligned with divine favour. That exchange doesn't mean the gods are vending machines, but it does mean there is a structure of reciprocity. With the Gallu, the texts often emphasise the opposite. These are beings who don't participate in the comfort economy. They don't eat what you eat. They don't drink what you drink. They don't soften when you present gifts. If you grew up in a world where offerings are one of the main ways you manage divine and spiritual forces, a being that can't be managed that way is frightening. It means you cannot handle them with the usual tools. This is also why the Gallu are different from many household spirits or local protective beings. In Mesopotamia, there are figures meant to guard doors and corners, figures you can invoke to keep harmful forces away. The Gallu are not guardians. They are not there for your benefit. They are there for the underworld's benefit. Their loyalty is downwards, not upwards. Now, there's another subtle distinction that helps. The Gallu are not exactly the same as illness demons that simply bring sickness like a plague. Mesopotamian texts do connect supernatural agents with illness, and people did treat certain symptoms as attacks. But the Gallu, at least in their clearest mythic role, are more closely tied to the act of taking someone to the underworld. That can overlap with sickness, because sickness can lead to death and feel like being dragged away. But the core image is not infection, it is capture. It is removal from the world of the living. If you've ever watched someone you love become ill and felt helpless as their world shrank, you understand the emotional logic. Their life narrows, their energy disappears, their attention drifts. They're still in the room, and yet they're not fully present in the way they used to be. That experience can feel like a slow taking. Ancient people didn't have modern explanations for what was happening inside the body. They had what they could see and what they could feel. And what they could feel was the person being pulled away. The Gallu provide a name for that pulling away. At the same time, the myths also show the Gallu acting in a legal and social sense, not just a biological one. When Inanna returns, they insist on a substitute. When Dumuzi becomes the substitute, they pursue him. This is not how you describe germs. This is how you describe enforcement. So, in Mesopotamian thought, what category do the Gallu belong to? They belong to the broad set of dangerous beings often called demons in translation. But it's important to remember that this translation is a convenience. The original categories are not the same as modern ones. In Sumerian and Akkadian contexts, you have gods, you have human spirits, you have a wide variety of supernatural forces, and you have beings that operate between categories. The Gallu live in that in-between zone where they are not divine in the temple sense, not human in the ancestral sense, and not purely abstract. They are underworld personnel. This is why they can appear as a group. A ghost is usually one person. A ghost has a name, or at least a story. A Gallu group is like a unit, and that unit-like behaviour appears in the way the myths describe them surrounding, pursuing, escorting, and refusing bribes. That group pressure is exactly what makes the descent story uncomfortable. Inanna is not just followed by one shadow. She is pressed by an entourage of the underworld. Another way to see the difference is to look at what motivates them, or rather what does not motivate them. A ghost might be motivated by hunger, neglect, anger, desire for recognition, or unfinished business. A devil in later moral frameworks might be motivated by malice, temptation, pride, rebellion. The Gallu are motivated by assignment. They are sent, they carry out, they collect. Their motivation is structural. They don't need personal hatred. They don't need a grudge. Their job provides their direction. That makes them feel, in a strange way, more modern than we expect from ancient myth. Many modern fears are not about a monster with a face. They're about systems, medical bills, bureaucracy, legal trouble, losing access, being denied, getting trapped in paperwork. Those are not moral villains, they're processes that grind. You can be a good person and still get crushed by a process. The Gallu embody that kind of fear, but in the language of underworld and fate. Mesopotamians were deeply familiar with processes. They lived in cities that kept records, contracts, receipts, temple inventories, lists of workers, lists of rations, lists of goods. Their world was written down and tracked. So when they imagined the underworld, they did not imagine it as a wild dreamscape. They imagined it with the same sense of procedure. That's why the underworld has gates and gatekeepers. That's why a goddess can be stripped according to rule. That's why a return can require a substitute. And that's why the underworld has the Gallu. This doesn't mean the Gallu are good, of course. They are terrifying in the stories, and they are meant to be. But the terror isn't the terror of moral evil. It's the terror of inevitability. It's the terror of being outmatched by a rule that does not care how you feel. Now, you might be wondering how the Gallu relate to the Anunnaki specifically, since we're using the phrase underworld demons of the Anunnaki. In the broader Mesopotamian tradition, the Anunnaki are often described as a group of great gods, sometimes associated with decrees and destinies, sometimes associated with the underworld's divine assembly in certain contexts. The exact placement shifts depending on time period and text tradition, but what matters for our story is the idea that the underworld is not outside divine order. It is within it. The Gallu are underworld agents that operate within that ordered cosmos. They're not rebels against the divine world. They are part of the machinery that makes the divine world effective. If you picture the divine world as a palace with an administration, the Gallu are not the king. They are not the royal family. They are not even the high ministers. They are the ones who go out and make sure the order is carried out. They are the ones who show up when a decree requires movement. And because their tasks are tied to death and custody, their presence feels like a threat even when, in the logic of the system, they are simply performing the function assigned to them. That also explains why people try to repel them with ritual. If you can't bribe them, and you can't appeal to their compassion, what can you do? In Mesopotamian practice, you can appeal to higher authority. You can invoke protective gods. You can recite incantations that name the threat and command it to leave. You can place figurines as substitutes, decoys, or guardians. You can structure your home as a fortified boundary. You can turn your household into a small temple of defense. This is not because the Gallu are tricked by toys. It's because the ritual is an attempt to engage the system with the system's own language. The Gallu are officers. You respond with legal magic. That's another reason they are not ghosts. People can sometimes soothe ghosts with offerings and remembrance. People can sometimes negotiate with ghosts by fulfilling the neglected obligation. Gallu are harder because their obligation is not personal. Their obligation is institutional. And they are not devils because the response isn't confession and moral purity as the primary defense. The response is correct procedure, protection, and sometimes substitution. The myths themselves suggest substitution as a mechanism the underworld accepts. Inanna is released, but only if someone else takes her place. That is not a moral lesson about sin. That is a structural lesson about exchange and balance. It also reveals a lot about how Mesopotamians tried to manage fear. If something has to be paid, maybe it can be paid in a controlled way rather than a random way. There is also a human realism in the way the myths portray the Gallu's behaviour toward victims. They are not seducing anyone into the underworld. They are not making deals. They are taking. That bluntness makes them fit the underworld's central rule: no return. If the underworld's stability depends on people staying once they enter, then the underworld's agents must be capable of making people stay. The Gallu are the ones who ensure the rule has teeth. One more distinction helps keep everything clean. The Gallu are not the same as protective hybrid figures like Lamassu. A Lamassu stands at a gate to keep harm out. It is a guardian placed by humans with divine backing meant to defend. A Gallu is the opposite direction of movement. It is a being that comes in or takes out from the underworld side. Even though both relate to thresholds, they sit on opposite sides of the threshold. Lamassu means stay back. Gallu means come with us. So if you hold all of that together, you end up with a clear picture. The Gallu are not devils because they are not framed as moral rebels whose main goal is corruption. They are not ghosts because they are not the spirits of dead humans with personal stories and needs. They are underworld agents, often grouped, tied to Ereshkigal's realm and the underworld's rules, acting as captors and escorts who enforce the underworld's claims on beings who have crossed a boundary they weren't meant to cross, or who are being claimed as payment when a boundary has been crossed and reversed. That clarity matters because it sets us up for the next step. Once you know what kind of beings the Gallu are, the next natural question is who they work for, how that authority is organised, and why the underworld in Mesopotamian imagination feels less like a chaotic cave and more like a court with power, hierarchy, and a ruler who does not bend easily. With that in mind, we can move closer to Ereshkigal's court itself, where the underworld stops being a dark idea and becomes a place with a throne. Picture a place that is not wild, not chaotic, not full of random dangers jumping out from behind rocks. Instead, picture a place that is orderly in a way that makes your skin tighten, because order can be just as frightening as violence when that order is built for a purpose you cannot change. That is the underworld court in Mesopotamian imagination, and at its centre sits Ereshkigal. When people today hear Queen of the Underworld, they sometimes imagine a theatrical villain, a figure who rules by cruelty because cruelty is fun. That is not the most useful way to approach Ereshkigal. In the stories, she is powerful, yes, and her realm is bleak, yes, but she's also a ruler with a role. Her authority exists because the underworld exists. The dead must have a destination. The boundary between living and dead must be held, and the consequences of crossing that boundary must be administered. Ereshkigal is the face of that administration. She's not simply a scary name. She's the reason the underworld feels like a place with governance rather than a foggy nightmare. There is a steady human logic behind this. Ancient Mesopotamian people lived inside systems. Cities had walls and gates. Temples had storerooms and inventories. Palaces had officials and messengers. Scribes wrote lists of grain and wool and labour rations. Contracts were sealed. Disputes were judged. That was daily life, and it shaped how they imagined the unseen world. Cannot be a chaotic pit that spills its contents back into the streets whenever it feels like it. It has to be a container. It has to have boundaries. It has to have authority that can say yes, no, and never. Ereshkigal is the one who says never. Her name is often translated in ways that emphasize greatness and the earth, and even without unpacking etymology too much, you can feel what the culture wanted her to represent. She is not a minor spirit. She is not a household ghost. She is not a passing fever demon. She is a sovereign of a realm. In some stories, she is also connected by family to other major divine figures, and that family connection is important because it tells you the underworld is not outside the divine world. It is not a rebel kingdom. It is part of the cosmic estate, a domain with its own ruler who answers to the structure of the universe rather than to human wishes. This is why the descent story lands with such force. Inanna, a goddess of immense presence, descends into Ereshkigal's domain and finds that her usual power does not operate the same way there. Inanna is used to being the one who decides. She is used to being the one who receives. She's used to being the one whose appearance changes a room. Yet the underworld does not respond like a room. It responds like a system. There is a gate. There is a gatekeeper. There are rules. There are steps. There are removals. There is a final moment when the visitor stands stripped of the symbols that would normally protect her. This is not just a dramatic humiliation scene. It is a demonstration of jurisdiction. Ereshkigal's authority is not based on charm. It is based on the fact that the underworld has its own law. If you want an everyday anchor, imagine walking into a building where your name is not enough. Your status outside does not matter. Your confidence does not matter. There is a desk. There is a list. There is a procedure. If you do not follow the procedure, you do not proceed. The underworld gate is that desk, and Ereshkigal is the authority behind it. The fear in that image is not the fear of a monster. It is the fear of being processed. That is the tone of her court. It is not theatrical. It is procedural. The court beneath the earth is often described in the stories with an atmosphere that is heavy and dim, and it is not hard to see why. For people who lived under bright sun on open plains, warmth and light were tied to life in a direct way. Crops grew in sunlight. Animals moved in daylight. Work happened under the sky. Darkness, in contrast, meant danger, stillness, uncertainty. So the realm of the dead is depicted as dark and dust-filled, not because ancient writers lacked imagination, but because they were choosing the most direct sensory language for absence of life. Dust is what settles when nothing moves. Dust is what remains when things break down. Dust is what returns no matter how often you sweep. So dust becomes the material of death. The court of Ereshkigal sits in that dust, yet the court is not empty. A court implies attendants, messengers, and enforcers. In Mesopotamian texts, the underworld is not always described in exhaustive detail, but certain roles appear enough to create a consistent impression. There is often a gatekeeper figure. There is often an emissary figure connected to illness and decrees. There are references to judges. There are references to divine assemblies in underworld contexts. Even when the names shift between Sumerian and Akkadian traditions, the idea remains. Ereshkigal does not rule alone in the sense of being isolated. She rules within an institution. This is part of what makes her frightening. Isolation can be bargained with. If the underworld were a lonely queen in a cave, perhaps a visitor could charm her, distract her, coax her. But an institution cannot be coaxed easily. It has habits, it has routines, it has rules that are bigger than one mood. Ereshkigal is the head of that institution, and her court carries the weight of inevitability. There is also a quieter dimension to her authority that is easy to miss if you approach her as a villain. In several traditions, Ereshkigal is not portrayed as gleeful. She's portrayed as intense, burdened, sometimes even pained. The underworld is not a pleasant realm to rule, and the ruler is not necessarily happy. That idea is strangely humane. It suggests that authority and comfort do not always travel together. It suggests that her power is not a prize, but an assignment. A domain exists. Someone must hold it. She holds it. The result is not joy. The result is order. That is the kind of fear that lingers. The fear of a ruler who does not need to hate you to be absolute. Now, when you hear the word court, it might help to picture something very mundane. Not a golden throne room with roaring torches, but a quiet government office late in the day. The lights are on, but they are flat. Papers sit in stacks. The air smells like old wood and clay dust. Footsteps echo down corridors. People speak in low voices because they are used to being careful. That kind of environment fits the underworld court better than a fantasy palace. Mesopotamian culture was full of record-keeping, and record-keeping has a certain mood. It is careful, it is serious, it is slow, it is not impressed by emotions. The underworld court is record-keeping taken to its final form. Everything that lives eventually becomes a record. In the Descent of Inanna, the stripping at the gates is one of the clearest examples of this court-like order. The gates are not just doors, they are checkpoints. At each checkpoint, a piece of identity is removed. Crown, jewellery, clothing, symbols. Inanna is not being robbed by bandits. She's being processed as a visitor entering a restricted realm. The removal is the payment for entry. The removal is also the lesson. In the world above, those items signify power. In the world below, those items do not protect. The court is saying, with each gate, that you will not bring surface authority into this place and expect it to matter. Ereshkigal's court is the point where that lesson becomes unavoidable. It is also where the idea of fear changes shape. On the surface, fear is often immediate. A threat appears, you react. In the underworld court, fear is structural. It is built into the architecture. Gates, rules, decrees. The underworld does not need to chase you to frighten you. It frightens you by being a place where the outcome is fixed. That is why it is called a land of no return. No return is not just a physical barrier, it is a legal barrier. It is the kind of rule that does not change because someone is strong or clever. And in that court, Ereshkigal is the authority that makes no return real. If this starts to feel heavy, let it stay at a safe distance. These stories are not instructions for living in fear. They are a way of talking about the part of life that nobody escapes. Death happens, loss happens, people vanish from the table, and their seat becomes a memory. The Mesopotamians did not coat that with comfort language. They looked at it directly, and then they built rituals and stories to hold it. Ereshkigal's court is part of that holding. Order has consequences for the living. Order has consequences for the living too. It shapes how burial is done. It shapes how offerings are given. It shapes the fear of neglecting the dead. In a world where the underworld is not a paradise, the way the dead fare is tied to whether the living remember them, feed them symbolically, keep their names alive. The court beneath the earth is not only a mythic setting, it is the background pressure that makes social and ritual obligations feel urgent. If a dead spirit is neglected, it might become restless. If it becomes restless, it might trouble the living. So the living maintain the connection. They keep the underworld orderly by doing their part above. In that sense, Ereshkigal's court is a mirror of the city. A city stays stable when people follow rules, honour obligations, and keep the system functioning. The underworld stays stable when the living do the same. It is not a cosy concept, but it is coherent. There is also the matter of judgment, which in Mesopotamian thought is not always moral judgment in the later sense. It can be more like classification and assignment. The dead arrive. They belong. They are placed. They are kept. The judges in the underworld, sometimes described as a group of divine figures in certain texts, represent the idea that the underworld is not an unorganized pile. It is administered. Even if the details of who sits in that assembly shift across time and city, the presence of an assembly communicates the same point. The underworld is part of the divine order, and it has procedures. You can think of it like a registry, not a punishment chamber. A registry. If that feels too cold, that is exactly the point. Death can feel cold because it does not negotiate. Ereshkigal's court also explains why the underworld is feared without being framed as purely evil. A realm can be feared simply because it is final. Fire is feared because it burns, even if fire also cooks food. Water is feared because it drowns, even if water also gives life. The underworld is feared because it takes and keeps, even if the underworld also provides a necessary container for the dead. Ereshkigal embodies that container. She is the lid that stays closed. It is useful too to notice how her authority interacts with other divine figures in the myths. Inanna is her sister in some traditions, and that relationship makes the descent story feel like a family crisis inside a cosmic system. In other narratives, Ereshkigal is paired with Nergal, a god associated with war, plague, and the underworld in later traditions, and the way that pairing is told can feel less like romance and more like political settlement. A powerful realm often has alliances, even in myth. The underworld is not outside politics, it is part of it. That again reinforces the institutional feel. The underworld is not a random pit. It is a realm that can be negotiated between gods, a realm whose power is recognized. All of this brings us closer to the Gallu without even trying. Because once you picture Ereshkigal's court as a functioning institution, you begin to ask, in the calm, practical way the time script used when moving from feelings to clocks, what keeps this court effective? A court does not only issue decisions, it needs agents who carry out decisions. A ruler does not only sit on a throne. A ruler needs messengers, gatekeepers, attendants, and, when necessary, enforcement. That enforcement is where the fear becomes physical in the stories. In the descent narrative, Ereshkigal's realm does not simply hold Inanna. It kills her, in the sense that it renders her inert and hangs her as a corpse. Then, when she's revived through intervention, the court does not shrug and let her go free. It allows release with conditions, and those conditions require a collection. That collection is not done by paperwork alone. It is done by beings who escort and seize. The underworld court is the place where the decision is made, and the Gallu are the ones who make the decision happen in the world above. If you imagine Ereshkigal's court as a quiet hall, where decrees are spoken in low voices, the Gallu are the footsteps that follow. They are the sound of the door opening behind you after you thought you had already left. They are the group that gathers when the ruler's will needs motion. There is a reason the myths often show the Gallu travelling in packs. A single captor can be argued with, delayed, fought. A group is harder, a group surrounds, a group blocks escape routes. A group creates the feeling of inevitability made visible. That is exactly what enforcement is designed to do. It makes resistance feel pointless before resistance even begins. And yet, even here, the story is not telling you that the universe is cruel for fun. It is telling you that the universe has boundaries, and that boundaries have guardians on both sides. The living world has protectors, rituals, and household defences. The underworld has its own defenders, its own officers, its own methods for keeping its population from slipping away. This is why Ereshkigal's court is so central to the Gallu story. Without her court, the Gallu become generic monsters. With her court, they become agents. Their role gains purpose. Their fear becomes coherent. So keep that image in mind as you settle deeper into the story. Below the earth is not only darkness. Below the earth is order, a throne, a gate, a decision, a system that does not bend easily. Ereshkigal's authority gives that system its face, and once the face is clear, it becomes easier to see how a command issued in that dim hall can ripple upward into the bright world, carried by those who do not eat, do not drink, do not bargain, and do not stop once they have been sent. Think of the Gallu as a function before you think of them as a creature. That shift alone changes everything. When the underworld is treated like a realm with authority, the Gallu stop feeling like random night terrors and start feeling like staff. Unpleasant staff, yes, and relentless staff, but staff all the same. Their job is what defines them. Their job is also what makes them show up in the same kinds of moments, across different stories and rituals, because the job is needed whenever a boundary is crossed in the wrong direction. The surface world in Mesopotamian imagination is where people eat and drink, where the sun and wind move over fields, where gates open in the morning and close at night. The underworld is where the dead are kept, not celebrated, not rewarded, not entertained. Kept. It is the holding realm, the place that prevents the world of the living from filling up with the dead. That is a hard truth to say aloud, but it is also a practical truth. If the underworld is custody, then the Gallu are custody officers. They keep the dead where the dead are supposed to be, and they retrieve what belongs below when something slips upward. They are the ones who make no return more than a slogan. In the stories, they arrive at moments that feel like paperwork has suddenly become physical. A decree is spoken below, then footsteps follow above. A release is granted, then a condition appears, then someone is selected. When you read those scenes carefully, you see the logic. It is not the logic of a predator hunting for sport. It is the logic of a system balancing itself. That is one of the reasons the Gallu can feel colder than other supernatural beings. A predator has appetite. Appetite can be distracted. Appetite can be redirected. Appetite can be satisfied. The Gallu are not shown as having appetite in that sense. Their hunger is duty. The oldest and clearest example of their work, the one that gives you a clean picture of the job description, is the release of Inanna. A goddess goes down. The underworld holds her. The underworld kills her. Intervention occurs. The underworld allows a return, but only with conditions, and those conditions are not gentle. The Gallu appear as the group that escorts and insists. They come up with her, they surround her, and they make it plain that she is not walking out into freedom. She is walking out into a contract that must be honoured. The underworld is owed. The underworld collects. That is what the Gallu are for. If you want an everyday anchor that stays calm, imagine leaving a building after an appointment, feeling relief, and then realising you are still wearing a visitor badge that must be returned. That small realisation changes the feeling. You're not fully done. You turn back. You hand it over. Only then is it complete. Inanna's return has that shape, except the badge is not plastic and the return is not a polite exchange at a desk. The underworld requires a substitute. The Gallu are the ones who enforce the requirement. They are the ones who make sure the return does not become an exception that weakens the entire boundary. That is the first part of their job. Enforcement of underworld rules when those rules are challenged. The rules can be summarised in a few blunt ideas that repeat in different forms. The dead belong below. Entry is one way. If someone leaves, something must compensate. If the underworld is cheated, the underworld responds. The Gallu are the response. The second part of their job is capture, and capture is where the stories become uncomfortable. The Gallu do not invite. They do not persuade. They do not tempt. They seize, escort, drag. Those verbs appear across retellings because they are the emotional centre. This is not the underworld as a distant place. This is the underworld reaching into a household, into a bedroom, into the life of someone still breathing and pulling. When ancient people spoke about that kind of pulling, it covered more than physical death. It covered sudden illness. It covered nightmares that felt like attacks. It covered the fear of being taken before a person's time, before a family was ready, before the rites were prepared. Capture is the fear of being moved without consent. In the descent narratives, the Gallu often behave like a group that surrounds its target. That detail is not accidental. A single pursuer can be bargained with in stories. A single pursuer can be tricked, delayed, distracted. A group creates inevitability. A group blocks exits. A group turns open space into a corridor. If you have ever been in a crowded train station, when a platform change is announced and everyone pivots at once, you know how a group movement can make you feel small. Nobody's trying to harm you, but you are suddenly carried by a flow you cannot fully control. The Gallu are that feeling turned into dread. Their presence transforms the world from wide to narrow. Their third function is escort, and escorting might sound softer than capturing, but in these stories, escort is not kindness. It is custody in motion. The Gallu are not guides who point out landmarks on the way down. They are the ones who make sure the person stays on the path and arrives where they must arrive. Escort in this setting is the opposite of being led somewhere you want to go. It is being delivered. This is why the logic of dragging souls is more than dramatic imagery. Dragging is what you do when something resists. Dragging is what you do when speed matters more than comfort. Dragging is what you do when the thing being moved is not cooperating. The texts choose that language because it describes the experience from the human side. Nobody wants to die, in the simple sense of wanting to stop living. People can accept death. People can make peace with it, but the instinct to remain is strong. Dragging captures that instinct. It tells you that, in the ancient imagination, the underworld does not always receive the dead with a gentle hand. It receives them with force because the living part of them resists. In practical terms, that resistance is grief. It is the body's refusal. It is the family's refusal. It is the shock of sudden illness. It is the raw sense that this is not the right moment. Dragging is the word that holds those feelings when you do not have a medical chart or a psychological vocabulary. It is a mythic verb for a human experience. Now, you might be thinking that all of this makes the Gallu sound like villains, and in terms of human comfort, they are. But their role is closer to natural law than to moral evil. A river that floods is not evil. It destroys homes anyway. A drought is not evil. It still starves fields. The underworld's claim is like that. It is not negotiated with. The Gallu are the manifestation of that claim, and their cruelty is, in the logic of the system, simply effectiveness. That is why one of the most striking details about them is how often they are described as uninterested in offerings. In a culture where many relationships with the divine were managed through gifts, ritual meals, incense, and careful exchange, a being that cannot be softened by exchange is terrifying. It means the usual tools do not work. You cannot make a deal with bread and beer. You cannot appeal to their appetite. The Gallu, as enforcers, represent a kind of authority that does not accept side payments. It is rule-bound, and rule-bound authority is not always pleasant, but it is consistent. Consistency is also part of their fear. Many dangerous spirits can be avoided by certain behaviours. Do not go to certain places. Do not speak certain names. Do not break certain taboos. With the Gallu, the danger can be less about where you walk and more about what the underworld has decided. If the rule says there must be a substitute, your personal caution does not change the requirement. That creates a deep helplessness, and helplessness is a major ingredient in the kind of fear these stories carry. The Gallu also appear as the underworld's answer to the problem of exceptions. A system that never bends remains stable. But myths are full of bending, because myths are the place where people imagine what would happen if someone tried to bend the rule. A goddess tries, a hero tries, a loved one prays for a return. If the underworld allowed exceptions without consequence, the whole idea of no return would weaken. So the myth solves the problem by allowing the exception but attaching a price. That price is often substitution, and the Gallu are the ones who enforce the substitution. They are the system's immune response. This is where their role intersects with social values in a way that feels surprisingly sharp. In the descent tradition, the Gallu do not simply grab the nearest person and call it a day. The story shows selection. The story shows evaluation of who mourned, who stayed loyal, who respected the crisis. Those who showed proper grief are spared, while the one who sits in comfort becomes vulnerable. That is not the Gallu being moral judges in the modern sense. It is the story using the Gallu as instruments to demonstrate a social rule. Grief matters, loyalty matters, the community's response to death matters. The Underworld's collection becomes a mirror held up to the living, so the job of a Gallu includes another function that is easy to overlook. They are not only enforcers of Underworld law, they are also narrative tools for expressing what the society considered proper behaviour in the face of death. They embody consequences for neglect, for coldness, for refusal to participate in the communal weight of loss. In a society where survival depended on community, a person who refused communal obligations was a threat. The myth externalizes that threat and punishes it through Underworld enforcement. Their pursuit of Dumuzi makes this even clearer. Once he is selected as substitute, the Gallu become pursuers. They track, they close in, they seize. The pursuit is the job in motion. It shows that the Underworld does not rely on the target volunteering. If a substitute tries to flee, the Underworld sends retrieval. This is one of the reasons the Gallu are often imagined in groups. Pursuit is easier when you have numbers. Capture is easier when you can surround. Here is a calm way to picture it that stays grounded. Imagine a city with gates. If someone is not allowed to leave the city, guards exist. If someone slips out anyway, patrols exist. If a law is broken, officers exist. The Underworld is a city beneath the earth in that same sense, a realm with gates. The Gallu are the patrols. They are the ones who move through the boundary when a rule is broken. They are not the law itself, and they are not the ruler, but they are what makes the law more than words. This also explains why the Gallu are sometimes hard to distinguish from other Underworld beings in lists and incantations. Mesopotamian ritual texts often stack categories of threats, because in real life misfortune rarely arrives alone. A fever might come with nightmares. A nightmare might come with a sense of presence. A sense of presence might come with weakness. Weakness might come with social stress and grief. The ritual expert responds by naming multiple possible forces. The Gallu appear in that catalogue because they represent one of the most feared categories, forces that drag a person down. In a ritual context, dragging down can mean death, but it can also mean a severe draining of life that feels like death approaching. The Gallu become the label for the Underworld side of that experience. It can help to separate the Gallu's job into the way it looks in myth and the way it looks in daily fear. In myth, their work is clear and dramatic. They escort Inanna, they demand a substitute, they pursue Dumuzi. In daily fear, their work is the explanation for sudden losses and nighttime experiences that feel like invasion. When someone wakes up unable to move, breath tight, mind alert, body frozen, that experience can feel like being held down. The ancient vocabulary for that is not neuroscience. It is spirit attack. It is demon pressure. The Gallu, as Underworld agents, can be drawn into that explanation because the experience feels like being dragged toward the realm of the dead while still alive. This is not to claim the Gallu are literally causing sleep paralysis. It is to show why the Gallu category fit the sensation for people who lived without modern explanations. If you're listening with sleepy eyes, you might notice how the word dragging also fits depression and grief in a non-supernatural sense. Grief pulls you downward. It makes the day heavy. It makes the body slow. It makes the mind dim. Ancient people, lacking our labels, place that heaviness in the Underworld's influence. The Underworld is where heaviness belongs. The Gallu become the hands of that heaviness. Another key part of their job is that they do not operate alone in the cosmic hierarchy. They are connected to Ereshkigal's authority, and that connection is important because it means their actions are sanctioned. They are not bandits, they are not random predators, they are the Underworld's official reach. That is why rituals aimed at repelling them often involve invoking higher authority. You do not argue with the officer, you appeal to the ruler above the officer. You call on protective gods, you use precise words, you establish that the person being threatened is not available for collection, or that the collection is illegal, or that a substitute has been provided through ritual means. This is legal language turned into spiritual practice. That legal feel can sound cold, but it is also a form of comfort. If something is legal, it can be contested. If something is procedural, it might have loopholes. If something has rules, then perhaps someone who knows the rules can help you. That is where exorcists and ritual specialists come in. They function like experts who know how to speak to the system. A household faced with a frightening symptom might call someone trained to perform incantations, to place protective figures, to cleanse, to command harmful forces to return to their domain. The Gallu as a category are part of what those specialists were managing. This gives you another angle on their job that might not be obvious at first. Their existence creates an industry of defense. That is not meant cynically. It is simply how human societies work. When there is a danger, real or perceived, people build responses. In Mesopotamia, responses included amulets, figurines, boundary rituals at doors, protective prayers to gods who stand against chaos, and a whole world of incantation texts. The Gallu, as underworld enforcers, sit among the threats named in those defences because people feared being dragged down and wanted the boundary to hold. The Gallu job is also tied to the idea of debt, which is one of the strongest concepts in Mesopotamian life. Debt was real and recorded. Oaths were real and recorded. Rations were real and recorded. When that mindset is projected onto the cosmic scale, you get the underworld as an institution that keeps its accounts. Someone who escapes is an unpaid debt. Someone released is a debt transferred. A substitute is a payment. The Gallu are collectors. They are not collectors of money. They are collectors of bodies and fates. If that makes you think of a repository agent taking a car when payments stop, that is not a perfect comparison, but the emotional flavour is similar. The person doing the taking might not hate you. They might even feel awkward. They still take the car because the system says the car is owed. Now enlarge that to mythic scale and remove any human awkwardness. That is where the Gallu land. They do not feel awkward. They do not pause. They collect. It is worth noting too that the Gallu are often portrayed as lacking the social features that make beings negotiable. They are described in ways that suggest they do not build households, do not enjoy food, do not participate in family life. This is not just a creepy detail. It reinforces the idea that they are not part of the social world. Social beings can be reasoned with because they understand relationships. A being defined by duty rather than relationship is harder. You cannot appeal to their empathy for family if they have no family. You cannot appeal to their hunger if they do not eat. You cannot appeal to their desire for comfort if they do not seek comfort. Their job becomes their entire identity. That identity by job is one reason they are sometimes depicted as relentless and somewhat faceless. A faceless threat is not frightening because it is unknown. It is frightening because it could be anywhere. The Gallu do not need a face in the text to do what they do. Their presence is felt through consequence. Someone is taken, someone is pursued, someone is dragged. That is the proof of their work. There's a quiet, uncomfortable wisdom in that. A lot of life's most serious forces are known by what they do rather than what they look like. Time is known by change. Illness is known by symptoms. Grief is known by weight. Death is known by absence. The Gallu are known by removal. In that sense, they are not just creatures. They are a language for how removal feels. At the same time, the Gallu are not portrayed as unstoppable in every sense. The myths show that higher powers can intervene, that conditions can be negotiated, that substitutions can redirect their target. That suggests the system has levers. The levers are not controlled by ordinary people easily, but they exist. This is another reason the Gallu became so useful in ritual thinking. If a harmful force can be redirected by procedure, then procedure matters. If a substitute can satisfy an underworld demand, then substitutes become a tool. Figurines placed in rituals can function as symbolic substitutes, decoys, or offerings meant to take the place of a person. This is one of the ways Mesopotamian magic tries to handle a threat that cannot be bribed. You do not bribe the officer. You satisfy the requirement in a controlled way. So the logic of dragging souls is not only about fear, it is about the system's need for balance. Someone goes down, they stay down. Someone is returned, someone else must go. Someone is claimed, they are escorted. The Gallu are the hands that perform the claim. They are the ones who keep the underworld from being treated like a door you can use whenever you like. As you let that settle, you may notice something else. Once you understand the Gallu job, the underworld itself feels less like a vague darkness and more like a mirror of the living world's own institutions. People above built courts and gates and laws to keep their cities stable. The gods below, in the imagination of the culture, built courts and gates and laws to keep their realm stable. The Gallu are the shared idea between the two: enforcement. That takes us naturally toward the next piece of the story, because a job makes more sense when you see the workplace routines. The Gallu do not operate in a vacuum. They operate in a realm with a ruler, with gatekeepers, with decrees, and with a specific kind of authority that tells them when to move and whom to seize. And once their work is clear as enforcement and capture, the next thing that comes into focus is the mechanism of assignment itself, the way the underworld decides that a person is due, the way a substitute is chosen, and the way a myth like Inanna's descent becomes the most vivid demonstration of what it looks like when the underworld's officers step into the world above and begin to walk behind someone until the debt is paid. If there is one story that shows the Gallu doing what they do with the clearest possible purpose, it's the descent of Inanna. Not because the story is the only place they appear, but because it gives them a stage where their role is unavoidable. You get to see the underworld as a system, the gates as checkpoints, Ereshkigal's court as a place that issues decisions, and then, right when you might expect a clean return, you see the underworld's hands reach up and hold on. It begins in a way that feels almost calm, like the start of a long trip you planned carefully. Inanna decides to go down. Depending on the version and the emphasis, she's going to attend a funeral rite, or to claim power, or to confront something she believes she can handle. What matters for the mood of the story is not the precise motivation, but the confidence behind it. This is not a lost traveller who accidentally falls into a cave. This is a major goddess walking toward a boundary with intention, and she prepares like someone who understands that boundaries are real. She doesn't stroll down alone without telling anyone. She puts her house in order, she gives instructions, she gathers the symbols of her authority, she chooses what to wear, she places on herself the items that declare her status in the world above. That detail is important because it shows you how the ancient mind thought about power. Power is not only something you have inside. Power is something you carry in visible form, something the world recognizes. A crown, jewellery, a breastplate, a robe, a staff, whatever the version lists. These are not fashion choices. They are social and divine signals. They say, I am not ordinary. You must respond to me. Before she leaves, she speaks to her attendant, Ninshubur, and gives instructions that sound like emergency planning. If she does not return by a certain time, Ninshubur is to go to the great gods and ask for help. Not for sympathy, not for a memorial, but for intervention. That time limit matters. Inanna knows that going down is dangerous, and she treats it like a situation that might require a rescue operation. For a bedtime listener, there's something oddly comforting in that practicality. It's a reminder that even myths understand planning. Even gods, in these stories, prepare for the possibility that they will not simply walk back out. Then comes the descent itself, and the tone shifts from preparation to procedure. Inanna arrives at the first gate, and she does not simply pass through. She meets a gatekeeper. The gatekeeper is not impressed by her arrival. That is one of the Underworld's most consistent traits in Mesopotamian imagination. It does not respond to fame the way the surface world does. The gatekeeper asks what she wants, and she gives her answer. The gatekeeper reports to Ereshkigal, because even the act of entering is not the visitor's decision. It is the ruler's decision. Ereshkigal's response is not welcoming. It is controlled. She orders that the gates be opened, but that the proper treatment be applied. The proper treatment is stripping. The visitor must be reduced. The visitor must be made compatible with the realm. This is where the story becomes almost like a slow administrative process. At each gate, Inanna is required to remove one of her symbols. She objects, or at least questions it, and the gatekeeper responds with the same phrase, the same insistence that this is simply the way things are done. It is the Underworld's custom. It is the Underworld's law. So, one by one, the crown is removed, then another ornament, then another, each piece of authority taken away, each layer of identity peeled off. If you picture it gently, it's like watching someone lose the armour that makes them feel safe. Not the dramatic armour of a warrior, but the everyday armour people wear in social life. The confident tone in your voice, the jacket that makes you feel like yourself, the job title in your email signature, the familiar routines that tell you who you are. Gate by gate, those things disappear. The story is making a point that is blunt and human. The Underworld does not care who you are above. It will treat you according to its own rules. By the time Inanna reaches the last gate, she is stripped of all the things that marked her as powerful. She enters Ereshkigal's court in a state that is described in ways that leave no doubt. She is exposed, reduced, and vulnerable. The Underworld has accomplished something before any punishment even begins. It has shown that entry means surrender. Now she stands in the presence of her sister, and that sister is not a gentle figure. Ereshkigal's realm is not softened by kinship. In the story, Ereshkigal's court is filled with underworld beings, including the judges, often described as the Inanna or Anunnaki in certain tellings, seated and ready to issue a decision. Whether you picture them as a council, a courtroom, or a silent assembly, the function is the same. Inanna has entered a realm with authority, and that authority is now looking at her. The judgment is quick. Inanna is condemned. Then the most shocking moment happens, and it is described with a kind of simple directness that makes it feel worse. Inanna is struck, killed, turned into a corpse and hung on a hook. No grand speech, no long explanation. A sentence is carried out. This is the Underworld's power in its purest form. It does not negotiate with the visitor's confidence. It does not allow the visitor's intention to rewrite the rules. It does what it does. It keeps. Inanna's body remains there, and the story lingers in a stillness that can feel uncomfortable, but it is also the stillness that makes the rescue feel necessary. Up above, time passes. Ninshuba waits. Then, when Inanna does not return, Ninshuba does what she was told. She goes to the gods and asks for help. Different versions and traditions handle the responses differently, but a common shape remains. Some gods refuse. They treat Inanna's decision as her own responsibility. They don't want to challenge the Underworld. They don't want to disrupt the boundary. That refusal is another demonstration of how serious the Underworld is in this worldview. Even the gods are cautious about interfering. It's not that they lack power. It's that the Underworld represents a kind of power that comes with consequences. Eventually Enki becomes the key. Enki, the god of wisdom, waters, and clever solutions, is the one who finds a way to intervene without openly invading the Underworld like an army. He does not storm the gates. He sends small beings. In some tellings they are crafted from dirt under his fingernails, which is a detail that feels earthy and intimate at the same time. In other tellings they are beings who slip between categories. They are not loud heroes. They are quiet agents. He equips them with the food and water of life, not as a casual gift, but as a tool. These beings descend and enter the underworld. They reach Ereshkigal in a moment that reveals another aspect of her character. She is not presented as calm and comfortable. She is presented as in pain, as groaning, as suffering the weight of her role. The small beings do something clever. They empathize. They repeat her cries. They mirror her pain. They do not argue with her. They do not threaten her. They simply acknowledge what she is feeling. That acknowledgement is like a key in a lock. Ereshkigal responds to being recognized. For a moment, the underworld ruler is not a remote force. She is a being with experience. Because of that recognition, she offers a gift. She offers them a reward. And instead of choosing gold or status, they request Inanna's corpse. It is a small request in words, but it is enormous in consequence. Ereshkigal agrees, and the beings apply the food and water of life to Inanna. Inanna rises. This is the moment where a modern listener might expect the story to brighten. She is alive. She is returning. The rescue worked. In many modern narratives, that would be the ending. Everyone would breathe. The lesson would be about resilience or cleverness, and the credits would roll. Mesopotamian storytelling does not give you that comfort so easily. It gives you the return, but it attaches the return to the underworld's conditions. The moment Inanna rises, the underworld's hands become visible, because Inanna is not simply allowed to walk away. She's escorted upward by a group of underworld beings described as demons, small and large, who do not eat, do not drink, do not accept offerings, and do not behave like guests. They surround her. They press around her. They follow her like a moving wall. They are not her honor guard. They are custody. These are the underworld hands in their most famous form. This is the image that stays in the mind. A goddess coming back up, and a pack of underworld enforcers coming with her, calmly and relentlessly, because the underworld is owed. The condition is simple and cold. Someone must take her place. If she is returning to the world of the living, then someone else must go down. The system must remain stable. The boundary cannot be weakened. The dead cannot learn that leaving is possible without consequence. The underworld must not become a realm that can be visited and exited like a market. So, a substitute must be found. This is where the Gallu's job becomes clear. They are not acting like random attackers. They are acting like collectors. The underworld has released someone who did not belong to the living realm anymore, so the underworld demands compensation. The Gallu enforce the demand. The group follows Inanna as she returns to the surface, and the story turns into a search. It is not a search for treasure. It is not a search for wisdom. It is a search for a body that can balance the release. The underworld hands are now reaching, looking, assessing. Inanna encounters those who remained loyal to her during her absence. Ninshuba is mourning, dressed in grief, showing visible devotion. The Gallu move toward Ninshuba because she is present and available, and because the logic of substitution could accept her. Inanna stops them. She refuses to give her faithful attendant. The story is not subtle about why. Ninshuba mourned. Ninshuba performed the duties of loyalty. Ninshuba is protected by that loyalty. They move on. They encounter other figures close to Inanna, often described as her sons or attendants depending on the telling, also mourning, also dressed in the signs of sorrow. Again the Gallu reach, and again Inanna blocks them. The pattern repeats, and the pattern teaches a rule. Those who honour the relationship through grief are not given. Those who fulfill the obligations of community are not exposed. Then they find Dumuzi. Dumuzi, Inanna's husband in the mythic framework, is not mourning. He is dressed in fine clothing. He is seated in comfort. He is acting like a man who believes the world did not change. That contrast is the sharp knife of the story. Everyone else is in grief, and he is in ease. Whether you interpret that as betrayal, ignorance, denial, or political distance, the story frames it as a failure of obligation. The underworld hands move toward him, and this time Inanna does not stop them. That moment is where the Gallu become unforgettable, because it reveals how the underworld's enforcement intersects with human relationships. The substitute is not chosen by random lottery. The substitute is chosen through the logic of emotional and social failure. Someone did not mourn. Someone did not participate in the crisis. Someone was insulated, so the system through the Gallu takes that person. The Gallu sees Dumuzi. In some versions, the language becomes urgent. Dumuzi panics. He runs. He hides. He calls out to gods for help. He tries to escape the grip. But the Gallu are not persuadable. They are not distracted by his pleading. Their job is to deliver. If you've ever had a moment where consequences arrived faster than your mind could catch up, you know the feeling the story is using. One moment you're sitting in normal life. The next moment the normal life is gone and the air has changed, and you realise something has come for you. The myth gives that feeling a cast of characters. The Gallu are the ones who come. Dumuzi's flight becomes a secondary story in the tradition, sometimes developing into its own set of episodes. He has dreams that warn him. He tries to interpret the warning. He tries to find refuge. Sometimes he seeks help from Utu, the sun god, who may transform him or aid him briefly. There are scenes where he hides among animals, where he tries to slip through cracks in the world. Yet the Gallu pursue. The underworld's claim is not easily evaded. Again, what makes this frightening is not malice. It is persistence. They do not tire. They do not get bored. They do not decide after a long day that they will handle it tomorrow. The system is still open. The case is active. The retrieval continues. Eventually, the tradition reaches a settlement. In some tellings, Dumuzi's sister, Inanna, offers to share the burden, to take part of the time in the underworld so her brother can return for part of the year. This arrangement, in later interpretations, ties into seasonal cycles and the pattern of dying and returning vegetation, although the myth's emotional core remains the same. The underworld's demand can be negotiated only through substitution, only through sacrifice, only through someone agreeing to take the place for a time. The Gallu, in that picture, become not only captors but enforcers of cosmic rhythm. They are what makes the cycle real. Now, let's stay with the central encounter and what it tells us about the Gallu. Their job is to escort a released person and to secure a replacement. That is enforcement. Their job is also to seize the chosen substitute and deliver him below. That is capture. Their job continues through pursuit when the substitute resists. That is retrieval. Notice what they are not doing. They are not punishing Dumuzi because he committed a crime in a moral courtroom. They are not tempting him. They are not trying to corrupt him. They are satisfying a rule that exists because the underworld must remain stable. Dumuzi's failure to mourn makes him narratively suitable as substitute, but the underworld does not need moral purity as a reason. The underworld needs a body to balance a body. This is the underworld's logic, and the Gallu are the hands that carry it out. For a listener trying to settle into sleep, this can sound bleak, so it helps to hold it the way the ancient audience might have held it. The story is not only frightening, it also explains why the world feels ordered even when it is cruel. It explains why death feels final. It explains why you cannot simply demand someone back without consequence. It explains why the boundary between living and dead is guarded. In that worldview, the underworld isn't trying to be mean. It's trying to remain what it is, the realm that holds the dead. The descent of Inanna is also, in a strange way, a story about limits. It says that even the most powerful figures must respect certain boundaries. Inanna's authority is immense in the world above, but it is limited below. Ereshkigal's authority is immense below, but it is not necessarily comfortable. Enki's cleverness can find a path, but the path includes payment. No one escapes the system entirely. That is a hard lesson, but it is a consistent one, and this is why the Gallu matter. Without them, the underworld's rules would be abstract. With them, the rules become physical. The Gallu make it real. They make no return have weight. They make substitution become a person's terror. They make a release become a debt. If you let that settle for a moment, you may notice how the story also sets up a question that the next part of our journey can answer more clearly. Why does the underworld need this kind of enforcement in the first place? Why does it need officers and retrieval teams instead of simply being an inevitable destination? What is it protecting? What is it preventing? The descent narrative shows the mechanism, but it also hints at the deeper reason. The underworld is not just where the dead go. It is a realm that must remain sealed enough to keep the living world livable. So as Inanna steps back into the upper air with the underworld hands still close behind her, and as the demand for a substitute turns into pursuit and capture, the story leaves us with the sense that the underworld is not passive. It watches its borders. It enforces its claims. It has rules that operate like a kind of hidden law beneath everyday life, and the Gallu are the part of that law you can feel when the boundary is crossed. Rules are not always written on walls. Sometimes they're written into the way people behave when nobody's watching. In the Mesopotamian world, the underworld was full of rules like that, not because the dead needed a long list of etiquette tips, but because the living needed the universe to feel stable. A realm that holds the dead has one main job: to keep the dead where the dead belong, and to keep the living from being constantly pulled into the same darkness. If that sounds blunt, that's because the ancient texts can be blunt about it. They don't treat death as a philosophical puzzle. They treat it as a boundary with serious consequences. Once you accept that the underworld is a boundary, the next idea is almost automatic. Boundaries need enforcement. A city has walls, and a city also has gates, guards, and rules about who can come in and out. A house has doors, and it also has keys, locks, and the unspoken rule that strangers don't wander through your kitchen. The underworld, imagined as a realm beneath the earth, was a place with gates and a ruler, and the stories make it very clear that it was not designed to be porous, not designed for casual travel, not designed for the dead to stroll back into the marketplace at noon and wave at old friends. So when you hear the question, why did the underworld need police, the answer isn't simply, because the underworld was scary. It needed policing because it was a system. Systems depend on boundaries holding. Without enforcement, the underworld becomes a rumour, a suggestion, an optional destination. With enforcement, it becomes a certainty. And certainty in an anxious world can be a strange kind of comfort. Not a pleasant comfort, but a stable one. If you're listening at night, you might notice that the word police carries modern baggage. You might picture uniforms, sirens, flashing lights. That's not the image to hold here. Think instead of the basic function, maintaining order and controlling crossings. The underworld in Mesopotamian thought was a domain that had to control crossings, because crossing is where fear lives. Fear isn't only about the dead being down there. Fear is about the dead coming back, or the living being taken early, or the boundary being crossed at the wrong time, in the wrong way, without the right rights. This is where the rules of the dead come in. The underworld isn't just a place. It's a set of expectations about what happens after death, what the dead can and cannot do, what the living can and cannot do in relation to them, and what happens when those expectations break. One of the central rules is simple: the dead stay. The phrase, land of no return, isn't a poetic flourish. It is the rule in plain language. In the descent stories, the underworld isn't presented as a place you can visit and then leave with souvenirs. Inanna goes down, and she does not simply walk back up because she's strong. She is killed. She is held. Then, when she's revived, her release comes with conditions and a cost. The story goes out of its way to show that return is not the natural order. Return is an emergency exception that threatens the stability of the boundary, so the system responds with a correction. That correction is substitution, enforced by underworld agents. This is rule enforcement in myth form. Why is that rule so important? Because if the dead can return easily, then the living world becomes unstable. Imagine trying to build a life in a city where everyone who dies can wander back and demand things. Not just their old possessions, but attention, food, warmth, intimacy, a place at the table. The living would never be free. The past would never release its grip. Grief would never settle. The underworld, in this worldview, is the place that allows the living to keep living by containing the dead. That containment is not only spiritual, it is social. Mesopotamian people invested heavily in burial and in ongoing care of the dead through offerings and remembrance. Those practices make more sense when you realize that the dead, in their view, had needs. Not the needs of bodies, but the needs of continued recognition. A dead spirit that is properly buried and properly remembered is more likely to remain calm and stay in its domain. A dead spirit that is neglected can become restless. And a restless dead spirit is one of the feared ways the underworld can leak. So another rule emerges: the living must manage their dead properly. The underworld is not purely responsible for keeping spirits down there. The living have obligations that support the boundary. When a family performs rites, when they remember names, when they provide symbolic food and drink to the dead, they are in a sense cooperating with the underworld's order. They are keeping the dead in their place by keeping them supplied and acknowledged. It's a soft form of policing done from above. But humans are inconsistent. Families break. Cities fall. Drought and war disrupt everything. People die far from home. Bodies go missing. Graves are disturbed. In a world where burial conditions can be uneven and memory can fail, the underworld cannot rely only on the living to keep the boundary stable. That's one reason the underworld needs its own enforcement. If a dead spirit tries to rise because it is hungry or angry, the system needs a way to respond. If a living person tries to pull someone back like a god intervening in a myth, the system needs a way to respond. If someone crosses down and tries to return without paying the cost, the system needs a way to respond. Now, you might wonder, did Mesopotamians imagine the underworld as a place where the dead could commit crimes, as if the dead were starting street fights in the dust? That's not really the point. The policing is not about punishing underworld criminals. It's about maintaining the most important social and cosmic boundary there is: living versus dead. When you read the myths, you see this boundary expressed through gates and gatekeepers. Gates are not decoration. Gates exist to control movement. A gate implies permission. A gate implies denial. A gate implies someone is watching the passage. Even the act of entering the underworld requires procedure. Inanna cannot simply arrive and announce herself. She is questioned. She is reported. She is processed. The gatekeeper repeats the same phrase at each gate, emphasizing that the rule is not personal. It is customary. It is the way of that realm. This is exactly how institutions talk. They don't argue about your feelings. They point to policy. Gates also imply something else. The underworld is not just under your feet like a hollow cave. It is a domain that can be sealed and opened. The existence of gates suggests that the boundary is not merely a physical fact, like gravity. It is a controlled boundary, like a door between rooms. That makes the underworld feel more frightening in one way, because if doors exist, then doors can open. But it also makes it feel manageable in another way, because controlled boundaries can be defended, reinforced and respected through ritual. That's why thresholds matter so much in Mesopotamian protective practices. Doors, corners, windows, city gates. These are points where movement happens, and movement is where spiritual threat is imagined to enter. If you picture a Mesopotamian household at night, you can imagine a family being careful about what is placed near a door, what symbols are hung, what small figurines might be buried in a corner. The idea isn't that a figurine is a weapon in the physical sense. The idea is that the household is marking its boundary, stating its right to remain a living space, not a passageway for underworld forces. So, what are the rules on the underworld side, the rules that require underworld police? One is that the dead remain within the underworld's jurisdiction. Another is that the underworld's authority must not be openly violated because violation threatens stability. That's why return requires cost. That's why extraordinary interventions are answered by extraordinary enforcement. And that's why the Gallu exist as a category. Beings who can cross upward to retrieve and escort, to restore the Underworld's claim. There's also a subtler rule. The Underworld is not interested in bribes the way gods can be. In many Mesopotamian religious practices, offerings are part of maintaining relationship with gods. Gods are fed, honoured, given gifts, and in return protection or favour is hoped for. Underworld enforcers, in the Descent story, are described as not eating and not drinking the way living beings do, and not accepting offerings in the way gods do. That description doesn't only make them creepy, it establishes that enforcement cannot be bought off. You cannot distract them with a feast. You cannot calm them with hospitality. If they represent institutional authority, then hospitality is irrelevant. They are not guests. They are not part of the exchange economy. They are procedure given legs. This is one reason the Underworld is often portrayed as emotionally different from the world above. Above, there is negotiation. Kings make treaties. Merchants bargain. Neighbours argue and settle. Priests perform offerings. Even the gods can be persuaded with the right rituals and the right respect. Below, persuasion is limited. The Underworld is not social in the same way. It is administrative. It keeps, it holds, it collects. It does not need your agreement. That can sound cold, and it is cold, but coldness is part of the psychological logic. Death does not ask permission. Death does not negotiate. So the realm of death is imagined as a realm that also does not negotiate. And if the realm does not negotiate, then the beings that enforce its rules also do not negotiate. Another rule concerns substitution, and substitution is one of the most revealing mechanisms in these myths. Inanna returns, so a substitute must be found. That tells you that the Underworld, in this worldview, maintains balance by accounting. It does not allow a net loss. If a soul leaves, another must enter. If a body returns, another must be delivered. If the Underworld is a container meant to hold the dead, then any leak must be sealed. Substitution is the seal. The Gallu are the ones who apply the seal by taking someone else. This mechanism has a powerful effect on how people imagine safety. It suggests that safety is not only about being a good person, it is also about being correctly placed in the system. In the myth, Dumuzi becomes vulnerable, not because he is proven morally evil in a philosophical debate, but because he is the one who fails the social rule of mourning. The myth uses social behaviour as a marker for who is eligible to be taken. That's how the story makes Underworld enforcement feel connected to human life. It tells the listener that relationships have weight, grief has weight, loyalty has weight. The Underworld's rules are not separate from social order. They mirror it. Now, let's slow down and think about why the Underworld needs an enforcement team rather than simply relying on the inevitability of death. If death is inevitable, why chase anyone at all? The answer is that myth is not only about what happens at the end of life. Myth is also about disruptions within life. People do not only fear dying someday, they fear dying wrongly. They fear being taken too early. They fear losing someone suddenly. They fear illness that feels like a slow pull downward. They fear nights where they wake unable to move, convinced something is pressing on them. The Underworld's enforcement becomes a way to explain those disruptions as boundary events. Something crossed. Something is being corrected. In that sense, Underworld policing isn't only about containing the dead, it is also about maintaining the categories of reality. Living must remain living until their time. Dead must remain dead. Gods must remain gods. Humans must remain human. When a category blurs, anxiety spikes. Myth restores the category by showing enforcement, the Underworld sending agents to reassert separation. A practical example of category anxiety is something simple and modern. When you receive a message meant for someone else, your name isn't on it. The information doesn't belong to you. It's not your case. Yet it appears on your screen, and you immediately feel that something is off. because systems are supposed to sort people into correct categories. The underworld policing in myth is the cosmic version of sorting. If someone is in the wrong category, the system responds. Another reason enforcement is needed is that, in the myths, even gods attempt crossings. Inanna crosses down. She is held. Enki's agents cross down. They succeed. Inanna crosses up. She is followed. When divine beings are involved, boundaries become contested, and contested boundaries require enforcement. A realm that holds the dead must be strong enough to resist even divine arrogance, otherwise it becomes meaningless. Ereshkigal's court demonstrates that strength. The Gallu demonstrate it in action. It's also worth noticing that the underworld is not only a place you enter by dying, it can be approached through dreams, through omens, through ritual. Mesopotamian culture was rich in omen interpretation, and the idea that the gods and spirits communicate through signs. Dreams could be messages. Nightmares could be attacks. The underworld could appear in a dream as a landscape, a corridor, a gate, a figure. If the underworld can touch the living through dream, then the boundary between realms is not only physical, it is psychological and spiritual. That makes the need for policing feel even stronger, because if the underworld leaks into dreams, then people need ways to keep that leakage from becoming full invasion. This is where exorcists and ritual specialists fit into the picture as the living world's response. The underworld has its officers, the living world has its defenders. Incantations, protective figurines, purification rituals, prayers to protective deities. These are not just superstitions in the casual sense. They are the tools of boundary maintenance. They exist because people felt that the world could be invaded by forces that did not respond to ordinary persuasion. When a force does not respond to persuasion, you respond with authority. You invoke higher gods. You use precise words. You command. You send the force back to its domain. That structure mirrors how people deal with problems today too, without making it sound like a joke. When you can't solve something on your own, you escalate. You call someone with authority. You contact support. You ask for a supervisor. You appeal. Ancient people escalated too, except their escalation involved divine names and ritual procedures, rather than phone calls and ticket numbers. The underworld needed police because the underworld was one of the main sources of forces that ordinary households felt they could not handle alone. So far we've talked about the underworld's rules in a broad way. No return, containment, substitution, enforcement, boundary maintenance. There are also smaller implied rules that help explain why the underworld feels like a place with order rather than a place of chaos. One implied rule is that entry requires stripping of surface identity. Inanna's removal of symbols at each gate suggests a general principle. The underworld does not allow the living to bring surface power into its jurisdiction. Whether you're a king, a goddess, or a poor labourer, the underworld reduces you. That reduction is one of the strongest forms of equality in ancient thought, though it is not comforting quality. It is the equality of finality. Another implied rule is that the underworld's authorities respond to procedure more than to emotion. Enki's agents succeed not by fighting but by responding correctly to Ereshkigal's pain, by using empathy as a tool, and then by requesting the corpse as a reward. That scene suggests that the underworld is not an irrational tantrum of darkness. It is a realm that can be engaged with through correct action, correct timing, correct request. That doesn't mean it is easy to manipulate. It means it has rules you can learn. Learning rules is a human coping strategy. When a danger is vague, it is terrifying. When a danger has rules, you can build defences. The underworld's policing in this worldview is frightening, but it also signals that the cosmos is not random. There is structure. There is a way things work, and in a world of floods, droughts, and sudden sickness, that structure was psychologically valuable, even if it was harsh. If you're wondering whether the dead themselves had rules they were expected to follow, the myths suggest they were not living full lives down there. They were shades, diminished, and they existed within the underworld's domain. Their rule was mostly to remain. Their capacity to act was limited, which is why restless dead are seen as exceptions, often tied to neglect or improper burial. The Underworld's own order is meant to keep the dead from being active in the living world. So when a dead spirit becomes active, it is a sign that something went wrong in the system, and both the living and the Underworld have reasons to correct it. That correction is where Underworld police come back into the story. The Gallu are one set of agents. There are other Underworld figures in Mesopotamian tradition associated with death, disease and boundary enforcement, but the Gallu are especially connected to the act of taking and returning someone to the Underworld. They are the ones who make sure the rule, no return, continues to mean something even after an extraordinary return occurs. There is a final reason the Underworld needed police, and it is the simplest one. People tell stories about what they fear most. One of the deepest fears is not just dying. It is being taken from your life in a way that feels sudden, unfair, or wrong. Another deep fear is that death is not contained, that it can spill into your home, into your dreams, into your child's bed, into the room where you thought you were safe. The Underworld police exist in the imagination because they explain both fears at once. They explain why death is final, because enforcement keeps the dead in. They also explain why death sometimes feels like an invasion, because enforcement can reach out and take. In other words, the Underworld needed police because the Underworld was not a passive destination. It was an active part of the cosmos, and the cosmos, in Mesopotamian thought, was full of movement. Decrees being issued, fates being assigned, boundaries being maintained, mistakes being corrected, and debts being collected. As that settles, a quieter pattern begins to show itself. The Underworld's order is not only expressed in gates and substitutions, but also in repeated numbers, repeated groupings, repeated ways of counting danger. The stories keep returning to the sense that certain forces arrive in specific quantities, as if fear itself is organised into a familiar number, and once you notice that habit of counting, it becomes easier to understand why Mesopotamian texts so often circle around the same figure again and again, especially when they describe Underworld agents moving as a unit rather than as a lone presence. There's a moment in these old Mesopotamian texts where you start to notice something that feels almost like a habit. The stories will describe a threat, or a set of gates, or a group of beings, and then the count appears, steady as a heartbeat. 7, not 6, not 8, 7. It's there so often that it stops feeling like coincidence, and starts feeling like a way the culture organised fear. Not fear as a vague emotion, but fear as a thing you could list, measure, and prepare for, the way you might count candles before a long night or count jars of grain before a hard season. If you're listening in bed, maybe the room around you has its own quiet counting. The hum of a refrigerator cycle, the occasional car passing, the soft rise and fall of breathing. Counting is one of the simplest ways the mind settles itself. It's also one of the simplest ways the mind tries to control what it cannot fully control. Ancient people did the same thing, and when they counted the dangerous things that come from below, they kept returning to 7. The Underworld, in Mesopotamian imagination, is not only a place. It's a system with boundaries, and boundaries have points of passage. In the Sumerian descent story, the point of passage is explicit. 7 gates are bolted, and each door of the palace is opened separately as the visitor is processed inward. That 7-gate structure doesn't only make the journey more dramatic, it turns the Underworld into a sequence. It suggests you don't just enter the land of no return the way you step into a room. You pass through stages, you cross thresholds, you lose protection step by step. 7 gates mean 7 moments where the boundary asserts itself. It's the Underworld saying, again and again, you're moving into a different jurisdiction. Once you see 7 gates, you start seeing other 7s, and they begin to feel connected. The same descent traditions often describe a group of judges in the Underworld, sometimes called the Inanna, who condemn the visitor. In other parts of Mesopotamian tradition, you meet the Sabiti, literally the 7, a group that can be framed as minor war gods, divine attendants, or even as a dangerous heptad in different contexts depending on the text and period. And beyond that, you have the Gallu, the 7 sages, figures of primeval wisdom who appear both as mythic teachers and as protective ritual figures in later practice. So what's going on? Why does 7 keep showing up in places where the stakes are highest? One simple answer is that 7 is a small number that still feels complete. Humans have always used small numbers as mental containers. 3 feels like a pattern. 4 feels like a set. 7 feels like a set with weight, like you've counted enough that the list has authority. If someone tells you there are 2 dangers, it sounds manageable. If someone tells you there are 7, it sounds like a full roster. It sounds like a unit. It sounds like the kind of list you need to take seriously. That psychological effect is not modern, it's human. But Mesopotamian 7 isn't only psychology, it's also tied to the way people looked at the sky and built meaning from regularity. They lived under a night sky that wasn't washed out by city lights, and the heavens were a calendar, a map, and a message board. Many ancient cultures found significance in clusters and cycles in the sky, and in Mesopotamia you can see heptads tied to astral thinking in more than one way, including the way the Sabiti have been connected in scholarship to the Pleiades in some traditions. The important thing for our story isn't to lock the Sabiti into one definition, but to notice that 7 is not only an underworld number, it's a cosmic number, a number that can belong to heaven and to earth and to the realm beneath. That matters because it suggests something about the way terror was counted. The most frightening threats are often the ones that feel systemic. A single snake in the grass is alarming. A plague is worse because it feels like a system. 7, in these texts, often signals system. 7 gates, 7 judges, 7 warriors, 7 sages, 7 demons. 7 feels like the structure of an institution rather than the randomness of an accident. And that brings us back to the Gallu. When the Gallu move through the stories, they often feel like a unit rather than an individual with a face. They surround, they pursue, they escort. They do not bargain. The Underworld needs that kind of unit because the Underworld needs enforcement, and enforcement works better when it feels bigger than a single personality. When you're facing a group, you're not facing one mood, you're facing a rule. Inanna's descent gives you the cleanest illustration of 7 as procedure. At each gate, something is removed. That repeated stripping is not just humiliation, it's categorization. The Underworld takes away the markers that operate above so the visitor can be handled according to the Underworld's terms. 7 stages means the transformation is complete by the time the visitor arrives in the court. The number itself helps communicate completion. If it were 3 gates, the process might feel like a quick check. If it were 20, it would feel like a tedious maze. 7 is right in the middle, long enough to feel serious, short enough to feel like a defined ritual. If you've ever gone through airport security, you understand the calm version of the same logic. Shoes off, laptop out, liquids in a bag, scan, check. Sometimes you don't even know why a rule exists, but you follow it because the boundary is guarded. The 7 gates are the mythic form of that kind of guarded boundary. Each step repeats the same message. You do not drift into the Underworld. You are processed into it. Now, it's worth being careful here, because the goal isn't to turn Mesopotamian religion into a modern metaphor machine. These people truly believed the cosmos had layers, and that gates and decrees and underworld authority were real in the sense that they shaped how life worked. But the reason the stories still feel readable is that the emotional structure is familiar. The boundary is serious. The procedure is repetitive. Repetition is how institutions create obedience. You do the steps. You don't improvise. You don't charm your way past. 7 steps is a full ritual of obedience. Once you accept that, 7 starts to look like a tool the culture used to make invisible things feel manageable. You cannot see the underworld. You cannot see the rules. You cannot see the exact moment someone becomes owed to death. But you can count gates. You can count judges. You can count protective figures placed at your bed. You can count the threatening ones too. Counting gives shape to what would otherwise be a fog. That's one reason the 7 becomes a name all by itself. In the case of the Sabiti, the name is essentially the number. That's not because the culture ran out of creativity. It's because the number is the category. It's a way of saying, this is not one threat. It is a complete set of threats. If you know the set, you can prepare. If you can prepare, you're less helpless. And helplessness is the heart of Underworld fear. Not the fear of a monster you can fight, but the fear of a rule you cannot argue with. Counting then becomes a coping technology, not in a modern scientific sense, but in the everyday human sense of trying to hold the world steady. There's also a practical side to this that shows up in ritual. Mesopotamian protective practice often involved prescribed sets of figurines and objects placed at specific points in a house, especially around thresholds and sleeping spaces. The Apkallu, for instance, are not only mythic sages in stories, they also appear in later contexts as apotropaic figures, protective forms used in ritual deposits, often framed as the 7 sages. Again, notice what 7 is doing. It's turning protection into a full set. Not one charm, but a complete roster. It's as if the house is being guarded on all sides, including the side you can't see in the dark when you wake suddenly, and your heart is racing and the room feels wrong. That bed-centered focus makes sense when you remember how much fear concentrates at night. In the day, a person has movement, light, noise, company. At night, you have stillness. Your mind has more room to wander. Your body is vulnerable. Dreams can become vivid. A sudden waking can feel like an intrusion. Ancient Mesopotamians did not call this sleep paralysis or night anxiety. They framed it in the language they had: unseen forces, underworld pressure, hostile beings that move when the sun is gone. So it is not surprising that their defences became structured, numbered, repeatable. 7 protective figures means the protection is not casual, it's formal. Now you might ask, why 7 and not 10? Since 10 is the nice neat number people often like. The answer is that cultures don't choose numbers the way someone chooses a wallpaper pattern. They inherit them from long habits. 7 is old in the Near East, tied into how people grouped things in the sky, how they repeated ritual actions, how they formed heptads of beings and stories. Once a number becomes part of the sacred vocabulary, it keeps reproducing itself. A scribe learns it. A priest repeats it. A storyteller uses it. A ritual specialist counts it. It becomes the number that feels right. Think about how, even now, people have numbers that feel right without being able to explain why. People knock on wood 3 times. People say 3rd time's the charm. People set alarms in multiples of 5. People have lucky numbers and unlucky numbers. Those habits aren't always logical, but they're stable, because they're cultural. Ancient Mesopotamia had that too, and in their case, 7 often carried the feeling of a complete set, a full unit of power or danger. What makes this especially relevant to the Gallu is that the Gallu represent the underworld's ability to operate as a unit. A lone ghost might be managed with offerings. A lone demon might be repelled with an incantation. But a unit, a heptad, a counted set, suggests something larger than a personal haunting. It suggests the underworld deploying a standard response, not improvisation, standard procedure. And standard procedure is what terrifies people who feel powerless, because you can't plead with standard procedure. You can only comply or find a higher authority. That's why in the Descent narrative, the underworld is not satisfied with Inanna's return, unless the accounting is corrected. The return creates imbalance. The system responds. Underworld enforcers accompany her. A substitute is demanded. This is enforcement behaving like the enforcement of a boundary, and 7 gates are the architectural symbol of that boundary. The more you think about it, the more 7 begins to feel like the number of the boundary itself. There's another way 7 functions in these texts, and it's quieter. It creates a sense that terror is predictable. Predictable terror is less maddening than random terror. When something feels random, the mind spins. It asks why, why, why. When something has a pattern, even a cruel pattern, the mind can at least put it on a shelf. It can say, this is how it works. That's why even a bleak underworld can be bearable as an idea. It isn't just darkness, it's darkness with rules. If you're listening while half asleep, you can almost feel how that would matter to a person living thousands of years ago. A city might be hit by drought. A child might fall ill. A neighbour might die unexpectedly. There were many things people couldn't control. But if the underworld had gates, and those gates were counted, and the agents of the underworld operated in known sets, then at least the unseen realm was not pure chaos. It had a shape. The demonic 7 also appears in scholarly discussions because it shows up as a recognisable category across sources, especially in medico-magical and exorcistic contexts where a heptad is treated as a known threat. That academic framing is simply another way of saying what the texts themselves suggest. 7 became a label for a certain kind of danger, the kind that arrives like a unit and behaves like a unit. And that gives us a useful bridge back to the underworld police idea. Police, in the broad functional sense, are not one person. They are an institution. They arrive as a unit when needed. You don't fear the single individual as much as you fear what the unit represents. In Mesopotamian storytelling, 7 helps signal institution. 7 gates, 7 judges, 7 warriors, 7 sages, 7 demons. It's the number that says, this is official, this is established, this is how the cosmos counts itself. Even the way the sun was imagined as moving can echo this sense of structured passage. Some descriptions place the sun's nightly journey through the underworld as part of the cosmic order, a regular movement through the realm beneath. Whether a listener focuses on that detail or not, it reinforces the broader point. The underworld is not a one-off horror setting. It's part of the daily system, and systems love numbers. So when you hear 7, always 7, you can take it as a clue about how Mesopotamian fear was organised. It wasn't only expressed as screams and shadows, it was expressed as lists, it was expressed as repeated sets, it was expressed as the sense that the cosmos is built with layers you pass through in a certain order, and that the forces within those layers can appear in counted groups, like a squad rather than a solitary figure. Now there's something else that happens when fear is counted. Once you can count it, you can name it more precisely. You stop saying something bad. You start saying the 7, or the Gallu, or the ones who drag, or the ones who do not eat. Counting pushes fear into categories, and categories push fear into language. That language can then be used in ritual, in prayer, in warning, in storytelling. It becomes portable. That portability is important because it means the fear can be managed socially. A person can say to another, "This is what I think is happening." They can call a specialist. They can recite the right words. They can place the right protective figures. The fear becomes something you can discuss instead of something you only feel in your chest at night. At the same time, naming and counting can make fear sharper, because once you have a label, the label can follow you. If you believe there is a set of beings called the Gallu, and you believe they act as underworld enforcers, then any strange night can become a potential sign. Any sudden weakness can become a hint. Any dream of gates can become a warning. The number helps you hold the fear, but it also helps the fear stay organised enough to return. So we're standing at an interesting point in the Gallu story now. We have the underworld as a system with gates. We have enforcement as a function. We have 7 as the number that keeps appearing when the system needs to feel complete. And that naturally leads into the next thing the Mesopotamians did with terror once they could count it. They spoke it. They avoided speaking it. They gave it alternate names. They used careful phrasing, and they treated certain words as if the words themselves could pull attention from the dark. Because after you count the danger, the next step is deciding what to call it, and deciding whether saying the name out loud is an invitation or a shield. Names can feel like tiny things, a few sounds, a handful of letters, a little label that fits neatly on a clay tablet or the corner of a modern envelope. And yet names have a way of changing the temperature in a room. A name spoken softly can feel like an invitation. A name shouted can feel like a warning. A name written down can feel like a decision that suddenly becomes real. In the world of ancient Mesopotamia, that sense was not just a mood. It was part of how reality worked. To name something was to make it visible to the mind and in a certain way, visible to the unseen systems that governed life. It was the difference between an unease you could not explain and an unease you could point at. It was the difference between a shadow in the corner and a figure you could describe. There is a small familiar version of this in ordinary life. When a problem has no name, it drifts. It turns into a fog that sits at the edge of attention. When it finally gets a label, it becomes a thing you can handle. A doctor gives a condition a name and suddenly a person has steps to follow. A lawyer gives a dispute a name and suddenly there is a process. Even something as simple as a child giving a nickname to a creaky pipe in the wall can make the sound feel less like a threat and more like an annoying neighbour. Mesopotamian people lived inside that same logic, only with higher stakes and a wider cast. The world was full of powers that were not always friendly, not always predictable, and not always visible. Gods had names that were spoken in prayers and carved into dedications. Kings had names that were pressed into bricks and seals. Places had names that anchored them in memory. And then there were beings that did not want to be remembered, beings that did not want to be loved, beings that did not want offerings or praise, the ones you did not invite and the ones you still had to deal with. That is where the Gallu come in, and even their name already carries the tension. In English retellings, you will see Galli, Gallu, Gala, and sometimes Gala demons. That is not modern confusion so much as it is a glimpse of how slippery the boundary can be between languages and writing systems. One scholarly convention explains it plainly. One of the Sumerian words for a demon is written with the cuneiform signs G-A-L 5 and L-A-2, and it's commonly transliterated as Gala rather than a more literal Gal 5-La-2. Even that small detail matters for this story because it shows what a name can be. Sometimes a name is a personal identity, like a specific god or a specific king. Sometimes it is a functional label, like calling someone a guard, a messenger, a scribe. And sometimes it is a category that carries a whole bundle of expectations. In this case, Gala is not a cozy label. It is the kind of word that does not sound like a person you share a meal with. It sounds like a job title that exists to end the meal. When modern readers meet the Gallu for the first time, the instinct is to look for individual names, like a roster. It is the habit of stories that come from later traditions, where demons often get personal identities, ranks, and biographies. Mesopotamian texts do not always play that game. Often, the Gallu are frightening precisely because they are not introduced as characters with quirks. They are introduced as a collective pressure. They are the ones who accompanied her. They are the demons. They are the group that arrives, does what it does, and does not pause to explain itself. That style of naming is a kind of power. When something is called by a category rather than a personal name, it becomes harder to bargain with it as an individual. It is also harder to appeal to its feelings. If someone is a neighbour, there is always the chance of negotiation. If someone is the tax collector, the conversation changes. The label itself announces the rules. In the Sumerian tale of Inanna's descent and return, the text gives a vivid picture of what the Gallu are like, and it does it in a way that feels like a legal description as much as a horror scene. The demons are described as beings who know no food, know no drink, who eat no flower offering and drink no libation, who do not accept pleasant gifts, and who have no interest in the normal bonds that make communities gentle. They do not enjoy marital embrace. They do not kiss sweet children. They tear away wives and snatch sons. Notice what that description is doing. It is not giving them personal names. It is listing properties. It is describing what does not work on them. Food does not work. Drink does not work. Gifts do not work. The usual levers of social life do not move them. If a human enforcer can be bribed, there is a crack in the wall. The Gallu are described as a wall with no door. And the text adds another detail that quietly changes the feeling of the scene. In the scholarly translation of those lines, the small Gala demons are compared to a reed enclosure, and the big Gala demons to a reed fence, confining Inanna on all sides as she leaves the netherworld. A reed fence is ordinary. It is not magical in itself. It is the thing you build when you want to mark a boundary, keep animals in, keep strangers out, keep order. The comparison is practical, almost domestic. That is what makes it unsettling. The Underworld's enforcement is described with the same imagery as everyday containment. This is where the chapter's theme becomes clear. People were not simply afraid of the Gallu as scary monsters. They were afraid of what the label meant. Gallu was not only a word for a spooky thing, it was a word for a specific kind of threat, one that operated within an underworld system that had rules, gates, attendants, judges, and obligations. The label carried the weight of a whole institution. Inanna's return hinges on that institutional logic. She does not simply walk out because she is powerful. The underworld insists on procedure. The text describes the Anunnaki, the judges of the underworld, and the demand that if Inanna is to ascend, she must provide a substitute. That demand is the hinge that lets the Gallu enter the story in their most famous role. They are the ones who ensure the rule is enforced. Once again, the story shows how naming works. The demons are not introduced with personality. They are introduced as the enforcement mechanism of a rule. That is why the label Gallu feels so heavy. It means the ones who make sure the underworld gets what it is owed. There is a second layer to the naming, and it matters because it can confuse modern readers in a way that ancient readers likely navigated more easily. The Sumerian world has the Gala, a class of priests associated with lamentation and ritual performance. Their title looks similar on the page to Gala, and transliteration can make them appear even closer than they are. In some scholarly discussion of the Inanna descent material, you can even see how carefully authors have to separate different terms and roles in the same stretch of narrative, because multiple ritual figures appear around the underworld boundary at the same time. This matters for the Gallu story because it highlights something important about Mesopotamian thinking. Boundaries were real, and specialists existed to cross them. There were people and beings whose whole identity was defined by which boundary they could approach. A lamentation priest belonged to the world of temples and rites, singing words meant to soothe divine anger. A Gallu belonged to the world below, enforcing the underworld's claims. The similarity of the words is almost an accident of our modern alphabet, but the contrast in function is a reminder that names in this world are often about roles. And roles matter because roles suggest methods. If something is a storm, you take shelter. If something is a disease, you look for a remedy. If something is a thief, you lock the door. If something is a Gallu, the instinct is not to fight it like a monster in a hallway. The instinct is to deal with it like a legal force. You look for the rule it is enforcing, the boundary it is guarding, and the way people in your culture have tried to negotiate with that kind of force. That is why the myths are full of careful wording. Even when a text does not avoid the label, it still often surrounds it with descriptive phrases, as if the storyteller is keeping a safe distance. In the descent story, the demons are repeatedly referred to as those who accompanied her. The phrase is almost polite. It sounds like the kind of thing said about attendants at a procession. That soft phrasing acts like a protective glove. It allows the story to be told without constantly putting the harsh label in the listener's mouth. Other stories make the fear of naming even more explicit. In a discussion of Dumuzi's mythic cycle, a retelling preserved in a major scholarly work describes the demons of the netherworld, the Gallas, closing in on him, and it includes Dumuzi's urgent insistence that his sister must not reveal his hiding place to them. In that passage, secrecy is survival. The demons search, they seize, they try to bribe, they torture to extract information. In other words, even when the name is known, the name is not treated casually. The label is a handle, but it's also a hook. If the Gallu are the ones who seize and drag, then a person's first defense is not bravery. It is discretion. It is refusing to speak the crucial detail. It is holding back the information that allows the Underworld's agents to complete their task. This brings us to the heart of why names could feel dangerous. Naming a threat can make it manageable, but it can also make it present. In cultures that use spoken formulas and ritual speech, words are not only descriptions, words are actions. When a priest says a blessing, the blessing is being performed. When someone speaks a curse, the curse is being attempted. When a community repeats a myth, the myth becomes part of the structure of how people interpret misfortune. So a name like Gallu is not just a label in a dictionary, it can function like a signal flare. That does not mean people never said it. The very existence of the text proves they did. It means they treated it with care, like handling something sharp. Sometimes the safest way to talk about a sharp object is to describe it rather than brandish it. So the stories lean into description, repetition, and category. The demons are defined by what does not soften them. They cannot be fed. They cannot be gifted into friendliness. They do not accept the normal currencies of human life. That kind of description does another important thing. It teaches the listener what not to try. Imagine living in a world where an unseen pressure is blamed for sickness, sudden despair, nightmares, or a sense of being pulled toward a place you do not want to go. The impulse might be to make offerings, to bring bread, to pour beer, to offer a beautiful object. The myth cuts that impulse off. These beings do not eat. These beings do not drink. These beings do not accept pleasant gifts. So where does that leave you? It leaves you with the other kind of power in Mesopotamia, the power of correct speech. Not sweet speech that pleases, but precise speech that identifies, categorizes, and commands. This is where labeling becomes a tool rather than a hazard. A label like Gallu creates a boundary around the threat. It says this is not a random ghost. This is not the soul of an angry ancestor. This is not a god in a bad mood. This is a class of underworld demons associated with dragging victims down and enforcing substitutes. Once the threat is placed into that class, the response can also be classed. The response becomes the domain of specialists, texts, amulets, and incantations that target that type of being. It is a little like the difference between saying something is wrong and saying this is a broken bone. The first statement is frightening because it is vague. The second statement is frightening too, but it narrows the path. It tells you what kind of help to seek. In Mesopotamia, a label like Gallu could do that narrowing. There is also a social side to labeling that is easy to miss. When a community agrees on a label, it creates shared understanding. People can warn each other without describing every detail. They can teach their children what to avoid. They can train ritual experts in what to do. A common label becomes a piece of infrastructure, like a road sign. It is not comforting, but it is useful. Still, even a useful label can be heavy to carry around in your daily speech. That is why the texts often slip between direct naming and indirect description. The Gala demons appear, and then they are those who accompanied her. The same passage can be both blunt and careful, as if the story itself is practicing a kind of respect for the danger. There is one more quiet detail that deepens the fear. The demons in Inanna's story are not simply free agents. They appear at the moment a rule demands a substitute. That means they are not merely predators. They are the consequence of a system. A predator can be avoided by staying away from the forest. A consequence follows you home, because it is tied to what you have done, what you owe, what you have taken, and what must be balanced. This is why the underworld in Mesopotamian thought can feel so relentless. It is not portrayed as a place that can be charmed into kindness. It is portrayed as a place where the rules are older than sympathy. In that world, a demon like the Gallu is terrifying not because it has horns, but because it does not need horns. It has authority, and authority changes how people use names. When something has authority, you do not always speak to it directly. Sometimes you speak around it. Sometimes you speak to someone who has leverage over it. In the Dumuzi material, Dumuzi appeals to Utu for transformation and escape, because the demons themselves are not the right audience for pleas. The myth is showing the listener a strategy. Do not waste your breath on the thing that cannot be softened. Seek the link in the chain where softness still exists. So, names you are afraid to say is not only about superstition, it is also about strategy. A name is dangerous when it is treated as a toy. A name becomes useful when it's treated as a tool. The Gallu label sits right on that line. It is a word that summons dread, but it also gives the dread edges. It shapes the fear into something that can be addressed in a ritual framework. There is a reason Mesopotamian culture preserved so many lists. Lists of kings, lists of offerings, lists of omens, lists of words in bilingual vocabularies. A list is a way of putting the world in order. If the world is ordered, then forces that feel chaotic can be approached through procedure. The Gallu belong to that same mental landscape. Their presence in myth is frightening, but their very repeatability makes them legible. They're a known category, and that means the culture can build defences aimed at them. That is the moment where the story begins to shift from myth to practice. Once a threat has a label, someone has to decide what to do with it. Someone has to choose which words are safe, which words are sharp, and which words must be spoken anyway, because silence is worse. So as the night continues, the focus moves gently from the fear of naming toward the craft of naming correctly. The Underworld has enforcers, and people in the living world had their own specialists whose job was to push back, to negotiate boundaries, to speak in ways that mattered. The next step is not more terror. It is technique, the quiet work of incantations, protective figures, and the careful language that tried to keep the Gallu where they belonged. There is a particular kind of fear that does not feel like ordinary fear. It arrives without footsteps. It does not give the mind time to prepare a story. It shows up in the narrow gap between sleeping and waking, when the room looks familiar but the body refuses to cooperate. A person can be fully aware of the ceiling, the door, the shape of a chair, the fact that the air is normal, and still feel as if something terrible has entered. The chest can feel heavy. Breathing can feel restricted. The voice does not come out. The arms do not lift. The simplest movement, the kind done without thought during the day, becomes unavailable. Then the mind, being a mind, tries to explain why. Modern sleep medicine has a plain description for this experience. Sleep paralysis is a phenomenon where consciousness returns while the muscle atonia of REM sleep lingers, leaving a person awake but unable to move, and it is often accompanied by intense fear and vivid hallucinations that can feel like an intruder or a threatening presence nearby. That definition sounds clinical, and it is, but it matches the lived sensation with surprising accuracy. REM sleep is the stage where vivid dreaming is common, and one of the protective features of REM is that the body's major voluntary muscles are effectively switched off, which prevents the dream from being acted out. When the brain transitions cleanly, the switch turns back on as waking returns. During sleep paralysis, the switch is temporarily out of sync. The mind comes up, the body remains in the REM-locked state for a short time, and the person experiences wakefulness trapped inside the rules of dreaming physiology. The details that scare people tend to cluster in a few patterns. A sense that someone is in the room, a figure at the edge of vision, pressure on the chest, a feeling of suffocation, sounds that seem real, movement in the dark that the eye cannot confirm. Those are not random flourishes. They are the brain doing what it always does when it detects danger and cannot move the body. It runs a threat detection program at full intensity, then it tries to assign that intensity to something concrete. In clinical writing, the hallucinations are often discussed in categories like intruder and incubus, meaning a presence that feels like a watcher and a presence that feels like pressure. Sleep paralysis can happen to otherwise healthy people, and it can also appear more often in connection with other sleep conditions such as narcolepsy, and it is often linked with sleep disruption, stress, and irregular sleep schedules. Guidance from sleep medicine sources emphasizes that it is usually brief and physically harmless, while still being frightening, and that recurrent episodes may warrant evaluation for underlying sleep disorders. That is the modern explanation, and it is useful because it removes the feeling that a person is being singled out by the universe. The experience is common enough that it has been described across cultures for a long time, and the core sensations repeat in strikingly similar ways. Now, take that same experience and place it in ancient Mesopotamia, in a house made of mud brick, in a city where night is truly dark, where the wind can turn a reed fence into a whispering sound machine, where illness is common, where people die young, where dreams are treated as messages, where the boundary between ritual and medicine is not a neat line but a shared space. The body locks, the mind wakes, the room is quiet, terror rises, the person tries to move and cannot. In that context, the mind's need for an explanation becomes even stronger, because there is no vocabulary of REM atonia or parasomnias. There is only the lived fact of being pinned, and the cultural fact that unseen forces are part of how the world works. Mesopotamian people did not lack rationality. They had mathematics, record-keeping, astronomy, and careful law. They also lived in a world where many threats were invisible and unpredictable, and the culture developed a sophisticated system for naming those threats and responding to them. The response was not to shrug and accept dread as meaningless. The response was to turn dread into a category, then build techniques around the category. That is why lists matter so much in the surviving texts. Lists of omens, lists of symptoms, lists of protective steps, lists of hostile beings. A list is a way of saying that fear has edges. In that framework, a nighttime paralysis with a sense of presence fits very neatly into the category of nocturnal assault by a hostile being. The key point is not that every Mesopotamian person experiencing sleep paralysis would have used the same label. The key point is that the culture already had labels designed for night attacks, for immobilizing fear, for sudden oppression of the body, and those labels could be activated by experiences like this. One of the most relevant figures in later Akkadian tradition is the Gallu, a demon associated with night terror and the frightening experience of being attacked in bed, sometimes described in modern summaries as resembling the incubus-style interpretation of sleep paralysis. The fact that the Gallu is associated in those summaries with other underworld and night beings, including Gallu and Lilu-type figures, is not a trivial detail. It shows how Mesopotamian demonology often works as a network rather than as a single monster profile. Night fear could be explained as a cluster of forces. One name might describe the pressure, another might describe the dragging down quality. Another might describe the predatory wandering in open places. The experience could be mapped onto a roster. The person was not simply scared. The person was being acted upon, and the action had names. There is a line in that approach that connects directly to the Gallu. Gallu are not the same as a single sleep demon, in the way later folklore sometimes imagines a specific creature sitting on the chest. Gallu are underworld enforcers, the hands of the realm beneath, the ones who seize and escort, the ones who make sure the border stays meaningful. That makes them relevant to sleep paralysis in a particular way. Sleep paralysis feels like being caught between worlds. The mind feels awake, the body feels trapped, and the atmosphere feels like an intrusion. In Mesopotamian terms, that can be described as the underworld pressing upward, the boundary thinning, the wrong hands reaching into a bedroom. The Gallu become one possible explanation for the sensation of being dragged toward the realm of the dead while still alive. This is where the title idea, Night Terrors in Clay, becomes more than a clever phrase. Mesopotamian people did not only talk about hostile forces, they made things to address them. They placed objects where the fear was strongest. They used clay because clay was the everyday material of life. Clay was walls, floors, ovens, tablets, bowls. Clay held grain and water. Clay also held words pressed into it, and those words were not just reminders, they were actions made permanent. When fear visits the bed becomes a battleground, and the defense becomes physical. One of the best documented forms of physical defense in first millennium Assyria involves small protective figurines, including Apkallu figures, that were buried in walls and foundations as apotropaic protection against evil. Museums describe these finds plainly. Small clay figurines discovered buried in buildings, likely inserted to protect against harmful forces. The same tradition is supported by ritual text studies, noting that such figurines were buried in groups, often 7 or more, functioning as foundation deposits. It is easy to imagine those figurines as general protection for a whole building, like a charm around the perimeter, and that was part of it. Yet the placement details matter. The threatened place was not always the city gate. Sometimes it was a private room, sometimes it was where someone slept. If a person believed night attacks were real, then the most sensible place to reinforce was the sleeping space, the place where the body becomes helpless every single night. A protective deposit in a wall is not just a superstition, it is a statement about boundaries. It says that this room is living space, not a corridor for the underworld. Clay then becomes the quiet medium of resistance. It is also a medium of substitution, which is one of the most important ideas in Mesopotamian ritual logic. If a hostile force demands a target, the ritual can offer a controlled target. If an unseen threat seizes a person, the ritual can create a figure that represents the threat or represents the victim, or represents the relationship between them, and then that figure can be manipulated in place of the living body. This is not childish make-believe. It is symbolic engineering, done in a culture where symbols were understood as active components of reality. The Maklu ritual tradition shows this logic with unusual clarity. In Maklu, a major series of anti-witchcraft rites, figurines representing the sorcerer and witch were made from clay and tallow, and then burned during prescribed sequences of ritual action. Burning is not only destruction, it is separation, it is transformation. It is a way of saying that what threatens the household is being removed from the world of the living by force, reduced to smoke and ash, no longer able to cling. Even when Maklu is framed as anti-witchcraft, the broader idea is still relevant. Night fear is treated as an invasion with a source, and the household responds with structured actions, words, and objects. Maklu materials emphasize that these rituals were not casual. They were sequences, performed with attention to timing and procedure. Procedure is what you build when you believe fear has rules. For a person experiencing sleep paralysis, the terror has a distinctive feature: helplessness. The most frightening part is not always the hallucination. It is the inability to respond. The voice is trapped. The hands do not lift. The body does not turn. In a culture that imagines hostile beings as real, helplessness looks like capture, and capture looks like underworld work. That is why underworld agents like the Gallu fit so easily into the explanatory model. A Gallu does not persuade. A Gallu seizes. When someone wakes unable to move, the experience already carries the texture of being seized. This is also why names mattered so much, and why people could be cautious about speaking them. Naming a threat can feel like pointing a lamp toward it, which is useful, but it can also feel like drawing its attention, which is dangerous. So texts and rituals often balance direct naming with controlled description. The threat is identified enough to be addressed, but not invited into casual speech. That is one reason incantation traditions like Utukulemnutu, the large compendium directed against evil demons, ghosts, and other harmful forces, became so important over centuries. They turn the unseen into a catalogue, then they use that catalogue to drive it back. Cataloguing is a kind of care. It says that terror is not an endless fog. It is this set of forces, these behaviours, these signs, these points of vulnerability. In modern sleep medicine, the catalogue includes triggers like sleep deprivation, stress, irregular schedules, and the overlap between REM and waking. In Mesopotamia, the catalogue includes demons that roam at night, spirits that cling, underworld agents that seize, and the idea that the threshold between realms can be pressured. There is an important point to keep gentle and clear here. A modern explanation does not erase the intensity of the experience. Sleep paralysis can feel intensely real, and the brain's threat system is not polite while it is doing its work. People in ancient Mesopotamia were not foolish for interpreting that intensity through their own framework. They were doing what humans do. They were matching a sensation to the best available model, and then they were building responses that gave the household a sense of agency. Agency is the quiet goal behind all of this. When a person is pinned in bed, the worst feeling is not only fear, it is the lack of options. Ritual gives options. Even small options matter. An amulet, a figurine, a spoken formula, a protective deposit in a wall, a prayer to a protective deity, a professional exorcist called to evaluate the symptoms and prescribe the correct words. Each of those steps says that the household is not simply waiting to be taken. The clay itself participates in that agency in two ways. First, it holds the protective image. An Gallu figurine, for instance, represents a being of wisdom and protection, a guardian presence placed in the architecture. Second, clay holds language. A tablet preserves the exact words that worked before. It turns a successful defense into a repeatable defense. If a person believes a specific incantation drove away a night attacker once, then writing it down and preserving it is a way of keeping that success in the family, in the temple, in the city. This is where the night terror experience becomes part of a long social memory. One person wakes pinned and terrified. They describe it. The description enters a category. The category appears in a text. The text is copied. The copies spread. Centuries later, another person in another city experiences a similar terror, and the culture already has a ready-made script for it, including which beings to blame and which words to speak. There is also a reason the fear so often includes the sensation of presence. In modern accounts, that presence is a common component of sleep paralysis hallucinations. In ancient Mesopotamian terms, presence is exactly what a demon is, not always a creature with a face, but a force that has arrived. When the mind insists that something is in the room, the cultural model supplies a list of things that can enter rooms at night. The person is not inventing the sensation. The person is interpreting it. The interpretation becomes the story the mind tells to keep itself coherent while the body is locked. That coherence is why the defences were often placed at the boundary points of a house. Doors, corners, thresholds, the head of the bed. The idea was not to fight in the middle of the room after an attack began. The idea was to keep the attack from entering in the first place, and if it entered anyway, to give it as few places to cling as possible. A wall with a buried guardian figure is a wall that has been claimed. A room with a protective deposit is a room that has been declared off-limits to underworld traffic. It is also easy to see how the Gallu fit into the emotional logic even when a different demon name might be used in a specific text. Gallu are the underworld's enforcers, and the defining feature of sleep paralysis is the sense of being enforced upon. The person cannot move because the body is under a rule that belongs to sleep. The mind experiences that rule as an outside force. In a Mesopotamian setting, a rule that removes movement and adds dread is exactly the kind of thing that could be assigned to the underworld sphere, because the underworld is where movement ends. So the experience of paralysis becomes, in the cultural imagination, a rehearsal of death. Not actual death, but a small, terrifying sample of what it feels like to lose control of the body while awareness remains. That is why it is so easy for people, across many cultures, to interpret sleep paralysis as a supernatural visitation. Mesopotamia supplied its own caste. Night wanderers, oppressive spirits, underworld agents, and demons who cover a sleeper, bind the body, or press down in the dark. At the same time, the culture also supplied something else, something calmer. It supplied routine. The same way modern sleep specialists emphasize regular sleep schedules and reassurance, ancient Mesopotamia emphasized protective routines and correct speech. The tools are different, but the shape is similar. A frightening night experience becomes less powerful when it is placed inside a known framework with known responses. That is the quiet strength of clay in this story. Clay does not panic. Clay sits in the wall. Clay holds the figure. Clay holds the words. Clay makes protection feel solid. A person can touch a doorway and know there is something buried there that was placed with intention. A person can recite words that have been recited before. A person can believe the boundary has been reinforced. From here, the Gallu story naturally moves toward the people who specialized in that reinforcement. The Underworld had its enforcers, and the living world had its trained responders, the ones who knew which names to speak, which names to avoid, which figurines to place, which rites to perform in the hours when the house is quiet and the mind is most vulnerable, and how to push the night back toward the place it belonged. Illness in the modern world usually arrives with charts, test results, and a vocabulary that separates symptom from cause. A fever is a temperature measured against a scale. Pain is described by intensity and location. A diagnosis is a name assigned after comparison to known patterns. That framework can still feel frightening, but it offers something steady, a sense that the body's disruption belongs to a category that can be studied and treated. In ancient Mesopotamia, people did not lack careful observation. They catalogued symptoms, recorded omens, and described bodily changes in detail. They also lived in a world where the boundary between physical and spiritual cause was not drawn the way it is today. When the body changed suddenly, when strength vanished without warning, when the chest tightened and the breath shortened, when a child wasted away despite food and care, the experience did not feel random. It felt like an intrusion. It felt like a presence had entered the body and claimed ground. That is where the idea of illness having a face becomes useful. It is not that every sickness was automatically blamed on a demon. It is that the culture had a framework ready for the possibility that misfortune, including bodily suffering, could be the work of hostile forces. The body became a field where unseen agents could act. In that worldview, a demon was not merely a metaphor, it was a potential explanation, especially when the illness resisted ordinary remedies or appeared suddenly and violently. The Gallu belong in that conversation because of what they represent. They are underworld enforcers. They are associated with dragging, seizing, and escorting souls downward. They appear in the context of substitution, of enforcing the underworld's claim when a boundary is crossed. If the underworld is the place where life ends, then any force associated with that realm becomes relevant to the experience of life weakening. In the story of Inanna's descent, the Gala demons are described in practical, almost clinical terms. They do not eat, they do not drink, they do not accept offerings, they do not respond to the ordinary currencies of social life. They tear away wives from husbands and snatch children from their parents. They close in like a reed fence. They accompany Inanna as she ascends, ensuring the underworld's demand for a substitute is met. etcsl.orin st.ox.ac.uk. Notice how easily that description can be mapped onto the experience of illness. A sudden sickness does not accept gifts. It does not respond to polite requests. It can tear someone away from their family. It can close in on a person from all sides, like a fence. It can feel relentless. The language of the myth, while tied to a specific narrative, provides a template for describing bodily misfortune as the work of agents who belong to a realm that has no interest in the comforts of the living. Mesopotamian medical texts often combine practical remedies with incantations. The Ashipu, often translated as exorcist or ritual specialist, and the Asu, more directly associated with medical treatment, worked within overlapping domains. Symptoms were observed carefully, patterns were recognized. At the same time, incantations were recited to drive away hostile forces believed to be causing or exacerbating the illness. The boundary between infection and invasion was not drawn along laboratory lines. It was drawn along lines of meaning. For a person lying in bed with a fever that will not break, or with pain that flares and fades unpredictably, the body can feel like contested ground. One moment it obeys, the next it resists. Appetite disappears, strength drains, the limbs feel heavy. In a culture that understands demons as beings that seize and drag, the sensation of being pulled downward into weakness fits naturally into that model. The Gallu, as agents of the underworld, are not only relevant to death itself, they become relevant to the approach of death, to the thinning of vitality. There is also a social dimension to illness in this framework. If misfortune can be caused by hostile forces, then it can also be interpreted as targeted. This is a dangerous idea because it can lead to suspicion and blame. Mesopotamian anti-witchcraft rituals, such as those preserved in the Maklu series, show how strongly people believed that sorcery could harm the body and the household, and how elaborate the response could be. Clay figurines representing the supposed witch or sorcerer were created and burned in ritual sequences designed to neutralize the threat. phil.uni-würzburg.d. Even when a Gallu is not directly named in a medical text, the broader demonological framework creates a shared atmosphere. The body is not only flesh and bone, it is a site where divine favour, divine anger, ancestral obligation, witchcraft and underworld pressure can all intersect. When an illness refuses to respond to herbal remedies or practical treatment, the suspicion that a hostile force is involved grows stronger. In this setting, a Gallu does not need to be the specific demon named in every case. Its role as underworld enforcer makes it symbolically available. If a person wastes away, if breath grows shallow, if the person seems to be fading toward the realm beneath, the Gallu's association with dragging victims down becomes emotionally powerful. The illness is not only a malfunction, it is an approach. It is the underworld reaching upward. This does not mean that Mesopotamian healers ignored practical measures. They recorded plant remedies, poultices, and treatments. They distinguished between different types of pain and different bodily locations. But alongside those measures, they used incantations that addressed demons directly, commanding them to depart, invoking higher gods to override their authority, and placing protective objects in the home. Protective figurines are one of the most tangible pieces of evidence for how seriously people took the idea of hostile forces entering living space. Small clay figures, including representations of Apkallu sages and other protective beings, were buried in walls and foundations to guard against evil. Museums describe these figurines as apotropaic, meaning intended to ward off harm. brooklynmuseum.org. Ritual texts describe how such figures were placed in specific numbers and positions, often in sets, reinforcing the boundary of the house. religionswissenschaft.uzh.ch. If the house is protected, the body inside it is less vulnerable. That is the logic. Illness is not only in the flesh, it is also in the space. A sick person is often confined to bed, and the bed becomes the centre of attention. If demons roam at night, if underworld agents seek to seize the weak, then reinforcing the sleeping area is an act of medical defence as much as spiritual defence. The Utuku Lemnutu incantation series, directed against evil demons and harmful spirits, shows how systematic the response to demonic threat could be. It is not a single prayer. It is a large corpus of incantations designed to identify, categorize, and expel hostile forces. Archive.org. The existence of such a series tells us something important. The culture did not treat illness-related fear as random. It treated it as a problem that required organised knowledge. When illness had a face, it also had a script. The script might describe the demon's habits, its origin, its weakness, and the authority that can command it. By naming the demon and placing it within a hierarchy, The healer transforms chaos into structure. A Gallu, for example, belongs to the Underworld's order. That means a higher divine authority can be invoked to counter it. The exorcist does not argue with the Gallu as an equal. The exorcist calls on a god whose domain outranks or intersects with the Underworld in a way that can disrupt the seizure. There is a psychological layer to this that is not trivial. When a person is ill, especially in a severe or mysterious way, helplessness grows. Helplessness magnifies pain. If the illness can be framed as a battle rather than as meaningless decay, then the person and their family have roles to play. They can prepare offerings, they can recite words, they can consult specialists, they can reinforce boundaries. The body becomes a battlefield, but a battlefield implies defenders as well as attackers. In this context, the Gallu represent the attacker who must be resisted or appeased through correct procedure. They are not chaotic beasts. They are agents of a system. That means their actions follow rules. Rules can be countered with other rules. If the Gallu drag according to a decree, then perhaps a higher decree can halt them. If the Underworld demands a substitute, perhaps a ritual substitution can satisfy the demand symbolically rather than physically. Substitution is a powerful idea in Mesopotamian ritual. In some contexts, a figurine or object stands in for a person. The harm is redirected to the object, which is then destroyed or buried. This logic appears clearly in anti-witchcraft rituals where the effigy of the sorcerer is burned, symbolically neutralizing the threat. phil.uni-würzburg.de. The same symbolic reasoning can be applied to illness. If a demon seeks a target, perhaps it can be tricked into accepting a surrogate. The body as battlefield also connects to the way Mesopotamians understood omens. Bodily symptoms could be read as signs of divine displeasure or demonic assault. A sudden paralysis, a severe headache, unexplained bleeding or wasting illness might all be interpreted within a larger narrative. The question was not only what is happening physically, the question was why. Who is responsible? What boundary was crossed? What obligation was neglected? That search for meaning is not unique to ancient cultures. Even today, when someone falls ill unexpectedly, the mind looks for causes beyond biology. Stress, environment, a recent argument, a bad decision. The difference is that modern frameworks tend to exclude demons from the list. In Mesopotamia, demons were part of the explanatory toolkit. There is another important detail about the Gallu that fits the illness metaphor. In the descent story, they are relentless. They pursue Dumuzi. They seize him despite attempts to escape. They are not distracted by gifts or pleas. etcetera.sl.orinst.ox.ac.uk. That relentlessness mirrors the experience of chronic illness, where symptoms return again and again despite efforts to suppress them. A fever breaks and returns. Pain fades and flares. Weakness improves and then deepens. In a world that imagines demons as persistent agents, this pattern can be described as a continued attack rather than as a mechanical failure. Yet it is important to avoid oversimplifying the ancient mindset. Not every illness was blamed on a Gallu. Mesopotamian texts show awareness of natural causes and practical treatments. The worldview is layered. A person could apply a poultice and recite an incantation in the same session. The layers did not cancel each other out. They reinforced the sense that nothing should be left unaddressed. The idea of misfortune as demonic assault also extends beyond physical sickness. Financial ruin, repeated accidents, loss of livestock, infertility, and social breakdown could all be framed as the work of hostile forces. When misfortune clusters, it feels intentional. It feels like a pattern directed at a household. The Gallu, as underworld agents who enforce a larger system, become part of the narrative that explains why misfortune might not be random. When illness had a face, it could be confronted. A faceless suffering is harder to fight. Giving illness a face, even a frightening one, allowed people to direct anger and fear outward rather than inward. Instead of blaming themselves entirely or collapsing into despair, they could identify an attacker and mobilize against it. The exorcist's role becomes crucial here. The exorcist is not merely a magician muttering words, he is a specialist in classification. He listens to symptoms, he consults texts, he determines whether the illness is likely caused by divine anger, witchcraft, ghostly disturbance, or demonic attack. Each category requires different actions. The Gallu, as a specific class of underworld demon, fit into that diagnostic framework. The exorcist might identify signs that match known patterns associated with underworld pressure, and then prescribe the appropriate incantations and rituals. That process is not entirely different from differential diagnosis in modern medicine. A doctor listens to symptoms, rules out possibilities, and narrows down the likely cause. The tools and explanations differ, but the structure of thought is comparable. Both seek to move from chaos to category. The body as battlefield is also visible in the language of protection. If demons can enter through openings, then openings must be guarded. Doors are sealed, thresholds are marked, figurines are buried, words are spoken. The house becomes a fortress, and the body inside it is the treasure being defended. brooklynmuseum.org. There is a quiet human detail in all of this. Illness isolates. A sick person often lies alone, especially at night. The mind wanders. Fear grows larger in silence. Ritual breaks that silence. Family members gather. Words are spoken aloud. Objects are placed with care. Even if the illness continues, the sense of abandonment is reduced. The battlefield metaphor does not mean constant violence. It means that the person is not fighting alone. The Gallu, then, are more than mythic antagonists in a single descent story. They are part of a larger vocabulary of decline, capture, and downward pull. When vitality drains and the body feels as though it is being claimed by something beyond personal control, the image of underworld agents becomes an available explanation. It turns the invisible process of cellular failure into a visible struggle against a known class of beings. That visibility, in turn, invites counteraction. Incantations from traditions like Utuku Lemnutu catalogue hostile forces and prescribe ways to expel them. Archive.org. Ritual sequences like Maklu demonstrate how seriously Mesopotamians took the idea that unseen aggression could be neutralized through careful procedure. phil.uni-würzburg.de. As the night stretches on and the mind settles into the idea that illness once had a face, it becomes easier to understand how tightly woven the underworld was into daily life. The Gallu do not appear only in grand myth. They appear in the background of how people made sense of suffering, decline, and fear. They stand at the edge of the bed as symbols of the worst possibility, that the body is no longer secure territory, yet the same culture that imagined them also imagined defences, allies, and higher authorities capable of pushing back. The battlefield was not one-sided, and from that sense of contested space, the story moves naturally toward the professionals of resistance, the ones who knew the words, the gestures, and the hidden placements that could turn a house from a vulnerable body into a guarded stronghold against the pull from below. In the cities of the Tigris and Euphrates, there were people whose job was to handle what everyone else preferred not to look at too closely. Not the ordinary kinds of problems, like a cracked wall or a broken jar, but the problems that arrived without a clear source. A child who woke screaming night after night, a man who could not keep food down and grew thinner by the week, a woman who felt an invisible weight on her chest whenever she tried to sleep, a household that seemed to attract bad luck the way a warm lamp attracts moths. When misfortune behaved like an intruder, the family did what families have always done. They looked for someone who knew the language of the unseen. That person was not usually a wandering mystic improvising spells by moonlight. In Mesopotamia, the fight against invisible captors became professional. It had training, Rules, tools, and texts. It had a culture of repetition, because when you're dealing with fear, repetition is part of what keeps you steady. The underworld might have the Gallu, the ones who seize and escort, the ones who do not bargain and do not soften, but the living world had its own specialists who were trained to push back, to identify what kind of force was pressing in, and to answer it with something stronger than panic. It helps to imagine what the world felt like from inside a mud brick home at night. The heat of the day would fade, the air would cool, the city would settle, and the sounds would change. People would hear animals in courtyards, footsteps in alleys, the distant call of a guard, then stretches of silence that made every creak louder. Night was not only darkness, it was vulnerability. Lamps could be lit, but they made small islands of light, not daylight. Beds were simple, and sleep was not always a gentle drifting. Dreams were taken seriously. Sudden dread was taken seriously. If someone woke pinned in fear, unable to move, the household did not assume the mind was playing tricks in a harmless way. They assumed something had entered the boundary of the home. In that setting, an exorcist was less like a magician and more like a responder. In Akkadian, the term Ashipu is often used for this kind of specialist, and the role was not limited to shouting at demons. The Ashipu listened, observed, diagnosed, and then performed the correct sequence of ritual actions. There was also the Asu, the healer more focused on remedies and treatments of the body, and in practice the lines could blur because bodies and spirits were not treated as separate worlds. If a person had a fever, you could apply a poultice, and also speak words that addressed the cause as a hostile presence. If someone had nightmares, you could adjust the sleeping space and also recite an incantation that sent the night attacker back to its own domain. The goal was not to choose between practical and sacred. The goal was to cover every angle, because when a family is scared, leaving one angle uncovered feels reckless. The professional nature of the work is one of the most important things to understand. Mesopotamia was full of scribes, and the scribal culture shaped everything, including fear. When something worked once, it could be recorded. When a sequence of words was believed to drive out a spirit, it could be copied, preserved, taught, and used again. A spell was not just a cry of desperation. It was a procedure. That is why so many incantation collections exist in the first place. They are the paper trail of a society trying to make the invisible legible. If you picture an Ashipu arriving at a house, do not picture drama first, picture method. He might come with a small bundle of tools, with tablets or at least the knowledge of what those tablets say, with ritual materials like water, oils, incense, perhaps small figurines made of clay or other substances. He would not begin by claiming he could see everything. He would begin by asking what happened, how often, when it began, who was affected, what the dreams were like, what symptoms appeared, what changed in the household recently. Not every question would be spoken the way a modern doctor speaks, but the structure is similar. If you want to confront an invisible captor, you first have to decide which kind of captor you are dealing with. That decision mattered because Mesopotamian thought had categories. A restless human spirit was different from an underworld enforcer. A witchcraft attack was different from divine displeasure. A disease demon was different from a ghost clinging to the house because it was hungry. The Gallu, in this landscape, were not the only threat, but they were one of the most chilling categories because they belonged to the logic of the underworld itself. A ghost might be soothed by proper offerings, a witch might be countered by reversing the spell, a god might be appeased. But the Gallu were described in the myths as beings who did not eat and did not drink, who did not accept pleasant gifts, who followed rules rather than feelings. If the household believed something like that was pressing in, the response needed to be more than a bowl of food left at a threshold. This is where incantations become more than poetry. In the Mesopotamian mindset, words were tools. They were not only descriptions of reality, they were actions performed with the mouth. If a contract spoken in a courtroom could bind a person, then words spoken in a ritual could bind a spirit. If a king's decree could reorder a city, then a divine name spoken correctly could reorder the unseen forces moving through a home. The Ashipu did not rely on raw emotion. He relied on correct speech. Correct speech usually meant invoking authority. A Gallu was not treated as a creature to be debated. It was treated as an agent of a realm. So the incantations often call on gods whose power and jurisdiction could override underworld pressure. Enki, the wise god associated with deep waters and clever solutions, appears again and again in these kinds of contexts because he represents a calm intelligence that can find a path where force would fail. Marduk or Asaluhi appear in traditions where they function as the active executor of Enki's wisdom, the one who carries out the expulsion. Shamash, the sun god, can be invoked as a god of justice and clarity, the one who sees what is hidden. The details vary across time and city, but the principle stays the same. If the underworld sends captors, the living respond by calling on a higher chain of command. That chain of command idea is comforting in a strict way. It tells the household that the Gallu are not free chaos. They are part of an order, and order can be contested by appealing upward. Even when the family felt powerless, the ritual language offered them a ladder. The Ashipu climbed that ladder on their behalf, rung by rung, name by name, formula by formula. An incantation might begin by identifying the threat, not with a casual label, but with a full description meant to corner it. The demon is named as one who comes in the night, one who presses on the sleeper, one who seizes the breath, one who makes the limbs heavy, one who drags the mind toward the land of no return. This is not done for dramatic effect. It is done because naming is classification, and classification is power. If the spirit is classified, it can be assigned its proper place. The incantation becomes a kind of verbal escort, sending the intruder back down the path it came from. Then comes the command, and the command is rarely polite. It is not a request for the demon to consider leaving. It is a statement that the house belongs to the living, that the bed belongs to the living, that the person belongs to the living for as long as their life is decreed. The incantation may direct the demon to return to Kur, to the underworld, to the realm beneath, to the gate where it belongs. In some formulaic traditions the words are repeated, because repetition is how a command becomes a wall. The same sentence said once can feel like hope. The same sentence said again and again can feel like enforcement. Ritual action often accompanied the words, and this is where the fight becomes physical in the quietest way. Water might be sprinkled, not because water is magic in itself, but because water is cleansing, and cleansing is a way of erasing contamination. Smoke might be used, incense or other materials burned so that the air itself becomes part of the boundary. Oils might be applied to door frames or to the body, marking the skin as protected territory. A circle might be traced. A threshold might be symbolically sealed. These actions are not random. They are a language of borders. When you cannot see the threat, you reinforce the edges that the threat is believed to cross. Clay appears again here, not as decoration, but as infrastructure. Figurines could be made to represent protective beings, placed in walls, buried at corners, set near doors. If the household feared that underworld hands could reach into their rooms, then the corners of the room became important, the same way corners of a city are important when you build walls. A small figure in clay is a silent guard. It stands without sleeping. It watches without blinking. In the imagination of the culture, it is not just clay. It is a body prepared for a protective presence to inhabit, or at least a symbol that tells hostile forces they have been noticed and resisted. There is also another use of figurines that fits the Gallu story in a darker, more clever way. Substitution was a major mechanism in underworld logic. Inanna returns, so someone else must go. A person is claimed, so another payment may be demanded. Ritual specialists took that logic seriously and used it creatively. If a threat was seeking a victim, a ritual could provide a substitute object, a figure that symbolically receives what the person would otherwise receive. The figure could then be removed, buried, burned, thrown into water, carried away from the house, sent down a road, placed at a boundary. The threat is given a target that is not the living body. This is not the same as bribing a Gallu with food. It is closer to satisfying a system's demand with controlled payment. When you think of it this way, exorcism in Mesopotamia becomes less like a shouting match and more like negotiation with rules. Not negotiation based on kindness, but negotiation based on procedure. The Ashipu's value was that he knew the procedures. He knew which words were believed to have force. He knew which gods to invoke for which category of threat. He knew how to read signs, not only in the sky, but in the body, in the pattern of symptoms, in the rhythm of nights when the dread arrived. He knew how to decide whether the household was dealing with a hungry ghost, a night terror demon, a curse, witchcraft, or an underworld claim that felt like the Gallu closing in. That professional knowledge did not appear overnight. It grew across generations. A young apprentice would learn to write, to copy tablets, to memorize formulae, to pronounce names correctly, to perform ritual sequences in the proper order. He would learn that the order mattered, because order is the opposite of panic. Panic is scattered. Procedure is straight. If you are trying to stop an invisible captor, you cannot afford scattered. There is a reason the tablets themselves feel so systematic. Many collections are arranged in series, with repeated openings and repeated endings, like steps on a staircase. Each incantation is a rung. You climb. You do not jump. This arrangement also serves another purpose. It builds confidence. A family watching the ritual might not understand every word, but they would recognize the rhythm of expertise. They would hear familiar phrases. They would see actions that had been done before. Familiarity calms. The threat is still frightening, but the response is not improvised in fear. It is performed with practiced steadiness. To keep the Gallu connected to this, it helps to remember what made them terrifying in the myths. They were not persuadable. They were not distractible. They were described as the ones who do not eat and do not drink, the ones who do not accept gifts, the ones who seize. So the living world responded by using the one thing the Gallu could not ignore in the story logic: authority. If a Gallu is an underworld agent, then it exists within a hierarchy. If it exists within a hierarchy, then the right divine command can redirect it, or at least can block its access to a particular person for a time. This is why so many rituals include an element of legal speech. The Ashipu might declare that the patient is under the protection of a god, that the patient's name is bound to life, that the patient's household is sealed. These declarations are not casual affirmations. They are meant to function like a seal on a jar. If you seal the jar, the contents stay inside. If you seal the house, the underworld stays outside. The fight against invisible captors also required a certain kind of courage that is easy to overlook because it is not loud. It is the courage of sitting with someone who is terrified and not becoming terrified yourself. The family would be watching the sick person, watching the sleeper, watching the one who woke in dread. The Ashipu had to carry the atmosphere. If he arrived nervous, the house would tilt toward panic. If he arrived calm, the house could borrow that calm. That is another way professionals mattered. They stabilized fear. A common pattern in these rites is that the patient is treated as someone under siege, not someone at fault. That matters. When people are ill, they often feel ashamed or guilty in ways that do not make sense. In a supernatural framework, guilt could become even heavier, because people might assume the illness is punishment. Ritual practice could relieve that by shifting the story. The problem is not that the person is bad. The problem is that a hostile force is present. The patient becomes someone to defend, not someone to condemn. Even when the rite included confession-like elements or attempts to appease a god, the presence of the Ashipu still framed the situation as solvable through correct action rather than as inevitable doom. This is also where community enters the room. A ritual is rarely performed in isolation. Family members participate, at least as witnesses. They might provide materials, they might hold lamps, they might repeat certain lines, they might maintain silence at key moments. All of this turns the fight into a communal act. An invisible captor isolates, a ritual gathers. That gathering itself is a kind of resistance. Sometimes the ritual would include the idea of sending the evil away into a place that is not home. The desert, the river, a crossroads, a boundary outside the city. The logic is simple. If the threat is an intruder, you do not want it lingering near your door. You want it displaced. So the Ashipu might use a figurine or an object to carry the threat symbolically, then physically remove it. This is like taking spoiled food out of the house before it attracts more problems. It is practical thinking, applied to invisible fear. There were also protective measures meant to prevent return. Doors could be marked, amulets could be worn. The patient might be given instructions about behaviour for a period of time, as if recovering not only from illness, but from an invasion. Recovery in this context is not merely physical, it is also a restoration of boundaries. The household must become safe again. All of this shows something important about the Gallu theme. The underworld's hands are frightening because they are imagined as reaching upward. The professional response is imagined as pushing them back down, not with brute force, but with procedure, authority, and carefully built defences. The underworld has officers. The living world has its own officers. One side collects, the other side protects. It is also worth noticing that this kind of professional practice turns terror into a shared language. A person can say they were seized in the night. A specialist can respond with a known set of actions. A community can recognise the pattern. This reduces the sense of personal madness. It tells the sufferer they are not alone in experiencing dread. Even if the explanation is supernatural, the social effect is supportive. It gives the mind something to hold. As we stay with this, the next part of the story is already waiting nearby. Because words and rituals do not exist alone. They attach themselves to objects, to doorways, to beds, to small guardians buried in corners, to the way a home is arranged when a family decides the boundary must be strengthened. The underworld's hands are imagined as reaching through thresholds, so the living world learned to treat thresholds as sacred engineering, building a house not only with bricks but with protections that could stand in silence long after the incantation ended. In the quiet corners of a Mesopotamian household, the work of defence was not always grand or spectacular. It was small, contained, unassuming. A piece of clay shaped into an image, an object placed with intention at a threshold, a simple charm hung above a doorframe. These small protections were not the things of heroic myth, nor were they miracles performed by powerful gods. They were the everyday magic, the kind that sat gently in the background, quietly reinforcing boundaries that kept a home safe from the unseen forces that could cross into the living world. They were the material responses to the fear that something from the underworld might reach up and seize the living. Figurines, charms, and household defences were often the first line of defence against invisible forces in Mesopotamian thought. They were not items created for display or decoration. They were crafted with specific purpose, imbued with meaning, and placed in the household to perform a job far beyond their appearance. These objects were part of a larger understanding that physical space, rooms, walls, doors, was not merely a backdrop for human life, but a site of constant negotiation with spiritual forces. The home, in this worldview, was not just where people lived. It was a place of sacred architecture, of intentional boundary making, where the right objects could keep the underworld's reach at bay. Small magic in this context does not mean weak magic. It means practical, accessible magic. Accessible not only in terms of availability, but also in terms of integration into daily life. A charm above the door was as ordinary as a roof overhead, yet its purpose was extraordinary. It marked the boundary between the living and the dead, between the known and the unknown. It was not the thing that would banish a Gallu on its own, but it was part of a system of defence, a system that included words, gestures, and knowledge handed down through generations. And that system worked, not by competing with the grand gods of the sky, but by reinforcing the lesser spaces, the domestic spheres where everyday life unfolded. The figurines are some of the most interesting artifacts of this tradition. Small, often crafted from clay, they represented a wide range of protective beings. The most well-known of these are the Gallu, the wise sages or seven sages, who were thought to protect against demonic forces. In some contexts, these figurines are described as the mythical beings who came before humanity, the ones who taught civilization. In others, they were simply understood as guardians, beings who could stand in the household's defense. Placing these figurines in walls or foundations wasn't just a symbolic gesture. It was a literal attempt to invoke protection, to create a physical barrier between the household and the forces that threatened to breach it. The figurines often represented the gods or divine servants, but they were also a way of inviting divine intervention into a private space. By placing them strategically, at doorways, windows, or other thresholds, householders sought to direct divine power precisely where it was needed most. The placement of these objects was not arbitrary. The act of putting a figurine at a particular spot in the house was an intentional design to prevent unwanted visitors, to stop spirits, demons, or any underworld enforcers from crossing the line into the living world. The figurine became not just a symbol, but a participant in the ritual of protection. It acted as a silent defender, standing guard against the hostile forces that might seek entry. Amulets played a similar role. These were often worn by individuals or placed within the home to protect against specific threats. Unlike figurines, amulets were small enough to be worn close to the body, providing personal protection. Some amulets were inscribed with words, incantations, or divine names, creating a direct connection to the protective forces they invoked. Others were purely symbolic, made to represent the divine or the sacred in a compact, wearable form. These charms could be simple: a small piece of stone, a piece of metal, or a figurine carved from bone or clay. But their function was significant. They were the personal, portable tools that allowed individuals to carry the sacred with them wherever they went, protecting them from spiritual or physical harm. The connection between figurines, charms, and household defences is more than just practical. It speaks to an underlying belief system that saw the boundary between the living and the dead as fragile, easily disturbed. The underworld was not a distant realm, far away in the mountains or beneath the earth. It was a place that could reach upward, intruding upon the lives of the living at any time. Demons could enter uninvited, sickness could spread unseen, and misfortune could arrive unexpectedly. But the protective figurines and charms were ways of keeping these forces at bay, not by brute force, but by creating a system of safeguards that could be activated when needed. These household protections were also part of a larger social understanding of the relationship between the living and the divine. In the same way that offerings were made to the gods to maintain good favour, these smaller objects were offerings in a different form. They were not lavish gifts. They were small, but they were purposeful. The household's need for protection was not ignored. It was addressed with the tools that made sense in the home. And in the mind of the people, these objects were not just decorations. They were agents of divine power, not just symbols of protection, but functioning pieces of a spiritual mechanism designed to maintain balance. One important aspect of these protections was their role in the ritual practice of exorcism. When someone in the household fell ill or began to show signs of being affected by an unseen force, the exorcist would come to perform a ritual of cleansing. Part of this ritual involved the use of figurines and charms. These objects would be placed in the right spots, and incantations would be recited to ensure that the threat would be driven out. The figurines served as a reminder that the household was not alone in its battle. They were a sign that divine power could be invoked to protect against the unseen, to hold the line between the living and the dead. The figurine itself could act as a substitute for the body that was under siege. This idea of substitution is key in Mesopotamian thought. where one object or being could stand in for another. When someone was sick, an amulet or a figurine might be used to take the place of the sick person, carrying the affliction away or absorbing the harm. This substitution was not just a symbolic gesture, it was a way of negotiating with the powers that sought to breach the household. The figurine was not just a symbol of protection, it was an active participant in the negotiation for safety. What makes the use of figurines and charms even more interesting is the sense of control they offered. In a world where sickness and misfortune often appeared without warning, these objects offered a sense of agency. They were part of a system that gave people a way to manage the fear of the invisible. If a family was afraid that the underworld had reached up and taken someone, they could perform a ritual to counter it. If they believed a demon had entered their home, they could place a figurine to act as a shield. If illness was creeping through the family, they could use charms to protect each person. The objects became both the tools of defense and the markers of a boundary. For modern listeners, the idea of placing small figurines in walls or wearing amulets might sound quaint or even superstitious. But for the Mesopotamians, these objects were serious. They were part of an integrated system of life, death, and the spaces in between. They were a way to prevent the unexpected, to keep the boundary between the living and the dead intact. They were a way to fight back against the invisible captors that might suddenly, without warning, threaten the safety of the household. These small forms of protection were not just about fear, they were also about order. The world of the living was full of chaos and uncertainty, but the world of the divine was structured. It had rules, and the figurines and charms were ways of bringing those rules into the household. When they were used correctly, they offered a sense of security, of structure, of order in a world that could easily fall into disorder. The beauty of these small defences lies in their simplicity. They were not complicated rituals, nor were they grand offerings. They were everyday items placed with care and intent, creating a framework of protection that the household could trust. In that sense, these figurines and charms were not just objects, they were a form of communication, a way of saying that the household had recognised the forces at work in the world and had done what it could to defend itself. They were small, but they were part of a larger system that kept the underworld from leaking upward, that kept the boundaries intact, and that allowed the living to continue living without constant fear of invasion. Now, as the stories move forward, it becomes clear that these small defences were only part of the larger picture. Figurines, charms, and household protections were critical, but they were part of a web of practices that extended beyond the home and into the wider community. The professional exorcists, the ritual specialists, the scribes who wrote the incantations, all of these people and practices formed a complex system of spiritual defense that worked together. And it was this system that ultimately allowed the living to stand their ground against the dark forces that threatened to seep in from the world below. In Mesopotamia, temples were not merely places of worship or divine assembly. They were fortresses, places where the boundary between the living and the divine was both marked and reinforced. These sacred spaces were designed to act as barriers against the forces of the underworld, creating an environment where the divine presence could be accessed safely, but where the chaotic, dangerous forces of death, disease, and misfortune could be kept at bay. The temple was a physical manifestation of the cosmos itself, a model of order that stood in contrast to the disorder of the underworld. In the heart of every city, the temple was the central axis around which both spiritual and social life revolved. These temples were enormous, their walls thick and imposing, their entrances guarded by statues of fierce gods or mythical creatures. They were designed to be more than just beautiful buildings. They were intended to be powerful, sacred fortresses, places where the gods could dwell, but also where the forces of darkness and disorder could not penetrate. The very act of stepping inside a temple was an act of crossing a threshold, moving from the world of the living, with all its imperfections and dangers, into the realm of the divine, where order and protection were supposed to prevail. Temples had multiple layers, both physically and spiritually. The innermost sanctum, where the god's statue was kept, was the holiest part of the temple, and often contained the greatest barriers, both literal and figurative. Access to this space was restricted, and only priests, who were trained in the rituals that could maintain the temple's sanctity, were allowed to enter. The outer areas of the temple, where offerings were made and rituals were performed, were still sacred but less so than the inner sanctum. This layered structure of the temple echoed the division between the upper world of the living and the underworld, the realm of death and chaos. What made these temples different from other public buildings was their function as spiritual fortresses. Their architecture, the positioning of statues and altars, and the elaborate rituals that took place within them all served the same purpose: to protect the community from the underworld's encroachment. This was not just a matter of symbolic separation. The temple was meant to act as a literal barrier, preventing any unwanted forces from slipping through the cracks of the human world into the sacred space of the gods. The walls, gates, and statues were not mere decoration. They were part of a system designed to hold back the forces of chaos. One of the most interesting aspects of these temples was the way they incorporated both physical and spiritual defences. The outer gates and walls were often decorated with images of gods and protective figures. These were not just images of divine power, but also warnings. The gods were watching, and they were capable of both protecting the living and punishing those who trespassed. The statues, often placed at the entrances, acted as sentinels, keeping out the forces of the underworld and ensuring that only those who were allowed to enter could do so. This idea of the temple as a fortress is deeply connected to the larger theme of boundaries that runs through Mesopotamian thought. In many of the myths, the underworld is a place that seeks to encroach upon the living world. The Gallu, as agents of the underworld, are a prime example of this. They are the ones who enforce the rules of the dead, dragging souls down into the darkness. They are relentless in their pursuit, and their presence is a constant reminder that the boundary between life and death is fragile. But in the temple, that boundary is reinforced. The temple walls are not just symbolic barriers. They are built to stand against the forces that would seek to breach the sacred space. Inside the temple, rituals were performed not only to honour the gods, but to maintain the sanctity of the space itself. These rituals were often seen as essential to keeping the balance between the world of the living and the world of the dead. By performing the proper rites, the priests ensured that the gods remained present, and that the forces of the underworld were kept in their place. These rituals were complex and required great knowledge of the divine order, as well as an understanding of the spiritual geography of the universe. The priests were not only intermediaries between the gods and the people, they were also guardians of the boundary that separated life from death. In this context, the temple can be seen as a microcosm of the larger cosmic structure. Just as the gods' power was thought to maintain order in the world, the temple was thought to maintain order within the city. It was a place where the forces of chaos could be contained, where the divine order could be enacted in the material world. This is why the temples were so closely tied to the political power of the city. A city with a strong, well-maintained temple was seen as one that was favoured by the gods, protected from the forces of the underworld. The temple was the anchor of the city's divine favour, and its power was seen as directly tied to the stability and prosperity of the community. The idea of the temple as a fortress also speaks to the Mesopotamian understanding of the underworld as not just a physical realm, but a spiritual one. The underworld was not a place that could be avoided or ignored. It was always there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to reclaim the living. But the temple, with its sacred walls and protective rituals, created a space where the living could interact with the divine and ward off the chaos that the underworld represented. The temple was not only a place of worship, but also a place of spiritual defense, where the gods could be called upon to protect the living from the forces that threatened to invade. Another fascinating aspect of this temple-based defense is the way in which the underworld was not entirely separated from the divine realm. The gods were not just above the earth in a distant heaven. They were believed to be deeply connected to the underworld, and the temple reflected this connection. In the inner sanctum of the temple, the divine presence was understood to be both separate from and connected to the forces of death. The gods were not seen as aloof from the underworld. They were understood to have control over it. This is why the rituals performed within the temple were so important. They were not just about pleasing the gods. They were about maintaining control over the boundary between life and death, ensuring that the gods' power was brought to bear in keeping the underworld at bay. The idea of sacred space as a barrier against the underworld also ties into the larger theme of the body as a battlefield. The human body, in Mesopotamian thought, was a sacred space that had to be defended from spiritual forces. Just as the temple walls acted as a barrier against the underworld, the human body had its own defences, which were strengthened through rituals, prayers and amulets. The underworld's forces could seize a body, drag it toward death, and threaten its vitality. But with the right protections, the body could be kept safe. This is why amulets and charms were so commonly used in Mesopotamian culture. They were not only personal protections, they were part of a larger system of spiritual defense that worked in conjunction with the divine power of the temple. As night falls, the boundary between the sacred and the profane becomes especially important. The darkness of the night was often associated with the dangers of the underworld, where spirits roamed free and the dead could cross into the world of the living. Temples, with their rituals and sacred objects, were believed to create a protective barrier against the dangers of the night. They offered a sanctuary where the forces of the underworld could be kept at bay, where the living could be shielded from the darkness. In this sense, the temple was more than just a physical structure. It was a cosmic defense, a place where the divine order was enacted and where the boundary between life and death was reinforced through ritual and sacred space. The connection between the temple and the protection of the community can also be seen in the way temples were built in relation to the city. Temples were often located at the heart of the city, symbolizing the city's connection to the divine. The walls of the temple were not only designed to keep the underworld's forces out, they were also designed to keep the city safe. The temple was a beacon of divine favor and protection, and its influence spread out into the surrounding community. Just as the temple's walls acted as a fortress, the power of the gods was thought to extend from the temple and protect the people who lived within the city's walls. In this way, the temple was not just a religious centre, but a political and social one as well. It was a place where the gods could be called upon to defend the city, where rituals were performed to ensure that the forces of the underworld were kept at bay. The temple's role in maintaining the boundary between life and death made it essential to the community's survival. Without the temple's protection, the city would be vulnerable to the forces that lurked in the darkness. The temple was both a physical and spiritual fortress, guarding the sacred space of the divine and the everyday space of the people. In conclusion, the temple in Mesopotamian culture was not just a building for worship. It was a fortress, a place where the boundary between life and death was reinforced, and where the forces of the underworld could be kept at bay. The temple's walls, its statues, its rituals, and its sacred objects all worked together to create a space where the divine could protect the living from the dangers of the underworld. Just as the human body required defences against spiritual forces, the city required its own defence, and the temple was the stronghold that made that protection possible. The temple, as a sacred fortress, was an essential part of the Mesopotamian worldview, ensuring that the living could continue to thrive in the face of the ever-present threat of the underworld. If you've been listening through this whole descent with me, you may have noticed something that feels almost unfair. The deeper we go, the less clean the categories become. At first, it's tempting to think the underworld is simple. The dead go down, the living stay up, and the scary things are all the same kind of scary. Then the tablets begin to speak in their own careful way, and you realise the Mesopotamians didn't treat darkness as one single substance. They treated it like a landscape with different regions, different dangers, and different rules for surviving each one. And that's where the Gallu and the Utuku start to matter in a very practical sense, because they represent two different styles of threat. Not two different horror costumes, not two different monsters that jump out from behind the same door, but two different logics of harm. If you're trying to understand how ancient people actually thought about fear and how they tried to protect themselves from it, you have to see that difference. Let's start with the Utuku, because the Utuku are slippery in a way that can make modern readers feel like the ground is moving. In Sumerian, you'll often see the term Udug, and in Akkadian, Utuku. What's important is that this isn't always the name of one specific creature with a fixed biography. It's often a class, and the class is strangely ambiguous. You can have a good Udug, you can have an evil Udug. Sometimes the word Udug is used so broadly it can function almost like a general word for demonic force, rather than a single specific being you could point to and say, yes, that one, that's the Udug. That ambiguity is not a bug in the system, it's part of how the system works. Some threats in life don't arrive with a name tag. You don't always know what hit you, you only know the shape of the damage. The Utuku, as a category, are built for that kind of uncertainty. They can stand for the presence of harm itself, the sense that something is wrong, that something has entered, that something is pressing into the body or into the mind. The texts even lean into the idea that the Udug can be nameless and formless. In descriptions preserved in exorcistic tradition, the evil Udug is sometimes characterized less by a clear body than by effects: darkness, shadow, an absence of light, poison, a terrifying voice, the sense of being enclosed. When you read those lines, you can almost feel what the writers were trying to do. They were giving language to a kind of dread that doesn't always have a face. Now compare that to the Gallu, who are much less interested in being metaphorical. The Gallu are underworld demons, and their role is described in a way that feels closer to enforcement than to haunting. The Gallu haul victims to the underworld. They appear in the descent traditions as the ones who accompany, the ones who cling, the ones who ensure that the rule is carried out. In Inanna's descent, the demons who accompany her are described as beings who know no food and know no drink, who eat no offerings and drink no libations, who do not accept gifts, who don't soften into family life, and who snatch people away from the places where they belong. That description matters because it draws a line between two styles of darkness. The Utuku are often framed as the kind of threat you drive out because it's inside the boundary where it doesn't belong. The Gallu are often framed as the kind of threat you cannot bribe because they aren't really there to negotiate with your household at all. They are there because a rule has been activated. They are there because the underworld is making a claim. This is a very different emotional experience, and you can still recognize it today in everyday terms. There is a difference between being sick and being arrested. Sickness feels like something has invaded your body. Arrest feels like the system has decided you belong somewhere else, whether you agree or not. One is a condition. The other is a procedure. One is messy. The other is formal. The Utuku sit closer to the condition side. The Gallu sit closer to the procedure side. That doesn't mean the Mesopotamians would have used those modern metaphors, but the structure is similar. If a child wakes up feverish, delirious, sweating, and weak, the family can imagine that something has entered the body, something that needs to be expelled. If a person has persistent nightmares, sudden dread, and an oppressive feeling in the bedroom, the household can imagine that something is lurking near the boundary of sleep and pressing down. Those experiences match the Utuku-style logic, an invasive force, often described through effects, not through a personal identity. But if someone's life begins to unravel in a way that feels like a pull toward death itself, or if a mythic narrative says a substitute must be provided, the Gallu-style logic becomes more relevant. It's not only that something is inside you, it's that something has jurisdiction over you. It's the underworld saying, I have a claim, and my agents have come to collect. This is why it's so important that the major professional fight against invisible threats in Mesopotamia isn't centered on one single demon name, but on classification. The ritual specialist, the Ashipu exorcist, is someone who works in a world where demon is not one thing. It's many things. The job is partly to decide which logic applies, and the literature that survives shows how extensive that professional memory became. One of the great bodies of that memory is the Udugul tradition, known in Akkadian expansion as Utuku Lemnutu, Evil Utuku, a multi-tablet exorcistic series transmitted across a very long span of Mesopotamian history. Even museums preserve tablets from this tradition and describe them as incantations intended to aid in and prevent attacks by demons and ghosts, passed down as part of the lore of the Ashipu. That detail alone tells you something profound. The Utuku are not merely a mythic decoration. They are woven into therapeutic practice. The texts emphasize driving out the evil Udug/Utuku as a cause of sickness and misfortune. This is the body as battlefield logic in its most developed form. The enemy is a presence. The treatment is expulsion, cleansing, protection, and repeated correct speech. The Gallu, by contrast, are not primarily remembered through a giant medical compendium the way the Utuku are. They live most vividly in stories about the Underworld's rules, in narratives about descent and substitution, and in that chilling description of beings who do not eat what you offer, who do not accept what you sacrifice, who do not become domesticated by the normal levers of human life. So if you imagine the night problems that might bring an Ashipu to a house, you can picture the diagnostic fork. If the problem looks like an invasion, a sickness, a creeping shadow in the mind, an oppressive presence at night, that leans Utuku. If the problem looks like a claim, a seizure, a dragging down, a sense that death itself is trying to collect someone before their time, that leans Gallu. Even if the household never uses those terms perfectly, the underlying distinction is there. One is infestation, the other is enforcement. Now, the really interesting part, and the part that makes the Mesopotamian system feel so human, is that these categories do not stay perfectly separate. The texts themselves show overlap and complexity. The Udug can be good or evil. That means darkness is not always a moral label. It can be a label for power that must be directed correctly. A good Udug can be invoked as a protective presence against the evil Udug. And even more surprisingly, the tradition preserved in scholarly summaries notes that exorcism texts can speak of good and evil Gala as well, placing Gala in a moral spectrum similar to Udug. That complicates the neat picture of the Gallu as purely the Underworld's cruel hands. It suggests that, in some ritual contexts, the category Gala could be used flexibly, perhaps as a broader label for certain kinds of forces, or as a role that can be turned toward protection as well as harm. This is one of those moments where you can feel the scribes working over centuries, not always agreeing, not always using terms the same way, but preserving a living system of thought, a system that tries to map experiences that are hard to map. A fever is real, a nightmare is real, a sudden death is real, a sense of being pursued by misfortune is real. The explanations are layered, and the vocabulary shifts, because the experiences themselves do not always arrive neatly separated. Even the word Dug can sometimes be used as a kind of umbrella term for demonic forces more generally. That means a person might use Udug the way someone today might say, "something's got into me," without intending a strict taxonomic claim. Meanwhile, in a formal incantation series, the same term might be treated with precision, described through set phrases, and placed into a professional ritual framework designed to remove it. The Gallu, in their clearest mythic moments, feel less like an umbrella and more like a specific job description. They are the ones who take. They are the ones who escort. They are the ones who do not accept your pleasant offerings. That specificity creates a different kind of fear. If the Utuku are the darkness that seeps into the body, the Gallu are the darkness that shows up with paperwork you can't read and a destination you don't want. That difference also changes how a person imagines protection. Against an Utuku-style threat, defences make sense as cleansing and sealing. Incantations, protective figurines, purification water, smoke, ritual boundaries. The goal is to evict the intruder and reinforce the house so it cannot return. Against a Gallu-style threat, the fear is that the intruder is not there because you were careless, but because the underworld has a legitimate claim, at least in its own terms. In myth, the solution is not a simple banishment. It is substitution, negotiation with higher authority, the kind of cosmic accounting where someone must go in place of someone else. That's why the story of Inanna is so important. It is not only an underworld travelogue, it is a lesson in how underworld logic works. The demons who accompany her are not random predators. They are attached to the structure of the underworld's rules, and they persist until the rule is satisfied. So when later ritual traditions focus heavily on expelling evil utuku, you can feel the difference in the problem being addressed. The Utukulem Nutu series is a massive investment in the idea that certain forces cause sickness and harm and can be driven out through correct practice, preserved and transmitted as professional knowledge. The Gallu, when they appear in the imagination, bring in the dread of inevitability, the sense that some darkness does not need your permission to enter because it is not entering, it is collecting. If you let that sink in slowly, the Mesopotamian world begins to look less like a jumble of scary names and more like a coherent set of tools for thinking. The Gallu explain the dread of being claimed. The Utuku explain the dread of being invaded. One is the fear of jurisdiction, the other is the fear of contamination. And this is where the phrase, drawing lines between different kinds of darkness, stops being academic and becomes oddly comforting. Because drawing lines is what people do when they want to stay sane. If all fear is one big fog, the mind has nothing to hold. If fear has categories, you can choose responses. You can call the right specialist. You can perform the right rite. You can place the right protective figures. You can speak the right words. The lines don't eliminate fear, but they turn fear into something that can be handled. There's also a quiet reason why these lines blur. A person in pain doesn't always care whether the attacker is enforcement or infestation. They care that it hurts. They care that they cannot sleep. They care that the child is weak. So the household throws everything at the problem. Remedies and prayers, offerings and incantations, figurines and cleansings. The categories exist, but the response is often layered, because the stakes are too high for purist thinking. In that layered response, the Gallu and the Utuku can appear side by side in the same emotional landscape. A person might fear illness as an Utuku-like invasion, and at the same time fear that illness is leading toward the underworld, toward the realm where the Gallu operate. The body becomes the battlefield, and the underworld becomes the looming destination. One darkness is inside the skin, the other darkness is waiting below the earth. It makes perfect sense that a culture would develop names for both. As we keep moving, this distinction also sets up something that becomes more and more important the further you travel through Mesopotamian demonology. The way categories evolve over time, and the way later scribes and later empires inherited old names and used them in new combinations. Utuku becomes a major label in long incantation series. Gallu remains a powerful image tied to underworld narratives, and between them, you start to see how the culture built a whole ecology of unseen forces, each with its own flavour of danger and its own style of defence, and how those defences move from private homes to temples, from tablets to spoken words, and from mythic stories into professional practice that people depended on when the night felt too heavy. Fear travels well. It crosses borders without needing a passport, and it survives changes in language, kings and flags. In the land between the rivers, the names of cities shifted, dynasties rose and fell, and whole armies marched across the same dust. But the night still arrived in the same quiet way. A lamp still flickered. A baby still cried. A person still woke with their heart pounding, and a sense that something unseen had stepped too close. In that steady rhythm, the fear of underworld hands did not need to reinvent itself. It only needed new scribes to copy the old warnings into the new tongue. One of the most striking things about Mesopotamia is how much of its spiritual life was built to last. Not because stone lasts, since most houses were mud brick and most walls returned to earth, but because the culture learned to store memory in clay. Clay becomes hard when it is baked. A city might burn and a palace might collapse, and the heat that ruins everything else can preserve the tablets in the rubble. The result is strange and a little ironic. Disasters that terrified people in their own time helped carry their fears to ours, pressed line by line into a material that outlasted the hands that shaped it. When Sumerian city-states dominated the southern landscape, their stories and ritual speech formed early versions of the demon vocabulary that kept returning later. Words like Udug and Gala appear in Sumerian contexts, and their meanings are already tied to the problem that keeps the whole system awake at night. Something can cross the boundary. Something can invade a body. Something can pull a person toward the land where no one returns. At that stage, the fear is local, anchored to temples and city gods, but the shape of it is already recognizable. Then Akkadian rises and spreads, and the pattern becomes even more interesting. The Akkadian-speaking world inherits Sumerian writing, Sumerian myths, and Sumerian ritual language, but it also brings its own ways of organizing knowledge. Over time, Sumerian becomes less of a spoken everyday language, and more of a scholarly and ritual language. A set of words with authority that scribes preserve even when the streets are speaking something else. That creates a layered culture, with two tongues living inside the same clay. A line might be written in Sumerian, then repeated in Akkadian, not as an afterthought but as part of the power of the rite. The old words carry ancient weight. The newer words make the meaning accessible in the present. This is one reason the same fear survives across empires. The fear is stored inside bilingual practice. When a tradition is copied, it is not copied as a museum piece. It is copied as a tool. A ritual series is preserved because someone believes it still works. An incantation is preserved because a specialist expects to need it again. The names of demons are not only remembered as mythic characters, they are remembered as active categories in a professional vocabulary. The Utuku and the Gallu show that transmission clearly. In Sumerian, the Udug can be good or evil, and the Gala appear as underworld enforcers in the descent traditions. Later, in Akkadian, Udug becomes Utuku, and the exorcistic literature develops massive handbooks dedicated to driving out evil forces that cause sickness and dread. The very existence of large series like the Udugul tradition, known in Akkadian as Utuku Lemnutu, shows how long the fear remained useful as a framework. Tablet after tablet, the same structure returns. Identify the force, describe its effects, invoke a higher authority, command it away, seal the boundary. This long tradition is attested in scholarly discussion and in surviving fragments and manuscripts that continue to appear in museum collections and academic editions, including first millennium copies of earlier material. A Middle Assyrian tablet in the British Museum provides a small but vivid window into this continuity. It is a clay tablet fragment with exorcistic incantations written in both Sumerian and Akkadian, dated to the Middle Assyrian period and likely from the region of Ashur. It is not a poem kept for beauty. It is a working document in a living tradition, a piece of professional equipment that could be held, read, and used in the same century when Assyrian power was hardening into something formidable. That is the important point. Akkadian and Assyrian worlds did not replace Sumerian fear with a new fear. They inherited a fear that already had categories, and they refined it into administration. The great empires of Mesopotamia were bureaucratic. They counted grain. They logged labour. They recorded omens. They kept correspondence. They also kept the vocabulary for invisible threats, because an empire built on order still had to manage the fact that the body collapses, the mind panics, and the night arrives without caring about royal titles. In Assyria, that need becomes even clearer because the state itself becomes a customer of magical expertise. The Ashipu was not only a household specialist. In elite contexts, the Ashipu could act on behalf of the king, performing important rites and advising in matters where the unseen was treated as politically relevant. The Met's overview of first millennium Mesopotamian magic notes that the Ashipu performed non-private magical acts in elite contexts. and could advise the Assyrian king, while physicians called Asu treated ailments with remedies, and could work alongside the Ashipu in ritual performances. That blend of medicine and ritual is one of the reasons the old fears survived. If a sick body was treated as a battlefield, then healing was never only about herbs. It was also about removing a hostile presence, breaking a curse, separating a person from whatever clung to them. When the king was sick, the stakes were amplified. A fever was not only a private tragedy, it could be read as a threat to stability. In that environment, the old demon categories were not superstitions drifting at the edge of life. They were part of how the most powerful people in the region tried to maintain control. Assyrian royal culture also left behind a remarkable archive. The library associated with Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, where tens of thousands of clay tablets and fragments were found. The British Museum describes the discovery of over 30,000 tablets from the ruins of Nineveh, the capital of Ashurbanipal's empire, preserving texts of many kinds. The collection contains literature, omens, rituals, medical texts, and incantations, and it reflects a deliberate effort to gather knowledge across Mesopotamia, including older traditions. It is difficult to overstate what that means for the continuity of fear. A royal library is not just a bookshelf. It is a statement that knowledge is power. In the Assyrian worldview, power was not only weapons and walls. Power was also the ability to interpret signs and respond correctly to unseen dangers. A king could command armies, yet a bad omen could still tighten the air in the palace. A king could crush rebellions, yet a nightmare that clung could still feel like an enemy at the bedside. The old names were kept because they provided handles for those threats. Those handles show up in the major ritual series that circulated widely in first millennium Mesopotamia. One of the most famous is Maklu, meaning burning, an extensive anti-witchcraft ritual performed over the course of a night and involving the recitation of many incantations. The Würzburg project page describes Maklu as the most extensive Babylonian anti-witchcraft ritual, performed over one night with the recitation of almost 100 incantations. The series is also described in scholarly editions as comprising tablets of incantations and a ritual tablet prescribing directions, reflecting a standardized corpus transmitted and used in practice. Maklu is not only about witches in a narrow sense. It is about the feeling that harm can be aimed, that misfortune can be targeted, that the household can be attacked by something intentional and hidden. That is a close cousin of the fear the Gallu represent. The Gallu do not always appear as witches' servants, but they share the same basic terror, being seized by an invisible logic that does not care about your wishes. When Maklu burns figurines and recites formulas through the night, it is staging a controlled reversal of helplessness. It is turning the household into an active party rather than a passive victim. This helps explain how fear remains constant while the political map changes. The Akkadians, Babylonians, and Assyrians fought each other, absorbed each other, borrowed from each other, and wrote in different scripts and styles, yet the night experience stayed familiar. A person still woke in dread. A body still fell ill. A sudden death still forced a family to reckon with the underworld. So the texts that addressed those experiences remained in circulation, copied and recopied in the scribal schools that trained the next generation of specialists. Bilingualism reinforced that continuity. Even when Akkadian was the everyday language of administration and literature, Sumerian continued as a learned language in rituals and lexical lists. That meant a ritual could keep its ancient phrasing while being made intelligible through Akkadian expansion. The Cambridge journal Iraq published work on a fragment from the Udughul equals Utukulem Nutu series, highlighting how these incantations could include self-protective elements for the Ashipu before addressing the patient. That detail feels small until it is imagined in a real house. A professional arrives, the air is heavy, fear is present, and the first act is to secure the practitioner, then the patient. The tradition preserves not only words but the rhythm of a professional mindset. Another layer of continuity comes from the way demons were treated as part of an ecology, rather than a single enemy. A household might talk about a ghost, an utuku, a curse, witchcraft, or underworld agents like the Gallu, not because they loved complexity, but because suffering rarely arrives with a single clean label. The professional literature responded with a toolkit rather than a single cure. Utuku Lemnutu addresses the broad category of evil forces associated with sickness and misfortune. Maklu addresses witchcraft as an intentional assault. Omen series help interpret whether a danger is approaching. Protective figurines and deposits mark the house as defended. Across empires, the Gallu remain one of the most memorable images because they embody a specific kind of dread that politics never eliminates. Empires can provide roads and laws, but they cannot negotiate with mortality. The Gallu are tied to the Underworld's claim, the idea that the realm beneath has rights, and that its agents can reach upward when the rules are triggered. In the Descent tradition, the Gallu are described as beings who do not eat offerings and do not drink libations, who do not accept pleasant gifts, and who snatch people away from family life. That description echoes in later retellings and summaries because it captures the feeling of inevitability that makes the Gallu different from more negotiable spirits. In the Akkadian and Assyrian periods, the underworld itself remains a stable concept, even as the names of cities and kings change. The realm below remains a place of no return, a place with gates, judges and decrees. That continuity means the Gallu continue to make sense. A society that believes in an ordered underworld will also believe in the agents who enforce that order. When a person suffers a sudden collapse, or when a death comes at a time that feels wrong, the mind reaches for a narrative that explains why the boundary failed. The Gallu provide one of those narratives, and the professional response becomes, again, a set of techniques for reinforcing the boundary and appealing to higher authority. One of the more subtle ways fear persists is through the everyday continuity of households. Empires can proclaim new eras, but families still cook, sweep, sleep, and mourn. A mother in an Akkadian-speaking household still worries about a child's fever. A father in an Assyrian garrison town still worries when the household's luck turns sour. In those small spaces, the difference between Sumerian and Akkadian is less important than the fact that there is a known specialist who can be called, and a known set of words that can be recited. The same clay that holds tax records also holds incantations, because the same society needs both. At the same time, the empires did shape the tone of the fear. Assyria, with its militarized identity and its imperial reach, tended to treat threats as matters of state as well as matters of soul. The fact that the Ashipu could serve as an advisor to the king suggests that demonic threat and ritual protection were not marginal concerns. The machinery of empire wanted stability, and stability included ritual stability. The king needed to be protected from witchcraft, from bad omens, from sickness interpreted as supernatural assault, and from the broader feeling that the gods could withdraw their favour. Royal libraries gathered texts not only for curiosity but for control. The British Museum's project on Ashurbanipal's library emphasises the scale of the tablet discovery at Nineveh, and scholarship on the library emphasises the collecting effort that brought together traditions from different regions. That collecting impulse is an echo of fear in administrative form. Gather the rituals, gather the incantations, gather the omen series, gather the lexical lists. Keep the knowledge close, because knowledge is a shield. There is also a quiet, physical reality behind the transmission. Tablets were copied by hand. That means a living person sat with a stylus and pressed sign after sign into clay, repeating lines that had been repeated before. When a scribe copied an incantation against an evil utuku, the scribe rehearsed the idea that sickness could be driven out as an invading presence. When a scribe copied a descent narrative or a lament involving the Gala, the scribe rehearsed the idea that the underworld can send collectors. Every copy is a small act of belief, or at least a small act of respect for the possibility that the words might be needed. Sometimes those copies preserve hints of how the specialists worked. A colophon might identify the tablet as belonging to a library or a tradition, or a set of professional handbooks. Even without reading every sign, the very existence of cataloguing and series organisation shows that ritual speech was treated as an archive, not as improvisation. The Met's overview points out that handbooks existed that give names and responsibilities of different magical practitioners, suggesting an organised professional landscape. Fear also survived because it could adapt. The Gallu could remain underworld enforcers in myth, and at the same time the broader demon vocabulary could be used to explain new kinds of suffering. When urban life changed, when warfare intensified, when disease moved through crowded spaces, people still reached for the same basic categories: invasion, contamination, seizure, curse. The names might shift in emphasis, but the structure held. Utuku could stand for a demonic cause of illness. Gallu could stand for the underworld's claim. Witchcraft could stand for targeted harm. All of them together formed a map of danger. That map was not only frightening, it was also strangely stabilizing. A map suggests routes. A map suggests exits. A map suggests that the terrifying thing has a place where it belongs. Even the most frightening underworld demon is, in this logic, still part of an ordered cosmos. The task of the living is to keep each force in its proper zone. Houses are protected with figurines. Temples are maintained with rites. The king is protected with rituals. The patient is treated with remedies and incantations. In this sense, the continuity across Akkadian and Assyrian worlds is not only continuity of fear, it is continuity of craft. The same fear that kept a Sumerian awake became, centuries later, a set of tablets in an Assyrian library, and the same dread that made a family whisper at night became, in a court context, something that could be managed through official ritual sequences performed by trained experts. It is also worth noticing how the language of darkness becomes administrative without losing its emotional edge. A ritual series can be standardized, and still the words inside it can describe terror in a way that feels intimate. A tablet can be catalogued, and still the incantation can speak about a presence that presses on the chest or steals sleep. An empire can be confident, and still the king can fear the unseen. That mixture is part of what makes Mesopotamian demonology feel so human. It is not only a set of monsters, it is a record of people trying to live inside uncertainty while building as much order as they can. By the time the Neo-Assyrian world reached its height, the old fears were not only preserved but distributed. Specialists could be trained, texts could circulate, rituals could be replicated across cities. Even when Nineveh fell and the palaces burned, the clay tablets endured and the words stayed readable. The underworld did not vanish. The names did not vanish. Gallu, Utuku and the other categories continued to echo because they were tied to experiences that did not stop when an empire ended. That echo is gentle in one way and heavy in another. Gentle because it shows continuity of human coping. Heavy because it shows how persistent the same night dread can be across centuries. A person in a Sumerian city and a person in an Assyrian city could both recognize the feeling of being watched in the dark, even if they called it by different names or recited different lines. In one era, the fear might be handled in a small household rite. In another, it might be handled with a standardized series performed by a trained Ashipu whose tablets belong to a royal library. The setting changes, the fear remains, and the response stays organized around the same central idea. Boundaries matter, and the living work to keep the underworld where it belongs. As those boundaries are maintained, another kind of continuity begins to appear at the edges, because Mesopotamia was never isolated. Trade routes, wars, migrations, and diplomacy carried stories and categories outward. The same demon names might not travel unchanged, but the patterns can, and the next layer of the story begins to feel like a set of reflections, where distant cultures develop their own terms for underworld enforcers, night attackers, and invisible pressure, while Mesopotamia's old clay memory continues to sit quietly in the background, waiting to be read again. When you hold a clay tablet in your mind and then imagine a medieval manuscript, or a whispered folktale told beside a winter fire, the distance feels enormous. Different languages, different gods, different empires. Yet the human experiences underneath those words do not change as much as the surface might suggest. People still wake in the night feeling watched. Families still try to explain why someone strong yesterday is weak today. Communities still tell stories about forces that take, drag, seize, and refuse to bargain. If you follow those experiences forward, from the age of cuneiform to later religions and folklore, you begin to see familiar outlines. The Gallu do not travel as passport-carrying characters with fixed names, but their shape leaves impressions. The first step in seeing those impressions clearly is to remember what the Gallu represent at their core. They are underworld enforcers. They are not mischievous tricksters. They are not tempters offering bargains. They are agents who carry out a rule. In the Sumerian descent of Inanna, the Gala demons who accompany her are described as beings who know no food, know no drink, who do not accept offerings, who snatch away wives from husbands and children from their parents, and who close in like a reed fence. etcsl.o.rinst.o x.ac.uk. That image of relentless collection, of enforcement without appetite, is one of the Gallu's defining traits. As Mesopotamia's political power shifted and new empires rose, the old demon vocabulary did not simply vanish. The Akkadian and later Assyrian worlds preserved and copied earlier traditions, including demonological and exorcistic texts. Large ritual series such as Utukulem Nutu, rooted in earlier Udugul traditions, continue to circulate in first millennium contexts. Cambridge.org. This continuity means that by the time later cultures encountered Mesopotamian ideas, whether directly or through layers of translation, the categories had already been standardized in professional literature. From there, the story becomes less about direct copying and more about echo. When the ancient Near East moved into periods dominated by Aramaic, then later by Persian, Hellenistic, and eventually Roman and Christian frameworks, the old underworld logic did not disappear. It adapted. The idea of a realm below, governed by rules, with agents who enforce those rules, remains deeply rooted in the region's religious imagination. Names shift, mythic backstories evolve, but the structural role remains recognizable. In Jewish apocalyptic and later rabbinic traditions, for example, we encounter a much more developed demonology than in earlier Hebrew texts. The figure of Samael, sometimes described as an angel of death or accuser, and the broader category of destructive angels and spirits, carry a similar emotional weight. They are not random monsters. They function within a divine system, executing decrees. The underworld is not simply chaos. It is part of a moral and cosmic order. While it would be simplistic to claim that Samael is a renamed Gallu, the idea of underworld or death-associated enforcers acting under higher authority fits the older Mesopotamian pattern. The logic of enforcement persists. In later Christian tradition, the idea of demons evolves further, often taking on a more strongly moralized dimension. Demons become associated with rebellion against God, temptation, and corruption. Yet even here, there remains a distinction between tempters and enforcers. Medieval depictions of hell sometimes include demons who torture or guard souls, acting as wardens of punishment. These figures, in art and narrative, are less about persuasion and more about execution. They drag, chain, confine. The visual language, claws pulling the dam downward, iron hooks, beings who do not respond to pleas, mirrors the Gallu's relentless role in earlier myth, even if the theology surrounding them is entirely different. In Islamic tradition, the figure of the angel of death, often called Azrael in later lore, also functions as a collector of souls. Here again, the emphasis is not on temptation but on duty. The angel takes souls at their appointed time under divine command. This role is framed as obedience to God rather than as demonic hostility. Yet the emotional shape is similar to the Gallu's role in the underworld. There is a moment when an agent arrives, and departure is not optional. The difference lies in moral framing and cosmology, not in the underlying human confrontation with inevitability. Folklore, especially in rural and village contexts, preserves even more direct echoes of the Gallu-like logic. Across the Near East and into parts of Europe, you find stories of night beings who sit on the chest, who press the breath, who drag people in dreams. Some traditions speak of beings that ride sleepers, causing paralysis and dread. These stories are often used to explain sleep paralysis or night terrors, and while they may not use the name Gallu, they preserve the idea of an invisible force that seizes and restrains. The older Mesopotamian distinction between invasive demons like the Utuku and underworld enforcers like the Gallu becomes blurred in folklore, but the core sensation, the body seized by something unseen, remains. The transmission does not require a straight genealogical line. Ideas move through trade, conquest, intermarriage, and translation. Aramaic became a lingua franca across large parts of the Near East during the Neo-Assyrian and Persian periods. Later, Greek and Syriac intellectual traditions interacted with older Mesopotamian materials, could be personified as an agent rather than treated as pure accident persisted. One of the most significant bridges between Mesopotamian demonology and later religious thought lies in apotropaic practice, the use of protective objects and words. The ancient use of figurines, incantations, and boundary rituals finds echoes in later amulets, protective prayers, and household blessings. The instinct to guard thresholds, to inscribe sacred names near doors, to hang charms against the evil eye, is not uniquely Mesopotamian, but Mesopotamia provides one of the earliest and most thoroughly documented examples of such practice. When later communities inscribe verses for protection or place objects near entrances to ward off spirits, they are participating in a logic that was already mature in the world of the Gallu. Even the concept of the evil eye, widely attested in Mediterranean and Near Eastern folklore, reflects a similar anxiety about invisible harm crossing into a household. While the evil eye is more often associated with envy and gaze than with underworld enforcement, the protective strategies, amulets, incantations, gestures, mirror the defensive strategies used against demons in Mesopotamia. The underlying fear is that unseen forces can breach ordinary defences. The response is to reinforce those defences with sacred authority. Another layer of echo appears in literary imagination. When medieval or early modern writers describe hell not as a chaotic abyss, but as a structured realm with gates, guardians, and punishments carried out by agents, they are working within a long-standing Near Eastern pattern. The underworld as an organised domain, with its own bureaucracy, is a deeply Mesopotamian image. The Gallu are part of that bureaucracy. Later traditions may replace them with devils, fallen angels, or named demons, but the structural role, enforcement of a decree, remains intact. It is important to be careful here. Cultural influence is rarely a straight line. The Gallu do not march visibly into Christian or Islamic theology with their Sumerian names intact. Instead, what travels is the way of thinking, the idea that darkness has departments, the idea that some agents of death are simply doing their job, the idea that pleading or offering bribes will not work because the force operates under a higher command. That mental architecture appears again and again, even when the theological language shifts completely. There is also a more subtle echo in the way later religions frame the boundary between the living and the dead. In Mesopotamia, crossing that boundary required permission or ritual care. The underworld was not to be entered lightly. In later traditions, necromancy and attempts to communicate with the dead are often treated as dangerous or forbidden, reflecting a similar anxiety about disturbing the boundary. If there are agents who enforce the boundary, then tampering with it invites attention. The Gallu enforce the underworld's claim. Later demons or angels guard the divide between realms. The fear that the boundary is thin persists. Folklore adds texture to this continuity. In some Near Eastern village traditions, stories speak of beings that accompany the dying, or that appear near graves, or that linger at crossroads. Crossroads themselves are liminal spaces, neither here nor there, and they often become settings for stories about spirits. In Mesopotamian thought, thresholds and boundaries were also sensitive points, guarded with figurines and ritual deposits. The anxiety around liminal spaces is consistent. The Gallu belong to a liminal function. They cross upward to collect and drag downward. Later folklore fills liminal spaces with its own characters, but the pattern is recognisable. In Europe, the image of demons dragging souls to hell appears frequently in art and literature. Medieval frescoes depict clawed beings hauling the damned by chains. The emotional impact is similar to the Sumerian image of the Gala, who seize and snatch, who do not soften in the face of family bonds. The theology behind these images is different, grounded in Christian doctrines of sin and judgment, yet the visual grammar, the drag, the capture, the inevitability, echoes the older Mesopotamian narrative logic. The preservation of ancient Mesopotamian texts in royal libraries, such as the vast collection associated with Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, ensured that these ideas did not simply dissolve into dust. Thousands of tablets, including literary and ritual works, were preserved in the ruins and later excavated. BritishMuseum.org. The fact that exorcistic and incantation texts were among those preserved underscores how central demonological thought was to the culture's self-understanding. Even when political control passed to new powers, the intellectual infrastructure was there to be encountered, adapted, and reframed. What we see, then, is not a straight migration of the Gallo as named figures, but a diffusion of patterns. The Gallu contribute to a larger Near Eastern grammar of fear. Darkness as organised, death as enforced, boundaries as guarded, illness as invasion, misfortune as targeted. Later religions and folklore adopt and reshape these patterns according to their own theological needs. The result is a tapestry where threads can be traced backward, even if they change colour along the way. At a human level, the continuity makes sense. The Gallu embody a fear that does not age, the fear of being taken against your will, the fear of a force that does not respond to negotiation, the fear that death is not only an event but an encounter. As long as people experience sudden loss, unexplained illness, and the terror of night, stories will arise that give those experiences a face. Some cultures will moralize that face, others will bureaucratize it, others will turn it into folklore whispered to children, but the emotional core remains. The tablets of Sumer and Akkad are among the earliest surviving written records of this core being articulated in detail. Later religions add layers of moral theology, cosmic rebellion, and eschatological drama. Folklore adds local colour and regional names, yet the shadow of the Gallu lingers in the background, not as a direct ancestor of every later demon, but as one of the earliest structured attempts to explain why darkness feels organised rather than random. As we move forward, another question begins to rise quietly. If the Gallu left traces in later religions and folklore, what does that say about the line between symbol and memory? Were they always metaphors for inevitability? Or did ancient people experience something so intense that it demanded this specific language of underworld enforcement? And if later traditions reshaped that language, what parts of the original experience survive beneath the new names? Some stories fade the way footprints fade in dry dust. A day passes, a wind comes through, and what looked so clear becomes a soft blur that no one can read. Other stories refuse to do that. They keep their shape. They keep returning. They pop up in a new city, in a new language, under a new empire, wearing a new set of religious clothes, and somehow they still feel familiar, like a tune you never learned on purpose but can still hum when it starts. The Gallu belong to that stubborn category, not because everyone across history sat down and agreed to keep them alive, but because the kind of fear they represent keeps happening. People keep getting sick without warning. People keep losing someone they love and then lying awake with the strange thought that the world feels slightly wrong without that person in it. People keep waking in the dark with their heart racing, sensing something near the bed, and then feeling embarrassed by daylight because nothing is there. People keep watching a healthy day turn into a fragile day. People keep experiencing that one particular kind of dread, where it feels less like a mood and more like a presence. A story that can hold that feeling and give it a shape and place it inside rules tends to survive. It survives because it is useful. Not useful in the sense of fixing everything, but useful in the way a map is useful when you're lost. A map doesn't remove the wilderness. It gives the wilderness edges. It gives you a direction. It gives you a way to speak about where you are without waving your arms at the sky and hoping someone understands. That is one reason these stories refuse to fade. They are early attempts at mapping invisible experience. The Mesopotamians were not content with a shrug. They named the Underworld. They described its gates. They described its court. They described the ones who enforce it. When the Gallu appear in the old descent traditions, they don't feel like random monsters. They feel like a function of the cosmos, like the Underworld has staff and those staff have a job, and the job comes with rules that do not bend because someone is crying. That kind of picture can sound grim, but it also gives the mind something steady. Without a picture like that, death is just a hole in the ground and a silence that makes no sense. With a picture like that, death is still terrifying, but it has a structure, and structure is one of the few things humans can hold when they can't hold a person anymore. So one possibility is symbol. The Gallu as symbol. The Gallu as the face of inevitability. The Gallu as the idea that life is not only made of choices, but also of claims, of boundaries that eventually close, of rules that eventually apply no matter how clever, kind, or careful a person has been. In that reading, the Gallu are not a newspaper report of literal creatures walking down a street. They are a way of saying something blunt without having to stare at it directly. They let the culture talk about death with teeth, and the teeth make the message harder to ignore. Symbol alone, though, doesn't fully explain why the stories keep their grip. Plenty of symbols get replaced. Plenty of metaphors die out. If the Gallu were only a clever way to represent mortality, they might have vanished the way thousands of other ancient images vanished, trapped in museum labels and academic footnotes. The Gallu keep their pulse because the experiences that fit them are still vivid. That brings in the second possibility. Memory, not memory, as in someone's personal recollection of a single event, but cultural memory, the kind that forms when many people, across generations, encounter similar fears and build shared language for them. A child wakes up and cannot move. An adult feels a crushing dread on the chest during sleep. A person becomes ill in a way that spreads through a household. Someone collapses, and no one can explain it. The mind wants a cause. It wants a who, not because it is childish, but because who gives you something to respond to. When you look at the Gallu through that lens, you start to see how they can be both symbol and memory at the same time. They are symbols built out of repeated experiences. The image of underworld hands dragging someone away is not only poetic, it matches what grief feels like. It matches what sudden death feels like. It matches the helplessness of watching someone fade. It matches the sense of being seized by something you cannot negotiate with. Then there is a third possibility, and it is quieter. It is the idea that these stories persist because they are attached to practice. They are not only told for entertainment, they are tied to what people did when they were scared. In Mesopotamia, fear was not only a feeling, it was a problem with a toolkit. Incantations were spoken, protective figures were placed in walls, thresholds were treated like sensitive engineering. The night was managed with routines, specialists were called, words were preserved in clay. The story and the ritual grew up together, and when you tie a story to a ritual, you give it a place in real life. A myth can be forgotten when it becomes purely decorative. It becomes a story people tell because it sounds nice, and then one generation decides it doesn't, and it slips away. A myth that functions like an instruction manual has more stubbornness. Even if people change their theology, they often keep the habits that make them feel safe. A protective phrase becomes a prayer, a protective figure becomes an amulet, a threshold blessing becomes a religious custom. The face on the practice can change, but the practice itself keeps the older shape alive underneath, like a foundation you keep building on because it's already there. This is also where the scribes matter in a way that feels almost intimate. Someone once sat in lamplight with a stylus and pressed the sign for a word into wet clay, not as a hobby, but because they believed those words could be needed again. A city could fall, a palace could burn, a new king could take the throne, and those words would still sit in a shelf or a basket, ready to be read aloud when a household was trembling. When later empires copied the same texts, it wasn't only nostalgia, it was maintenance. It was like copying the instructions for how to keep a roof from leaking, only the leak they feared was invisible and came through the night. If you've ever kept an old family remedy, even if you don't fully believe in it, you understand a softer version of that impulse. Someone says, this helped once, it's worth keeping, it costs little to remember it, it might help again. That is how traditions stay alive even when the world changes. They're stored not only in belief, but in precaution. Still, there is one more layer that makes these stories refuse to fade, and it has to do with how the Gallu are written. They are not charming villains. They are not the kind of demons who deliver witty speeches. They are not there to tempt you into a bargain or trick you with riddles. They are frightening because they are plain. They are described as beings who don't eat your offerings, don't drink your libations, don't accept your pleasant gifts. That is the opposite of a fairy tale monster. Fairy tale monsters can be tricked. The Gallu are closer to a rule. A rule is scarier than a monster in a very specific way. A monster can be fought or avoided. A rule applies when it applies, and the only way around it is to find a higher rule. The Gallu in myth make the underworld feel like an institution, and institutions tend to survive. People understand institutions. People fear institutions. People rely on institutions. A civilization that builds canals, taxes, law codes, and temple schedules naturally imagines the underworld with schedules too. The underworld isn't chaos. It has gates, it has judges, it has attendants, it has collectors. That image keeps returning in later religions and folklore because it matches how the world feels to human beings. Life often behaves as if there are invisible policies. You do everything right and still get hit by misfortune. You make offerings to the future and the future refuses them. You bargain with your own body by promising rest tomorrow, and the body demands payment tonight. Even in a secular world, people talk this way. Fate, luck, bad timing, the universe not cooperating. The Gallu are the ancient, sharper version of that feeling. So when someone asks whether the Gallu are symbol or memory, it helps to consider that the distinction might be too neat. A symbol can be built from memory. A memory can be shaped by symbol. A culture can experience a night terror, interpret it as an assault, and then preserve that interpretation as a story that teaches later listeners what the assault is. Over time, the story becomes a symbol. Then the symbol becomes the lens through which new experiences are interpreted. The loop feeds itself, not as deception, but as meaning-making. There is a simple example of this that doesn't require demons. Think about how people describe heartbreak. No one is literally stabbed in the chest, and yet the language of pain is used because it matches the body's experience. The metaphor becomes shared. People begin to feel heartbreak in the body, partly because the metaphor is accurate, and partly because the metaphor gives the experience an expected shape. In the same way, a culture's demon language can both reflect and shape fear. Now, the something else in the title matters too, because there is always a temptation, especially when the stories feel so vivid, to imagine that the stories are reporting a literal hidden reality. Some listeners find comfort in that, because if the underworld is literal and the Gallu are literal, then at least the terror has a face and the face can be named. Other listeners find discomfort in that, because it makes the night feel crowded. A calmer way to hold the something else is to treat it as the overlap between inner experience and social reality. The Gallu can represent the way a society experienced the boundary of death as both personal and communal. When someone died, it wasn't only a private loss, it was a disruption of labour, inheritance, protection, and future plans. It was a fracture in the social fabric. In that setting, a being that drags someone away is not only a symbol of death, it is a symbol of social disruption. It is the underworld taking not only a body, but a role. That could be why the imagery is so domestic. The texts talk about wives pulled from husbands, children pulled from parents. The fear is not abstract. It lives in the household. A story survives when it uses the details that hurt most. It survives because people recognise the details. There's also the way these stories help people feel less singled out. This is easy to miss, but it's one of the gentler functions of a demon story. When someone wakes in dread and thinks, something is wrong with me, that thought is isolating. When a culture says this is a known kind of attack, this has happened to others, there are words for it, there are rituals for it, there are specialists for it. The person may still be scared, but they are no longer alone in their fear. The story becomes a social shelter. That function persists even when the demon name changes. One village calls it one thing. Another village calls it another. A modern person calls it sleep paralysis and reads an article about it. The label changes, but the relief is similar. The experience has a name and a pattern makes it less infinite. This is also why the Gallu linger at the edge of a later demonologies even when their name does not. Many later traditions keep two categories that mirror the Gallu and their neighbours. One category involves temptation, deception, moral corruption. The other category involves seizure, punishment, collection, the hard side of cosmic order. The Gallu sit firmly in that second category, and that category never disappears because humans keep encountering experiences that feel like enforcement rather than persuasion. Even in everyday language, people talk about being dragged down by depression, by grief, by exhaustion. They talk about being pulled under. Those phrases are not academic. They are bodily. They are about gravity, about weight, about the sensation that the self is being escorted somewhere darker. A demon that drags fits that sensation with uncomfortable precision. When you add all of this together, the endurance of these stories becomes less mysterious. They refuse to fade because they're built from things that keep happening. They refuse to fade because they were copied by professionals who treated them as tools. They refuse to fade because they describe fear in plain domestic terms, not in distant cosmic riddles. They refuse to fade because they describe a kind of inevitability that people recognize in their bones. They refuse to fade because they give shape to experiences that are otherwise hard to speak about. And there is one more reason, a small one, almost funny in a dark way. The underworld in Mesopotamian imagination is bureaucratic. It has gates, it has judges, it has decrees. That kind of underworld is strangely relatable to any era that has process you whether you like it or not, process you whether you like it or not. The Gallu, in their mythic role, feel like the underworld's staff, and staff are always scarier than the one dramatic villain because staff make the system real. So symbol, memory, or something else becomes less like a multiple choice test and more like a layered answer. The Gallu can be symbol and memory and practice and social shelter and bureaucratic dread, all at once. The story holds many functions because the fear it addresses has many faces. If you let that sit for a moment, it can also soften the question of whether these stories are true in the blunt sense. They can be true in the way a good map is true, even if the map uses symbols instead of photographs. They can be true in the way a diagnosis is true, even if the diagnosis is a label applied to many different bodies. They can be true in the way a lullaby is true, even if the lullaby isn't a scientific description of sleep. Their truth is that they keep returning to the same pressure points of human life. Night, sickness, loss, helplessness, the boundary between here and gone. And that means the last step is not to argue with the story, but to notice what it has been doing all along. It has been taking the most unsettling parts of human experience and turning them into something speakable. It has been giving fear a job title and a route map. It has been building a sense that even the dark has rules, and if the dark has rules, the living can learn the rules well enough to build protections, or at least to feel less like prey. That line of thought leads naturally towards something quieter, because once a story has been understood as a tool for living, the next question becomes personal, not academic. The question becomes about what remains in the listener after the names and the gates and the underworld officials fade into the background, and what kind of gentle meaning can be carried into sleep without turning the night into a courtroom. The older the stories are, the more they seem to understand one simple thing about the human mind. We can tolerate a lot of uncertainty when it feels random, but we struggle when uncertainty feels intentional. A storm is frightening, yet a storm is also impersonal. It arrives, it passes, it leaves damage, and no one imagines the clouds held a grudge. But when misfortune lands with a sense of aim, when illness chooses one person in a house and not another, when a bad dream repeats with the same heavy pressure, when a life that was steady suddenly tilts, the mind begins to look for hands behind the curtain. Not because the mind is weak, but because the mind is built to search for patterns, and patterns suggest a pattern maker. In the world that gave us the Gallu, the underworld did not feel like a blank absence. It felt like a realm with borders. It had gates. It had rules. It had officials. It had a kind of order that did not soften just because a person begged. That idea is harsh on the surface, and yet it carries a strange comfort, the way a locked door can be both restrictive and reassuring. A locked door means you cannot wander anywhere you like, but it also means something else cannot wander into your room without effort. When the old tablets picture the underworld with hands, they are not only describing threats, they are describing a kind of custody. The Gallu are often imagined as the hands that seize, the hands that escort, the hands that do not accept the normal offerings of daily life. It is easy to hear that and decide it is only cruelty made into myth. But if you slow down and listen to what the myth is doing, the Gallu are also performing a protective function, not protective in a gentle, cuddling sense, but protective in the way a dam protects a city from a river that never stops pushing. A river without banks becomes a flood. A fire without a hearth becomes a disaster. A night without morning becomes a prison. Boundaries are not always kindness, yet without them, life becomes unlivable. The underworld in Mesopotamian thought is the ultimate boundary, and boundaries require maintenance. A gate that is never guarded is not a gate for long. A rule that is never enforced turns into a suggestion, and suggestions do not hold back fear. If the underworld had hands, one quiet possibility is that those hands were protecting the boundary itself. Not only protecting the dead from the living, but protecting the living from the dead. It is a difficult thought at first, because no one likes the idea of being kept out of a place they did not choose. But consider what happens in a story when the border fails. The dead do not simply rest. They return hungry, restless, confused, dragging the living into the same confusion. A world where the boundary between life and death is porous is not a romantic world. It is a world where grief never settles, where endings never arrive, where every funeral becomes a temporary pause rather than a closure. The Gallu, in that sense, represent the underworld insisting on separation. They represent the idea that the realm of the dead must remain the realm of the dead, and that the realm of the living must remain the realm of the living. The seizure is terrifying, but the alternative is also terrifying. If the dead can drift back and forth freely, then the living can never fully be living. Every sleep becomes a negotiation. Every doorway becomes a hazard. Every memory becomes a summons. It helps to think about a less cosmic example. A hospital is a place of care, but it is also a place of strict boundaries. There are locked doors and restricted rooms. There are protocols and procedures. There are people whose job is not to soothe you with words, but to enforce rules that keep the whole system from collapsing. It can feel cold, especially when you're tired and scared. Yet those rules are protecting something fragile. They protect patients from infection. They protect medication from chaos. They protect the staff from mistakes that would echo through lives. A nurse can be gentle and still insist on a boundary. A guard can be firm and still be serving care. The underworld in these stories feels like a cosmic version of that. It is not a place that exists to be cruel, but a place that exists to keep the cosmos from melting into one undifferentiated swamp of spirit. The Gallu are not the underworld itself. They are the mechanism that makes the underworld stay where it is. Another possibility is that the underworld hands were protecting the principle of exchange. Mesopotamian myth often treats the cosmos as balanced by obligations. Offerings for gods, labour for kings, food for families, water for fields. When a bargain is broken, something has to compensate. When Inanna leaves the underworld, the story does not treat her departure as a simple victory. It treats it as a disturbance that must be corrected. A substitute must be provided. The Gallu appear as the force that makes the correction real. Seen that way, the Gallu are protecting the idea that actions have consequences that cannot always be negotiated away. That idea can sound grim, yet it is also one of the ways societies teach stability. If consequences do not exist, then trust erodes. If rules can always be bribed, then the weak are always the ones who pay. A system that never enforces anything becomes a playground for whoever is most ruthless. In their most unsettling form, the Gallu can be imagined as protecting fairness, not in the sweet way people like to imagine fairness, but in the stern way fairness sometimes operates. The underworld does not accept pleasant gifts because pleasant gifts would turn justice into a market. The underworld takes what it is owed, and what it's owed is not always what a person wants to pay. This is also why the Gallu feel different from other kinds of darkness. A sickness demon can be fought as an intruder. A restless ghost can be managed as a neighbour who needs something. A curse can be reversed. But underworld enforcement is not a misunderstanding. It is a system insisting on its own logic. That is frightening, and at the same time, it explains why the stories refuse to fade. People still encounter moments in life that feel like enforcement rather than accident. A deadline arrives, a body collapses, a consequence lands. The face changes, but the feeling is the same. There is another quieter layer to what the underworld hands might be protecting, and it has to do with memory. When a person dies, the living carry their name for a while, then the name begins to fade. A few generations pass, and only a handful of details remain. That can feel like a second death. Yet the underworld in these stories is also a place where names and fates are registered. It is a place of records. It has judges. It has decrees. It is not a void. It is a ledger of sorts. If the underworld has hands, those hands might be protecting the integrity of what is remembered and what is allowed to be forgotten. Not in a sentimental way, but in a structural way. A world where every memory remains sharp forever would be unbearable. People would not heal. They would not move forward. They would remain trapped in the exact emotional temperature of every loss. The ability to forget is not a flaw. It is a mercy. Yet forgetting too much can also be a kind of cruelty. It can erase meaning. It can flatten a life into silence. The underworld as a realm with order offers a middle path. The living forget slowly, and the dead are kept in a place where they are not dissolved immediately into nothing. They exist in story, in ritual, in the mind of the cosmos. The Gallu, then, are not only collectors, they are caretakers of placement. They ensure the dead go where the dead belong, so the living can keep living, and the dead can have a domain that is theirs. This is a difficult thought to hold gently, but it can be held. We all know what it is like to keep something precious safe by putting it in the right place. You do not leave a fragile object on the edge of a table where it will fall. You place it in a drawer, you wrap it, you protect it. That act can look like hiding, but it is also preserving. In a mythic register, the underworld is the drawer where the dead are placed, not because they are worthless, but because they are too important to be left loose in the house of the living. In the myths, the underworld can feel unwelcoming, and it is. But unwelcoming does not always mean malicious. Sometimes it means the place is not built for you. Not yet. A deep ocean is unwelcoming to a person without equipment, yet the ocean is not evil. It is simply not shaped for lungs and skin. The underworld is like that in these stories. It is a realm with a different atmosphere. The Gallu are the ones who enforce that difference. This brings the thought close to the experience of sleep itself, which is one of the reasons these stories are so effective for the night. Sleep is a kind of descent. The mind loosens its grip. The body becomes heavier. The room grows distant. The world of obligations becomes muffled. For a while, you're not a worker or a planner or a responder. You're simply a creature resting. In that sense, sleep is a temporary underworld, a place where daily identity is suspended. If sleep is a descent, then the mind naturally imagines hands at the edge of it. Sometimes those hands feel frightening, especially when the descent is rough, when dreams turn sharp, when the body locks in fear. But there is also another kind of hand in sleep, a hand that keeps you safe by keeping you contained. In REM sleep, the body's muscles are kept from acting out dreams. That can feel like a trap during sleep paralysis, but it is also a protective mechanism most nights. The same feature that scares you when it misfires is also what protects you when it works. That is a small modern parallel to the Gallu idea. A boundary that is protective can feel terrifying when you become aware of it. Most nights, you do not notice the rules of sleep. Then one night, you wake inside a rule, and it feels like an intruder has pinned you down. The truth is less dramatic, yet the feeling is real. The ancient stories give that feeling a face. They say there are hands, and the hands are doing something with you. The thought can soften here. If you allow the story to breathe, you can imagine the hands as keeping you from slipping too far, keeping the descent from becoming permanent, keeping the living in the realm of the living until the right time. A hand can pull someone down, but a hand can also hold a person back from the edge. The same boundary that separates can also protect. There is an old human wisdom in this, even if the imagery is dark. People need boundaries to rest. If you bring the whole day into bed, sleep becomes impossible. Worries follow, plans keep unfolding, conversations replay. The mind tries to solve tomorrow at midnight. A boundary is needed. The bedroom becomes a small sanctuary, the lights go out. The phone is placed aside, the door is closed. Those are little rituals, not so different in shape from older household defences. They mark a transition from one realm to another. When you hear about temples as fortresses and figurines buried at thresholds, you can also think about modern equivalents. The tiny ways you protect your own life from being constantly seized by noise. Earplugs, a weighted blanket, a familiar sound, a cup of tea, a routine. None of those are dramatic. They are small magic for big fear. They are the gentle hands that keep the underworld of sleep from becoming chaotic. In Mesopotamian thought, temples were places where the boundary between realms was managed professionally. They were not only worship spaces, they were places where order was renewed, where the city's relationship with unseen forces was stabilized. In that picture, the underworld hands are not only grabbing, they're also being held at bay by the hands of priests, by the hands that wash, anoint, and speak the correct words. Hands respond to hands. A boundary becomes a dialogue, not of kindness, but of structure. This suggests another possibility. The underworld hands were protecting the gods from being overwhelmed by the living. That might sound odd at first, because people often imagine gods as limitless. Yet in Mesopotamian stories, gods have responsibilities, rivalries, and limits. If every human grief could reach the divine throne instantly, if every death could be appealed as an exception, if every plea could rewrite the order of the cosmos, then the cosmos would never settle. The underworld is the place where appeals end, not because compassion is outlawed, but because a system without finality becomes endless suffering. Finality is painful, and it is also one of the only things that allows meaning to form. A song ends so it can be remembered. A season ends so it can be celebrated. A day ends, so rest is possible. The underworld in these stories is the endpoint that allows life to have shape. The Gallu, in their hardest form, protect that shape by refusing the bribe, refusing the gift, refusing the attempt to make the rule personal. That refusal is what makes them frightening. It also makes them stable. When the Gallu do not accept gifts, they are protecting the boundary from being bought. When they do not eat offerings, they are protecting the realm from being softened into a marketplace. A place where everything can be negotiated is not always a place of freedom. It can be a place where nothing is secure. Even love can become transactional there. The underworld's harshness, in myth, protects the underworld from becoming like the surface world, where power and persuasion constantly rearrange outcomes. There is also the seasonal layer, the way these stories of descent and return mirror the cycles of agriculture. In the mythic imagination, a figure is taken, a figure is returned, and the world above responds. Fields green, fields brown, grain rises, grain disappears. The underworld's hands, in that seasonal reading, protect the cycle itself. They ensure that descent happens, and because descent happens, return can be meaningful. If nothing ever went down, nothing could ever come up renewed. That might be the simplest answer for why these stories do not fade. They are not only about fear, they are about pattern. Human life is built on pattern, and the deepest pattern is the alternation between presence and absence. Wake and sleep, summer and winter, meeting and parting, holding and letting go. The Gallu belong to the letting go side, the part of the pattern people resist, the part that feels like theft, yet the pattern would break without it. In this light, the underworld hands are protecting a truth that is difficult to accept during the day and easier to approach at night. The truth that not everything is meant to be held forever. A person can still love, still remember, still protect, and still accept that some things move beyond reach. The underworld is the language of that movement. The Gallu are the hands of that language. When the mind hears that, it can respond with revolt, and revolt is understandable. It can also respond with a quieter understanding that boundaries, even painful ones, have functions that keep life from becoming unrecognizable. A world where the dead linger in every room would not be a world where the living can rest. A world where consequences never arrive would not be a world where trust can grow. A world where sleep never takes you would not be a world where your body heals. In that light, if the underworld had hands, perhaps they were protecting the living from endless haunting, protecting the dead from endless interference, protecting the cosmos from endless bargaining, protecting time from being edited every time someone wished hard enough. That is not a tender kind of protection, but it is protection all the same. And now, dear listener, as the night sits quietly around you, it can help to bring that thought down from myth to something small and personal. Tonight, you are allowed to put down what you have been holding. Not forever, not as a surrender, but as a pause. The day has its own gates, and you have already walked through many of them. The tasks can remain outside the room for a while. The worries can wait in their own corridor. The mind can stop trying to negotiate with tomorrow for a few hours. You do not need underworld hands to drag you anywhere. You only need the gentle boundary of sleep to close around you, the way a blanket closes around shoulders, the way a door closes against the cold, the way a lamp turns off and lets the room become simple again. The same instinct that once placed figurines in walls can, tonight, be satisfied by the smallest rituals, a slower breath, a softer jaw, the release of tension in the hands themselves, those human hands that have been gripping, typing, carrying and holding all day. In the old stories, the underworld is a place of no return, and that idea is frightening. In the life you're living right now, sleep is a place of return, and you will come back from it. The boundary is safe, the descent is gentle, the night is not a courtroom, it is a resting place. The ancient imagination filled the dark with officials and gates because the dark was powerful. That power is still here, but it can be kind. It can be the power that turns thought into drift. Let the underworld hands remain where the stories keep them, deep in the clay and deep in the old imagination, busy with their cosmic duties. Let your own hands become lighter. Let the night do what night does best. It holds you for a while, then it releases you again, and in that steady rhythm the mind can stop arguing with the world and simply rest inside it. The room can stay ordinary, the shadows can stay harmless, the next breath can arrive without effort. And if sleep takes you, the rest of the night can keep unfolding in its own unhurried way, with nothing to solve and nothing to prove, only the simple work of recovery continuing quietly in the background.